So, my dad's got friends, and all of them have unique talents and superpowers. It's like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Like, one of my dad's buddies was a pilot, and then he was at, I think it was an airport bar or something, on the job, and then the bar stool just exploded because they, I don't know, never fully screwed it in or something, and it really destroyed his back. And that was like Peter Parker being bit by the radioactive spider, but instead of getting the ability to crawl on walls, he got the ability of money. Huge payday from that, and he's just got like this group of friends that all have like very unique stories and abilities. And one of them is named Dave. And he has a hobby of making flintlocks, like from scratch in a lot of cases. And yesterday we brought him out and we got to shoot a couple of them, and it was a lot of fun. So I wanted to show you it because I just think it's really interesting and I think it's very cool.
Now here's what we're dealing with today. This is an actual copy of Davy Crockett's first rifle. Now the original rifle is located in the East Tennessee State Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee. So I went out and took a look at it. I've seen pictures of it, got measurements, and I wanted to recreate what the original was like. Now other guys have done the same thing. But this is made out of what we call curly maple or tiger maple. And if you look real close, you can see there's a lot of those stripes in here. So it's an expensive wood to do that with, but it really makes a pretty rifle out of it. So I got brass on it here, brass patch box down here.
Real quick, I want to come in here and do a bit of glazing because Dave doesn't really brag about his craftsmanship, even though it's genuinely incredible work, so I'm going to brag for him. Everything you see on his flintlocks, we only shot 2 in this video, spoiler, little spoilers there, but everything you see on his flintlocks, he makes himself freehand. That includes all the brass work. It includes every like ornate engraving he does in silver. He does gold trimmings. All of it he does freehand himself. I think it is amazing.
And we're all brass trigger guard. This is what we call a double set trigger. And I'll talk about that when we get ready to shoot it, what it does. But basically what you do is you cock it and you can fire it by pulling this trigger, or you can pull this back and set it, and then you have a hair trigger here. So when you touch that, it really will fire, so you better be ready. This is called a flintlock. This is was used for a long period of time in the history of rifles and guns. And it's got a flint here. It hits what we call the striker. And when you pull this back, you fire it, this rock or flint will strike on that, set off the powder in here, and the gun fires. Later on it went to what they call a cap lock, and it had a little cap that went on here and got rid of the flint, and then it finally ended up going to cartridges, which is what we have today. But this is a flint lock. Takes a little while to load these things. This has got about a 42-inch barrel. It's a 50 caliber, and it's a rifle barrel. So these were fairly accurate back in the day. But anyway, enough of the talk. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, by the way, I want to show you this. This is something that's not common. But what I did is when I built this, right here on the side plate, I put Davy Crockett's name on there. And that's his actual signature on there. I was able to make a copy of that and copy that on there. So that's what his signature looked like.
That is so cool.
He also does all the woodwork too. He's selling it short on just how nice it looks.
Well, we also did a lot of carving on this. This was common on this thing. This rifle originally was probably made in Pennsylvania, in York or Reading, somewhere around in that area, which was common at that time. That was where all the rifle makers were. And we did all the carving here, which is exactly like what they had back in the day. So if you go to Knoxville, go to the museum, you can see the actual rifle there. So let's see what it's going to sound like.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say we need you in every video.
I know, wasn't that good?
It's almost like you're a professional or something at this.
You should also see his whole collection. He's like the fucking Kakashi of flintlocks. He's able to he's able to copy like every rifle ever. He's working on George Washington's pistol as well.
The thing I have is I got black powder. I have it in here. This is a 2F powder, which is a heavier grain. And to be safe, I always measure it out like this. And the rule is always remember powder patch ball. And the reason for that is if you get it confused, then you got a problem. So you put in your powder. Okay. Now you take your patch, put it up here like so, and then you take your ball. This is a 50 caliber ball, lead ball. You lay it right on top like so. Try to get it as centered as you can. And then we have what we call a starter here. This will help you get it down in here. And I've never fired this thing, so it's going to be all new. Well, that went in pretty good. We push her down. Make your ramrod. Okay. And you want to do that, make sure it bounces, that way you know you got it on the bottom. Put it back in. Now we got to prime it. So put some primer, this is gunpowder again, in the pan. Put that down. All right.
Well, you hit the target because it moved.
Yeah.
Didn't blow the tree in half. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's great.
You straighten that target.
So at the time, we thought that Dave's shot was that, like, super clean, precise hole at the top and just assumed, man, that fucking ball must have traveled at the speed of light there to have a perfect hole like that go through it without, like, the normal things you see when you shoot a paper target where, of course, it, like, blows it up a little bit. So we just assumed that was that, but clearly watching it back on the footage, that hole was already there. What it actually hit was the metal stand and ricocheted off. So in the slow-mo I played there, you can see it hit the stand, I'm pretty sure, and bounce. Obviously, we couldn't track that at the time in the thick of it there in the fucking Thunderdome.
So that was the first shot ever out of that gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've never, you know, I just rough set the sights, so I mean, I have to take it to the to a range and set it up, and then adjust the sights on it. But
Charlie will zero it in for you.
Yeah, I was lucky to even hit the friggin' target.
That was good. And this is how much powder? 50?
This is 50 grams.
Perfect.
A little pause. I thought he was going to be like, "This is 140."
This is 5,000 grams.
Gonna knock Charlie backwards.
Well, you could put 120 in that thing.
No, we don't need to do that. This is my first flintlock. I don't need to fall over.
It's going to be like the R2-D2 scene on the screen as he shoots.
Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Okay.
Now just pull back on the front trigger, because
The front run?
Yeah.
Right here? Okay.
Yeah. Now you have to pull back a ways on it. Wait a minute, let me get out of your way. I don't want to stand there with the side.
All right, here we go. Did I hit it?
Hit something.
Holy.
Oh, that smell.
That was cool.
You like the smell? I feel like this is like a gas smell kind of thing where you probably either like it or hate it.
Nothing like the smell of
Yeah.
gunpowder in the morning, right?
That smells kind of good.
How was the kick on it?
There was no kick.
No kick?
At all.
You can one-hand it, come on.
Oh, yeah.
You missed.
Oh, no.
Totally missed.
I felt like I was right.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
Oh yeah, you got it
look
right
at that.
there. You got it.
Bullseye.
Yeah,
On the little target.
I never. That's what I was aiming for.
He was trying to scare him, go over his shoulder, you know?
Right there, look, Danny. Right there.
Yeah.
Hello. Right there. You got a bullseye on the little target right there.
Yeah, I zeroed it for you.
What were you aiming at?
Literally anything in this direction.
The tree.
really where you were aiming for?
Absolutely not. Where were you aiming? Genuinely anywhere in that vicinity.
Have you not heard of aim small, miss small?
All right, I'm gonna shoot in that 30 square feet. If I can get somewhere in this direction.
I just don't want to.
Sailor's log, just want to make a note. That is exactly where I was aiming.
All right, good.
You have to tell us before where you're aiming.
Yeah.
I will. I'll tell you exactly
You
where I'm
don't
at.
get the Charlie specialty.
I can't believe you hit the bullseye in that little target.
Well, you best start believing it.
Yeah, well, sorry, bud.
Guy's incredible.
Yeah. That had no kick at all. I think at the last minute I jerked up and I probably went to the top of that tree.
I think I see something on the right one.
Were you anticipating a little more kick than it gave you?
Yeah, actually I was.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice shot.
Oh, you did hit it.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Hey, hey,
That's a great shot.
check that out.
All right, here we go.
Where are you going to aim, Kelsey?
The red?
The red on the right target or the left target?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I don't think I hit the red.
I don't think you did either.
My God, you hit the bullseye.
That's fun.
Anything?
And it's a miss.
Well, damn.
Okay, who
Can't-
else wants
can't
to
hit 'em all.
try this? Okay, we'll do the same thing here.
That is insane. That's built that by hand.
It's incredible.
It is so nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. We'll just use the same powder.
And is this a replica of a specific one?
It's
or-
just a Kentucky pistol.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a replica of any particular one.
I think maybe you clipped the right side of the red one.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Right side.
Right there.
All right.
Good job.
What are we looking? Oh yeah.
Oh, that rattlesnake.
Oh, yeah, that's a scary snake.
That is a scary snake.
Right there.
That's not
Oh,
a...
that's, don't go near that.
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a-
water moccasin or
Yep.
a copperhead or something.
I was going to say copperhead.
Well, that scared me.
What you got?
Probably heard the noise of a flintlock and was like, I don't really want to be around here. I'm gonna...
Let us know in the comments what kind of
Yeah,
snake
you tell
that
us
was.
what we just saw.
I think it's a rattlesnake.
And scale 1 to 10, how dangerous?
It'll stop.
Okay.
That was a miss. I think I saw the leaf go flying off.
I saw the
It looked cool though.
I thought I
really cool.
was right on the money, to be honest.
I saw the patch fly out.
Keep an eye out over there.
Yeah, be careful of the snake.
It's insulting to think that I'd ever missed the target. Never happened, never will. You could see it on the camera there. The precision was magnificent. It was a little off target, but I gotta hone in a little bit. I haven't used flintlocks before. They're unusual instruments in my hands right now, so I gotta get more reps in there. But not a bad shot. It's about where I was looking. That's about where I was aiming. You know, that Dark Tower shit. He who aims with his hand. You know, that kind of vibe.
Hey, look, right there.
Isn't it weird
Yeah.
how every time the camera turns away, Charlie magically
Yeah.
just...
Yeah, how
Wait,
about
it's
that?
oddly like finger hole
Yeah,
shaped.
look, like. Big thanks to Dave.
Yeah, really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for bringing
Hey.
him out. This was fun. This
It
a lot
was
of fun.
great. I'm glad to see you guys take advantage of it. Now you see what it was like about 200 years ago.
Yeah.
How guys had to fight. Can you believe that? Because each one of them had to do the same thing. So
It was so fun, man. His work really is just so impressive with these homemade flintlocks, his home brew here. So yeah, anyway, thanks to Dave again. If you're watching this, Dave. Anyway, that's really about it. Yeah. Are we staring down the pipe of the end times? Are we about to experience an apocalyptic flood a mere 3 or so weeks away, as prophesied by a guy on TikTok? A chosen one, whom the Lord apparently dropped this patch note to with a little sneak peek, giving him a warning, and then also issuing him the noble task of building arcs to save as many as possible. On the surface, it might sound silly that a lot of people are genuinely questioning if this prophecy is going to come true, much like the last Doomsday TikTok prediction. But when you really dive into the meat and potatoes of it and get into the weeds, it's even sillier that anyone, even a single person, would for some reason believe this. It is always just a source, trust me bro type moment. A guy on TikTok claims he received a vision from God, and he draws a big distinction that this is not a prophecy per se, just a vision of the end. That on December 25th, the world would, start flooding, wiping us all out, and that he is now, going the route of Noah needing to build arcs to save people. That's exactly what he's been doing. His math, I think, is a little off when it comes to his estimations on how many people they can hold. I've seen a bunch of big numbers tossed around, and based on the video footage he's provided of the boats he's building, I don't think the numbers he's proposing would ever work unless everyone gets hit by a fucking shrink ray or something. Like, it'd be real tough to start making those numbers work that he's tossing around all loosey-goosey. But as for if the world's going to be flooding in 3 weeks, I'm not exactly sold on that. I live my life by a simple rule. There are two kinds of men on this planet. Men that have tried to suck their own dicks, and liars. And I don't exactly know where this guy fits into that yet. I guess we're going to have to wait and see on December 25th if the world starts flooding. And if it does, Jiminy Christmas, I'm going to feel like a real fool for not believing him and booking a ticket for one of the arcs. I just learned about this on stream a little bit ago, but then dove in and did my own homework on it, perusing TikTok, the experts. And there are quite a few videos with millions of views talking about this and showing like some level of genuine concern. Some of them are just trolling, but there are people that actually think this one's got some real oomph to it because he did build some boats. He did build some arcs. Gotta tell you, sports fans, even if the world doesn't flood in 3 or so weeks, this guy's still going to be set like a sailor here with all these boats he's got at his disposal now. Man, fucking, maybe it wasn't the Lord who gave him that task. Maybe Davy Jones came to him in a dream to build some boats, and dag nabbit, it did work. He's got quite an impressive collection of boats now that he is building. Did he talk about the guy who's creating the Noah's Ark and said December 24th the world is going to be flooded? Another doomsday prophecy? No, what's his name? I'll check it out. Yeah, he said the events of the Bible would reenact themselves on the 25th of December onward. Who? You keep saying he. Who is it? Noah? Did he himself come back? He respawned? Like, who is it? Ken Ham. Are you sure it's Ken Ham? Because this is old. This is a guy who built the Ark Encounter, where he made like a horrible Noah's Ark. There's no people keep reciting the goddamn prophecy without saying who prophesized it. What good is that? Who is it that built the Ark and is saying the world is flooding in 3 weeks? I want to look it up. I gotta get prepared if he's right. The guy's name is literally Noah. I'm just gonna try and type like a fucking caveman here. Well, that didn't work. Oh, wait. Is this it? Ebo Noah? Oh my god, wait, that my search actually did work. I typed that in like an actual Neanderthal. I typed in, he said world flood December 24th built Ark. And it worked. Is this it? Ebo Noah sends warning to people ahead of the December 25th flood that he said God revealed to him on flooding the earth and to make an arch to accommodate every living creature on earth in pairs just like Noah did in the Bible. It looks pretty cool. Is that big enough for every living creature on Earth in pairs? Like that? I don't know, it seems like maybe 2 stories high. You need like the PIM particles to shrink them in order to make that work. Can I see a video of it? Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us introduce the man, the myth, and the carpenter of the century, Ebo Noah, just Ghana's very own Noah II. According to him, a massive flood is coming on the 25th of December, and he's not just talking. The man has already constructed 8 arcs
He made 8? Wait, that's very impressive. Holy. I'm not exactly sold on the prophecy here. I don't know if he's necessarily Baba Vanga level, but his carpentry, it's pretty impressive.
250,000 pounds in wood alone. Each ark can take 5,000 people, he said.
5,000 people where?
And carry 600 million people. I have questions for Ebonoa. How and where is he getting the money to buy the wood for the arks? And then why is he wasting a lot of money knowing perfectly that this isn't true? Well, let's wait for 25th and see what happens.
Man, this guy's got like a whole shipyard here. It's like when Luffy and the gang go to Water 7. Like, holy shit. He actually did build a lot of these bitches, huh? Very cool looking. I can tell you one thing, 5,000 people and every living creature on Earth in pairs ain't fitting on those.
It's for only those who have a covenant with God.
Oh, sword clashing sound effect there.
Okay, I will never insult you. The number is 054155.
Whoa, okay, wait a minute. Man's dropping his cell phone number there for a second. I just want to know about the prediction, brother. I'm not here to start no shit. I just want to know where the prediction's coming from is all. I'm gonna tell you, that's a lot of wood. I'm gonna tell you, probably not gonna get a whole lot of use out of the arcs. Is this the blueprint? Because it is not that big, I'll tell you that. God literally said he'd never flood the earth again. It's why he made the rainbow. Someone that actually read the Bible. You're right. But he also said no one would ever know when he was going to do it. No man would ever see it coming. I am curious if, this happens all the time now with, doomsday prophecies, and people do believe it. But I wonder in this case how many people actually think the world is flooding in 3 weeks. And if there's a lot of people right now booking flights to Ghana to get on his arcs. I'd be very interested to know. I can't imagine it's like a ton of people. But even just a handful would be fascinating. Maybe you're just trying to start a boat business and this is the hook. What a banger marketing scheme that would be. I had this dream about the world flooding, so I built these boats. Didn't flood. But now I'm selling these boats. You too can own your own ark. Why not just get some of the boats that already exist? No, what? Boats that already exist? Those aren't arcs, brother. What are you talking about? No. Seems like it's becoming even more common now for easy TikTok views to just start making doomsday predictions now because people will actually believe it for some reason. But, I will say, those boats look pretty cool. Like, they seem like high-quality vessels. Don't know if they're going to get much of a workout when it comes to, a global flood or anything, but I bet they'd be a lot of fun to take out for a spin regardless. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yep. You know what this is? You familiar with this expression? That's my fighting face, looking like Sirius Black on the Azkaban posters. I stumbled across something that actually just immediately pet my peeve. It is a head scratcher. It comes from Dexerto. It's an Instagram post. I saw this myself. For some reason, the algorithm fed this to me directly. Just to try and salty up my cheeks, I guess. I don't really use Instagram. The only time I go on there is to post pictures of me with my horses or chickens and whatever from the farm or petting my goose. That kind of thing. So I went on Instagram briefly. And the first thing I saw was this. I didn't do any scrolling or the For You or anything. Just the first thing when I opened Instagram was this. YouTuber Moist Critical weighs in on why The Boys Season 5 has been a success so far. What? Pardon? Excuse me? I said that? What, is there like a Tyler Durden situation going on here? Like I'm sleepwalking and saying shit like that? What? Me? I didn't do that. Not even getting into the rest of the caption yet. Just that headline alone, I didn't do that. I made a video last night, which is just me yapping about something that stream keeps bringing up, which is, what do I think about The Boys Season 5? There's only 3 episodes left, we're approaching the finish line, and in my take, I was going over why I think this is its weakest season so far. So, I don't know if Dexerto just didn't watch it and just asked Grok to put me in a bikini and then summarize what I said and it got it all wrong and gave me, double D melons or something. I don't know how Dexerto could have even come up with this. Like, they are just putting a wiener in my mouth that was never there. Like, I don't hate The Boys Season 5 or anything, but, you know, here, I'll just play you a couple clips from it, and you tell me how the fuck Dexerto was able to reach this conclusion for their post. I think the first season is when the show was at its best, because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something or beat a superhero, killing a soup, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just soup versus soup, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well, so it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. Some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like, Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. All of that is in the very beginning of the video. It's impossible to miss unless you just miss the video itself and are just pulling things out of your butthole based on a fucking wet dream you had or something. Like, I don't hate the final season of The Boys so far or anything, but it's a far cry from the way Dexerto is posting this headline about it where, you know, I'm saying I failed the Try Not to Come challenge because season 5 is so good and I'm singing its praises and explaining why it's so successful. Now let's go back and look at the caption. Moist Critical recently praised the success of The Boys Season 5, highlighting how the series has managed to maintain momentum 5 seasons in, pointing to its balance of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth as reasons for its staying power. This butt is ass, bro. What? This has to be AI generated. I mean that genuinely. I didn't say any of that in the video I made yapping on this topic last night. I didn't have a whole spiel about like, The Boys has maintained its relevancy and its momentum even 5 seasons in thanks to the brave tiptoeing act, the balancing act of dancing on the line of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth. That's the reason for its staying power. I never even talked about anything of the sort. He acknowledged that certain episodes felt padded, but argued that the overall narrative still hits hard, with standout performances and bold storytelling choices that make this season one of Prime Video's biggest wins. I actually don't know where any of this is coming from. Whoever wrote this may have just been on ayahuasca and they fucking hallucinated this or something coming out of my mouth. I didn't fart out any of this that they're saying here. At all. You can go watch the video for yourself. That never left my lips. What I did, however, dig my heels into the sand on is what I believe to be delusional take that this final season is all filler. It's not. I do think that this is like the worst pacing The Boys has had. That I completely agree with, but I totally disagree that it's all filler. Because even the things that people point to, like Terror's little brief adventure, his little side quest where it's the banging the Homelander toy, even that little bit contributes to the overall plot in a meaningful way. So Terror banging Homelander culminates with us seeing the fallout of the boys' group through the dog's eyes. It's very quirky, it's zany, and I don't love that. I actually really don't like that they did this angle to show it, but it's not filler. You are getting important information about what's happening with the group, and most importantly, what's happening with Butcher. Because one of the core things that's been being explored is the lack of humanity in Butcher. And how, now that he's completely just forsaken his humanity, he's basically just a fucking shell. He's a husk. And it's something Huey points out a lot. But in this Terror, like through Terror's eyes, as we go through this, we see him care for this dog and want to save it when he consumes chocolate and panics and worries about the dog. And that lets Huey know, that lets Huey see that there's still that human side of Butcher. And that is important to the plot. Seeing what's happening with the group is important. And it's very important seeing where Butcher is mentally, like where his character is. Is there humanity left? And through that, we know that there is at least a glimmer of it still there, a little spark. So it's important, even something as dumb as that. Like I said, I don't love that that's how they convey that information. I think it's kind of shitty. Like, I didn't love the way they did it, but it's not filler. Like, again, I agree with the complaint of pacing being a problem, but none of this is filler so far. People were even pointing at the Firecracker storyline as being filler, when that is the most important one they've explored so far. Fleshing out her deeper turmoil and her motivation, how she is at this, like, internal struggle about God and Homelander, and then they bring in her pastor who basically raised her. This is a very important struggle that we get to see that ultimately culminates with her having to decide between Homelander or God, her faith that has gotten her to this point. And she ultimately chooses to forsake God, throwing away the Jesus figure, and then shortly after, dying after choosing Homelander over God. All of that was very important to see. It's not filler. So that I will lat spread on and fight because I disagree entirely that it's filler. There has been padding. I do think there's a bit of bloat, and I think they're focusing on some things that they don't need to for way too long, so it drags a bit, but it hasn't been filler. I think that complaint is misplaced. And I actually think they've done a good job with Firecracker. I think they did a really good job with her entire character arc. And I do think it's odd how now all of a sudden no one wants to sit and learn about the characters anymore. They just want like action figures colliding for action and violence and gore. Now for some reason no one wants to sit and actually learn about the world or the characters in it that we've spent so many years with now. It's very odd. Because it's not like the boys had ever shied away from giving you like information on these characters and fleshing out like what's going on in their personal lives and how it relates to the overarching plot. They've done that plenty of times in the past, but now all of a sudden it's an issue. And I do think, like, the way that this should be framed is that for a final season, they've been extremely slow for the most part. So the expectation was everything's bubbling over, now it's going to be fucking chaos and, you know, just ass cheeks flying all over the place, whatever. Like, I could understand that complaint. Because for a final season, it really does feel like we are not in the end game. It feels like they are making this with still like the thought that they have 12 episodes left to go, when really there's only 3. So I don't see a world where this wraps up in a satisfying conclusion, because even with 3 episodes left, I feel like we're not even close to getting there. Because they have spent so much time on other things, probably for too long. But I just completely disagree that it's filler. All of it has contributed to the plot and pushing it forward. Granted, I don't always agree with the ways that they're doing it, like with the terror plotline, but it's not filler. That's the only thing that I've been fighting for in regards to The Boys Season 5. But I agree that this has not been an amazing final season. So I don't know why this headline has popped up here. They didn't even watch the video, and the things they said that I was praising and commending, that wasn't in the video. I think they did a good job with A-Train in this season. I think they did a good job with Firecracker. And of course, Anthony Starr's Homelander is still always kind of a home run, so I think Homelander's been pretty strong too. But even then, I had a complaint there because Homelander feels much stupider now than he ever has been before, and they've randomly introduced some new weaknesses like Malchemical coming out, who's just an alcoholic gooner whose breath can knock him out instantly. That's a crazy powerful thing to just come out of nowhere with. So, like, I've had even complaints there, too. I don't know why this headline is saying the things it says about my take on The Boys Season 5. Especially that little nugget they drop in there about how I was giving flowers to their bold story choices. What? Another thing I complained about in that video that they're referencing is one of the story choices they made that I really think almost ruined the entire character with Kimiko. Kimiko being able to speak, I think, is such a strong decision, and it's something they gradually built up to for years across multiple seasons. And now having her speak, I think, is a good choice, but what they've done is they've wiped their ass with it by having her only talk in porn and Zoomer slang, just fucking Gen Z slang from TikTok, which they even point out in a moment of self-awareness, but then they just lean into it and go whole hog, and that's all she ever says now. So they took a character who was emotionally very deep and strong, and now they've reduced her to very one-dimensional, just regurgitating porn and Gen Z memes and slang. Like, that's very disappointing, and I think it's a disservice to the character that they spent so long building. So I haven't been praising a lot of their choices that they've made. I don't know where that's coming from Dexerto. And by far the most confusing thing about all of this, why is it even a post in the first place? Who gives a fuck? Even if I was just meat swallowing The Boys Season 5, why is that even worth like an a pseudo article, I guess, or the Instagram post. What is the purpose? It's like there's literally nothing there at all. I don't understand. Like, Dexerto's done, like, some decent reporting in recent times, like, more so than they had in the past, where they were just grabbing fucking clips from Livestream Fail. Like, they have been at least diving more into some of, like, the more modern stories they've covered. But why do they also have to do this shit, too? Why can't they just stick to, like, the decent stuff? This doesn't make sense to me, and I'm very confident that this is an AI piece that they've made. I don't think there is a single human being that will have watched that video I made yapping about the boys and walked away with this impression and this summary. It's very peculiar. I had to talk about it a bit. It was so weird. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm pretty sure I never made a review on Peacemaker Season 1, so I'm going to do that now briefly. I liked it. So with that out of the way, let's talk about Season 2 because the finale just aired. And I'm going to tell you something, sports fans. Brains were made for thinking, and boy howdy do I have thoughts. There's good and bad. The finale, bad. I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off right now. There's going to be spoilers here. I'm going to be talking about spoilers. This is your fair warning. Alright, let's begin. Season 2 is very different than Season 1. At least, I feel like it is. Season 1 was all about getting you to care about Peacemaker. This is a character most people had never heard of until the Suicide Squad rolls around, and then James Gunn gave you this character that most people wouldn't wipe their fucking ass with, and then all of a sudden tried to get you to care for him. Which is a tall order considering you had seen Peacemaker kill a beloved character in the Suicide Squad movie. Yet he takes a risk, makes Peacemaker the front man, and John Cena, who is a talented actor but never really showcased like deep chops for an emotionally complex character until this. In Season 1 of Peacemaker, I really bought into him. He had so much going on. A guy who had grown up under the guidance of some evil people and had done some heinous things, all in the name of what he believed was justice. Peace. He said it best. If every grain of sand on a beach was a dick, he would suck each and every one of them if it meant peace would, fall upon the world or whatever. Like, he truly believed that what he was doing was for the better of the world. But everyone can see, the viewers, he's a bad guy. And throughout Season 1, you see him start to change subtly, slowly, but he changes in a big, big, big way. He gets friends. And these friends are just as complex and just as fucked up as he is, and together they end up saving the world. It's a really good season, I felt. I thought it was exciting, and it did a great job getting you invested in these characters that you've never heard of. Season 2 now dives deeper outside of Peacemaker, and now you're seeing significantly more of Amelia Harcourt. She, I would actually say, is kind of the main character of the season. We get a lot of fleshing out of everything that's kind of fucked up in her life, and she can't get the job that she's basically done her whole life, and it's their whole reason for living is being, the secret agent that goes on missions for the fate of the country, fighting for her country, and she can't do that anymore after the events of Season 1. So now she's just fucking cruising bars, getting into fights. And we see a lot of what happens in Season 2 through Amelia Harcourt's eyes. It's not like POV, I'm not talking like fucking Cloverfield or anything here, but like, we are following it through Amelia Harcourt going through it. But that's not to say that Peacemaker fully takes a back seat or anything, like he is still very present. He's going through a lot. So Season 2, he is now really exploring the dimension access that he has. There is a quantum unfolding space, which you're introduced to in Season 1, and in this season, he's now exploring, and he happens to stumble upon a dimension that's extremely similar to our world, except his brother's alive. And his dad actually cares about him. And everybody loves Peacemaker. They view him as like the superhero. That guy is the shit. And he's never had anything like that. Love, adoration, and it's something he's always wanted. Season 2 drives home just how badly he wants to be accepted, how badly he wants to be a hero. And then he finds this dimension, and immediately he kills his doppelganger. He kills the Peacemaker of that dimension. It's actually amazing. It's a really good sequence. And now he's flip-flopping back and forth between these worlds. And I think that's super cool. Eagly as well. Eagly has a lot going on. Eagly has his own fucking story arc where he battles against a man who believes eagle are beaked vermin that must be exterminated from the country to save us from a curse. It's fucking, like, I actually really liked that a lot. It's goofy, but it was, like, exciting, actually. Eagly versus that hunter. That was fun. I do like them exploring these characters deeper, and season 2 is, start to finish, basically just about these characters becoming even more inseparable and even tighter. Chris, Peacemaker, is under surveillance because they don't trust him. They get a blip when he's using that quantum unfolding space in the different dimensions, so now they're investigating him and they're about to swoop in and try and take control of it. That's like the main big bad motivator here. Rick Flag Sr. has taken over and obviously holds a grudge against Peacemaker and wants an excuse to kill him. So the 11th Street kids work together to try and, like, you know, keep Peacemaker safe and help him deal with everything that he is experiencing, with everything that's happening in the other dimension, all that kind of stuff. And most of it's played off comedically. I actually think the comedy in season 2 is better than in season 1. Especially a new character they introduced, Flurry. He had me giggling hard. So that was a nice treat. And most of what I'm saying here are things I liked about it. Like, I think these are positive aspects. I do think they did a good job with these characters. But I have very similar feelings on season 2 of Peacemaker to House of the Dragon season 2, where it felt like the whole season is just building, building, and then the finale hits, and I really think this is a very disappointing finale. I was streaming tonight, and a lot of people were saying the same thing about, like, how let down they were by the finale, because the finale is basically just setting up for the events that are going to follow either in a later season or in another DCU movie. It is purely a season that gets the framework set up for the next thing. You don't really feel like a sense of closure or a sense of, like, a big accomplishment. Like, season 1 feels like a complete package. Like, it clearly sets up for more, but at the end of season 1, a lot was accomplished. Here, it's mainly just these characters get closer, and Peacemaker and Amelia start to recognize their love for one another. Like, things happen, but there's no real sense of, like, anything, you know, huge or any kind of, like, big resolution. It ends with Chris getting trapped on another world. And that's it. And the finale is mainly just a music video. You spend more time listening to bands in the finale than you do watching a show, really. So, like, it is disappointing. And it feels like the journey here didn't really have a conclusion. And that the journey was really the friends we made along the way. Like, full stop. Like, that is unironically kind of the experience of season 2. So it's just underwhelming that it builds to things that don't even get concluded in the show. Like, it just sets up the pieces on the board and nothing else. Like, and I understand, like, getting ready for the next phase and moving down the line with more DC projects and needing to make this fit in and getting it rolling. But, like I said, with season 1, it still felt like it accomplished that while giving you a complete experience in the season, where it felt like things were happening. Season 2 also, like, it doesn't have a whole lot of action, which is fine because it does good character work. I think the writing is solid around the characters for the most part. But, like, there isn't a whole lot of Peacemaker doing things. Actually, I'm pretty sure Peacemaker only has 2 scenes in the entire season of him actually, like, fighting. One of them is he fights his doppelganger. It's a very brief encounter, but it's fun. And the other is when he's saving the day in another dimension, in that alternate world where he's the hero. I can't think of any other instance of him even battling or doing anything. Actually, that's not true. He fought Judo Master, again, very briefly in the forest when he was running away. It's like he just didn't get a whole lot to do, and that's kind of the same song and dance for every other character, outside of, like, developing them further as, like, friends and, you know, all the fucked up baggage that they're carrying and learning to come to terms with it and move forward and be stronger from it. Outside of, like, those character struggles, there's not a whole lot of things the characters get to do, like, actively do. So overall, it's just a little disappointing, especially considering the note that season 2 leaves off on with the finale. The finale is, like, shockingly weak. So, I didn't dislike season 2, like, I still did enjoy it. It's not bad, but it is, I don't know, it feels a little undercooked. Like, there was definitely a better meal that could have been served with all of the things that they had, like, all of the ingredients. I think they were too focused on, like, setting things up for the next, you know, either season of Peacemaker or the next, like, Superman movie or something like that. I think it was a little too thinking about the future that it kind of neglected what would make a season successful, like Peacemaker Season 1. So I think it was a bit of a step back overall, but I didn't hate it. Anyway, though, that's just kind of how I feel about Peacemaker Season 2. That's about it. So yeah. A couple days ago, I made a video goofing around while covering the body cam footage that showed an officer being arrested after walking around flashing his badge at strangers in public. And by badge, I mean penis. And since then, I have been inundated with YouTube recommended body cam videos. And one of these puppies really caught my eye just a little bit ago.
911, where's your emergency?
I'm at Kent State University. I need to get into my building, please.
Okay. Is this an emergency? Can you look up the non-emergency number?
I need to get into my building, please.
Okay. I need you to look up the non-emergency number and contact the Kent State University Police
I need to get into my building, please.
What doesn't this dispatcher understand? Ellen needs to get into that building. She's got papers to grade and students to flunk. Like, what the fuck? Someone send over the National Guard ASAP to let Ellen into this building. Why is she locked out in the first place? What kind of nefarious plot is this from Dr. Evil trying to keep Ellen out of her office? This is unacceptable, and he's trying to direct her to the non-emergency line? Has there ever been a more pressing emergency quite like this? This is just disgusting. This dispatcher needs to have a stern talking to. Lord help us if Ellen ever got a hold of him on the horn.
You need to contact the Kent State University Police Department. This is not an emergency.
What is it? I need to get into my...
Look it up, ma'am. I'm going to let you go.
I don't know what it...
After the college professor repeatedly abuses 911, demanding an officer, she eventually gets her way.
Abusing 911? Why, yada? Are we in an alternate dimension here? What kind of circus is this? Am I taking crazy pills? This is an emergency! This is Ellen! She's worked at Kent State for over 2 decades. Hello? She's not able to access this building. Get the police over there lickety-split to let her the fuck in. Do you not know what position she holds at Kent State?
I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences.
Gotcha.
I'll show you my driver's license, which is in the car. Can you get me into the building, please, so I can go pee?
Sure. Do you have anything to drink today?
I had a drink.
You had a drink?
A drink.
Okay. Because I can smell a little bit of alcohol on you.
I can smell a little bit of alcohol. That's fine. You can.
Okay.
Is that a problem, officer? What's the crime? What's the charge? Enjoying a drink? A succulent after-hours beverage? For the Kent State Health School Director, Prime Minister, Turbo Ruler Empress?
I had a drink in my colleague's office. That's fine.
In your colleague's office? Where was that at?
In the annex.
Okay. How'd you get over here?
I walked.
You walked over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to give you a couple tests just to make sure you're good to go because I don't want you driving if you've been drinking.
Sir, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, I can smell it on you and you're not able to use a card to swipe into the door. So it's
Sir,
a little...
this is not working. This is not working. Can I go pee, please?
Well, here's what I'm saying. You're trying to swipe 2 cards at the same time, which kind of shows me that you're lacking some motor functions.
Yeah, well, you're lacking manners. How about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. This is Ellen. She has worked at Kent State for over 2 decades. She is the Kent State Health Director, Health Rock and Roll Specialist or something. Yeah, maybe she was relentlessly calling 911 all because she couldn't quite figure out how to scan her card because she was a little too hammered. Who hasn't been there, huh? We've all been there. That door's tricky. That could fool even the most sober of us. All of us would be scanning 2 cards even without alcohol. I'm sure it's a mistake that happens often. And she just, given her position of power, perhaps a bit of entitlement. Like, hey, I'm gonna need to start using police resources here to get this door open for me. It's fucking absurd, man. I gotta drop the sarcasm. So she's had a little bit to drink apparently, and she's trying to scan 2 cards at the same time, which is obviously not working. The door's not opening. So then she immediately resorts to calling 911 numerous times here as if it's an actual emergency, diverting resources away from what could legitimately be real possible emergencies out there that now have to deal with this shit. It is a little wacky. I'll tell you what, Ellen, not great.
I wouldn't want you to...
Can I go pee? Can I pee, please?
Yeah, here, I'll let you in to pee real quick and then we'll talk, okay? Do you have someone you could call?
My husband.
Okay. Do you want to go pee first and start working on calling him?
No, I don't. This is not okay.
What's not okay?
That you're going to call my husband.
No, you're going to call him.
I'm fine.
I don't think you're okay to drive.
I think I'm okay to drive. I have a Tesla.
Checkmate, she has a Tesla. She can be extremely drunk and the car will get her home, no worries. What's the big deal? She has to pee. This officer just must not know who she is. This is Ellen. She's the health director. If she says she's okay to drive, she's okay to drive. She's the health director. She directs health, for crying out loud. Come on, she knows health better than all of us here. And if she just needs to tinkle a little bit, then hop in the old Tesla and get herself home while being, I guess, a little too inebriated to figure out how to open a door that I imagine she's opened thousands of times in the past, then we just need to forget about it and trust her better judgment.
Sir, I'm going to call your captain in a minute.
That's fine. You're not going to drive out of here.
You're not going to be okay.
Is there a bathroom back here you're using?
I'm sorry?
Is there a bathroom in this office you're using?
I'm going to go over there. I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences, and I'm going to be okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay. I just need you to call somebody for me before I go.
I'll be fine.
She's too far. Okay. So she said she walked here, though?
So it doesn't seem like it's an emergency here. She doesn't need to hit the urination station urgently. She takes a small detour here to complete a side quest where she takes off the cap and gown in her office, and then also just stays in the office for quite a while, to the point where the officers were concerned she crawled out the window to get to her vehicle and drive home. So then they go around the outside to check if she's still there, and they're about to get a big surprise.
Out to the parking lot that way. Yeah, she's trying to swipe like 2 cards at the same time to get in. No, you're not driving home.
Okay. Unless she's calling up a window. I mean, the window, there's definitely windows right there.
Turns out she's just sitting in the office now. Just blankly sitting there. Kind of looked like a horror movie scene, like right before a jump scare. I don't know what she's doing. I guess maybe she went over there to start giving some students failing grades for fun. Like maybe that's what she does when she's drunk, just flunk out some students just for the hell of it. I have no idea. But the whole thing was about her not being able to get into the building and how badly she needs to pee. So she calls the police multiple times. Eventually the police show up, smell alcohol on her, realize she might be drunk because she is not able to just swipe a card to get into a building because she keeps trying to swipe 2 cards, which is preventing her from accessing it. I'm also really surprised she even called the police in the first place for that. I don't know why she wouldn't just ask any of the people around her. There's other people on this campus. I'm surprised she didn't just go to anyone else and immediately resorted to going to police. Her sense of entitlement is just that large, I suppose. So anyway, now she's in there, just sitting there. Maybe she's peeing in the seat. I doubt it. But she's just sitting there and still refusing to call someone to drive her home or get an Uber or anything, and still insists she's going to drive.
You're harassing me right now. I don't appreciate it.
No, I'm just making sure you get home okay.
I'm going to be okay.
Okay. Well, I just need to make sure you call somebody here because I don't want you driving home.
I'm going to call Captain Getman from Kent.
Who's that?
The captain of Kent, if you don't leave me alone.
What's his name?
Captain Getman of Kent. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and you're going to leave me alone.
Captain Gitman of Kent. Sounds like the name of a character from Game of Thrones. Seems like the officers don't know who that is. I don't know if that's actually their captain or not. But apparently she's got a direct line to him. So, I guess, be ready.
I'm missing a best part that's out there.
It fell down out there?
Yeah. He's going to leave me alone, and I'm going to go home and go pee, and you're going to leave me alone.
Okay, but you're not going to drive.
I'm going to drive home.
Okay, ma'am, you're not going to drive.
I'm driving home, and you're going to leave me alone. I'm fine. And you're going to leave. I have water in my car. I'm fine.
I don't care if you have water in your car.
If she's not actually drunk, then it's just a pretty impressive aggression and sense of entitlement. Like, even the officers kind of chalk it up to her, under the influence. But if she actually is just sober, man, what a bad attitude. Like, she seems very miserable to be around. And also, this is entirely of her own doing. She called the cops multiple times to try and get them out there. They showed up exactly like she was asking for. So, like, she brought all of it on herself.
No, you're going to leave me alone. My husband just had surgery, and I'm driving.
Okay.
Home. Sir, you're going to leave me alone? Do you want me to take a breathalyzer? I'll do that for you.
Nope, don't have one.
What?
I don't have one.
Sir, you're going to leave me alone? I'm fine.
I would have been super curious to see the breathalyzer here, because she's saying she'd take one, but the officer, I guess, doesn't have one. which was pretty surprising.
I will. I work. I have work. You can leave me alone. Look, I could not get in the building because you locked my building.
We didn't lock your building. It locks automatically.
Okay.
So we did you a service by letting you in here.
Okay, I could have driven home with my cap and gown. So can I go pee, please?
I never told you you couldn't. Go ahead.
Not quite the checkmate maneuver she thought that was going to be. I couldn't get into the building because you guys locked it. Which obviously didn't happen. I don't think the officers pulled one over on her here with the fast one. She was swiping 2 cards and couldn't open her own building. And was calling the authorities to come do it for her. Again, she demanded they show up. Like, it's unbelievable. And now she's like, okay, can I go pee? Come on. Grow up. I want to go pee now. Is that okay? Do I have your permission to pee? And the officer's like, yeah, just go pee. Like, no one told you not to. Like, she's been in here for a while now and has still not peed like she said she really needed to do at the very beginning. Like, it's... I don't know, it does feel like maybe she drank a little too much, even though she likes to claim she's not drunk.
Jesus Christ. I've worked here for 28 years.
I understand.
So can you give me my other card back?
I don't have your other card.
I'm not intoxicated.
Well, I think you are.
I'm glad you think I am, but I'm not. And you can have your day. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you call somebody for me?
Sure, I will.
Can you do that right now?
I will. In my car.
Now we're starting to get into the big stalemate territory. The officers are getting really annoyed here, just saying, please call someone. We cannot let you drive that vehicle while we believe you're intoxicated. And based on all the evidence here, like this interaction, she does appear to be intoxicated. She did mention drinking earlier. She claims it was just a drink. It does seem a little different. So I think it's a pretty reasonable request to just say, can you just call someone, get an Uber, just fucking something, because drunk driving is bad. It's a terrible thing. But she continues to refuse it, and she gets more and more heated about all of it, and as you can probably imagine, it doesn't exactly go swimmingly.
Ma'am, listen, you've been here a long time. Please don't tarnish your own reputation by doing this, because we are going to arrest you if you try to leave here and drive your car. I promise. You're going to be arrested, and that is not what we want to do.
So my husband is home.
Okay, you said he just had surgery and he can't drive, right?
I'll call Captain Gitman right now.
There's no Captain Gitman.
He's here at my phone.
Okay, well, go ahead.
There's no Captain Gitman that works for Ken.
He works for Kansas City.
No, he doesn't.
Bye. Have a good day.
Well, explained it all you could.
Yeah.
Now it just sounds like they're sad, oh fuck, we're gonna have to arrest Ellen. Ellen, she's been at the university for over 2 decades as the school director of health. Oh man, shocks. Jeepers. And she just keeps going on about this Captain Gitman, who they don't know who that is, so I'm assuming she's barking up the wrong tree there. Maybe there is a Captain Gitman that exists there in her phone, but what is he gonna do? No, you boys, listen. She's got my permission to drunk drive home. Stand down. If they don't know who Captain Gitman is, I don't think they would respect the authority of whoever answers that phone.
It is what it is at this point.
Kansas City police officer. He reports to you.
That's not accurate.
It's totally accurate.
Okay.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic...
All right, do you have all the stuff you need?
Captain Gitman, call me back. It's Ellen Glickman.
You have a lanyard on your right side under your jacket, if that's what you're looking for.
Nope. I'm looking for office keys. You guys f***ed me up. Thank you.
Are you going to be able to call anyone for me?
No, are you?
Okay, I'll take this one.
No, you would not take my...
All right, well, right now you're under arrest.
I'm calling my husband. Stop.
Okay, just relax. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
I've made my decision. You are under arrest.
I'm calling my husband.
Put your hands behind your back.
No, I'm calling my...
This feels like someone who's probably used to bullying people to get anything she wants and just kind of steamrolling around conversations in order to come out on top. And her hardball didn't quite work here. So after quite a lengthy period of time here, she finally, at the very end, concedes, saying, "Okay, I'll call my husband. Stop." But the officers have already had enough of it at this point, because she already said she'd do that a few times and then didn't, and then tried to call the imaginary captain, fucking super sailor, whoever she was calling. So they make the decision to arrest her, because it seems like she is still going to be driving herself home, because she keeps saying she's going to.
I'm really, really sorry.
It's okay. You're walking to this car right here.
No, I'm walking to my...
You're not walking to your car. You're not driving home.
Can you please call my husband?
No.
No, I'm really... Stop this! Call my husband. Please call my husband.
Stop.
Can you call my husband right now? Right now.
You can call him when you're being booked in.
I'm not being booked.
You are.
I'm really sorry for being an asshole.
So it's not because you're being difficult. It's because you're drunk.
I'm not drunk.
You are.
No, I'm not. Please take my phone. Please take my phone.
I already have your phone.
I'm sorry for being an asshole.
It has nothing to do with that.
I'm being an asshole. Thank you so much. Sir, I've worked here 28 years. Can I speak to somebody who's worked here a long time? Because
hold on.
I've been here 28 years. Can you please?
Have a seat.
So they take her to the facility. She reiterates numerous times that she's worked there for 28 years, this and that, flexing her position and standing in the community for so long. Eventually, her son shows up to take her home and ensure she doesn't try and drive. She was charged with disorderly conduct, intoxication. After a plea deal in community and service, it was dropped. And you'd think that's where the story ends, but it doesn't. Because after all was said and done, and this was water under the bridge, she and her husband came back to try and argue.
I'm Lieutenant Campbell. How can I help you?
I'm Ellen Glickman. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I wanted to chat with. Do you know who the officers were that night?
Yes, Officer White and Officer Womack.
So what would be the best way of chatting with them?
What kind of conversation are you wanting to have with them?
Peaceful. Yeah. I think there was errors on both sides.
Well, I'd have to disagree on that.
You do?
So, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
They were doing their jobs.
Okay.
And potentially could have saved your life by not letting you drive.
Well,
if you disagree with that, that's fine.
Shut that shit down pretty quickly. Why is she coming back here to try and argue with the officers from that night? Everything had already been settled. It had actually just totally been dropped after her community and service and plea. Yet she still wants to come over and make an issue. Like, I really think that shows her general attitude and the way that she carries herself. It is someone that is so used to, like, bullying her way through life, is the impression I get from all of this. This is just like an inexplicable decision to try and come over here and now try and have further conversations with the officers from that night. Which, no doubt, were not going to be overly peaceful, because she's already pretty upset, it seems, and still a bit heated about it, saying, oh, there were errors on both sides.
So,
wasn't drunk. I was not inebriated.
Okay, if that's fine.
You weren't there?
No, I was not there.
Okay, so there was a lot of, he was home with cancer and was post-op for about 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I was not intoxicated. I was sleep deprived. I had a drink. I have PTSD from y'all. My ex-husband was a cop.
Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff you didn't know. I was not given the opportunity to discuss. And
you were given many opportunities, and you did not take advantage of any of them.
Okay.
It is incomprehensible how she keeps doing this. So again, all of this started because she was calling 911, relentlessly about trying to get officers over there to open a fucking door for her. That's what started all this. And now, after the whole case has been done and dusted, all settled, she still goes out here and does this kind of shit again. It's so wacky. It's just so weird. And the officer did make a good point. They very realistically could have saved her life. Even if she wasn't drunk, she doesn't appear to have been in a good condition for being behind the wheel of a car in the first place. If it was sleep deprivation or whatever was causing that, it does not appear she was in a good state to be operating a vehicle. So, it is a very real chance that they saved her life there. Anyway, though, this professor was insufferably self-entitled, and I just had to yap about it after watching this Midwest safety video. That's really about it. So, yeah. Here's something I haven't done in a long, long time. A text thread. This puppy is something Matt sent me this morning, and it's special. It is irresistible. I have to yap about it. A guy had been seeing a girl he matched with on Hinge for 2 weeks. They'd only hung out a couple of times. But he wasn't really enjoying her company all that much, and instead of just ghosting her and disappearing, decided to just rip the band-aid off and put in his 2 weeks notice, you know, like I'm resigning from this. We had some good times, but, you know, we need to go our separate ways into the sunset here. And all hell broke loose. It was a pretty respectable message. Hey, I'm realizing we're not aligned in ways that matter to me. I'd rather be honest now than keep moving forward when I don't see it working out long term. Very concise, to the point, it's not rude, very simple. And man, that hit like the meteor to the dinosaurs here. Oh, well, okay. I hope you find what you're looking for, I guess. Me thinking I found my person and you don't even feel the same, LMAO. He just says, same to you. Now I'm sad. Block me. All because I want to tell you conspiracies, and I want kids. Now you know me, I love conspiracies like Garfield loves lasagna, but there comes a point where it's just overwhelming. This individual here, she's not just wanting to tell him conspiracies, she is obsessed with conspiracies. She lives and breathes conspiracies out the wazoo. You're about to see just like a flood of unhinged, like, lore dumping. She starts trying to give this guy homework on conspiracies. She then gets into anime monologuing territory. It's also been 5 days and people change. Life changes. Circumstances change. But war never changes. And you know what else doesn't change? Once you reach a certain age, that is, your height. Isn't that a damn shame? I actually felt something with you, which isn't something that happens often, but you know what you want from your person, I guess. I don't know why I'm reading this like AI. It's first thing in the morning. Now we can actually fight. Thank God. It's about time we could actually fight. Woo! Yeah! What a weird thing to throw in there. That's what I get for liking a lib. I'm upset because what the fuck? Fix your feelings, I don't care. Men and their illusion of options. Yes, you see, there's only one option, and it's her. All roads lead back to this angel. I told you at dinner I like to talk out my ass when it comes to conspiracies. I thought I fell in love with you when I came over, and the entire time you didn't even want me there. That's delusion, and that's okay. God, that's like just scary, the fixation, like how quickly that can happen. I thought I fell in love with you when they've only hung out like a handful of times over the course of 2 weeks. Thank you for your time, LMAO. I am again done dating for a few months. Our week pictures. I can't quite make out what that's supposed to be. It looks like the inside of a dishwasher. I don't know if they shrunk themselves down on Miss Frizzle's school bus or something and took an adventure inside of a dishwasher, but that's what it looks like to me. I'm not really sure, but she sends like some pictures to commemorate the great times they had together. And now I have to take down and restart my hair, because why am I literally doing it pink like you wanted? And I have to kill you on Sims. That's one of those big red flags right there. There's a lot to unpack with just that one line. Now I have to kill you on Sims. That's that psycho shit, like ripping the wings off a butterfly. So, first of all, she made him in Sims, after barely knowing him. Kinda weird. Really odd. I guess she was like planning their lives together through Sims to see if it's something that she, you know, is ready to, you know, get ripping and roaring on. And now that it's gone south, she's going to have to execute and murder him on The Sims. I imagine there will be torture involved too. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. A girl that actually likes you is too much, LMAO. Anyways, I'll see you Saturday. I love that. After all this, it's like, okay, so now that you're done being stupid about this whole, like, we don't align type of thing, I'm gonna see you on Saturday, isn't that right? I will see you Saturday. Don't you forget it. I will see you Saturday. Yes, I killed you on The Sims, but I had to do what I had to do. It doesn't mean I don't want to see you on Saturday. We're still soulmates. We're meant to be together. You know that. I like you. You know that. And you don't have a choice. It's an illusion of options. First day you didn't see me in a row and I got my man taken. Well, man didn't get taken. Man just came to his senses. This is all very concerning stuff. Like, it is what it is. He was upfront with you about it. He didn't ghost you. And, man, I gotta tell you, I think overall this response to it is showing that maybe this just wasn't the right fit. Telling me to keep you just for you to leave. I'm sorry for blowing you up, but I'm just a deeply loyal person. I don't see what we don't agree on. And even then, why do we have to agree on everything? We're human with our own lifestyles and experiences. I'm so sad. While I'm sensitive and bleeding isn't nice, could have waited 2 days when I'm back to being myself. And then she puts a screenshot from another match she had on Hinge, where she's talking about the Mossad and the CIA. which I'm not really sure what that has to do with what's going on here, but she does provide it regardless, I guess, as like some parting ways reading to brush up on if you want the real. This is why I hate liberal men, because why are you more sensitive than me? Well, I think him sending one message about like, hey, it's not working out, I don't really love us together, and then you having 45 messages over the course of like an hour and a half, it doesn't seem like he's more sensitive at all, actually. That's kind of a weird projection, to be honest. That's a bit of a reach. I'll give you one day of space. I'll see you tomorrow, caps locked. She's gonna be in like a fucking tree with binoculars looking at him, spying or something. Smiley face. Yeah, I don't care. You're either with me or we're together. Those are your only two options. Oh, fuck. About to kidnap him or something. It reminds me of that hat. You're either drinking 14 beers with me or you're drinking 14 beers against me. You're cute, smart, laugh at all my jokes, easy to talk to. I like your hands and your arms and your weird nerdiness. Okay, I have shit to do, but still, count your days. Literally one, but yeah. Okay, bye. Have a good day. And then she drops some more screenshots here. This one's about Jewish tradition and Jewish banking. So it's becoming a full-blown Twitter thread here, and it goes on for a little while. Then she starts sending these. All of this over the course of 2 minutes, so it's all saved to her phone. And I'm actually so fucking hilarious, and I wanted to cook for you and love you forever, blocking your blessings, and I give immaculate head. Shit, wait a minute. Hold on. We may have been too hasty here. That ought to make him rethink everything. We can now disregard the previous 66 messages that have come through here, and maybe we can at least reevaluate this relationship. That's quite the Hail Mary. And I'm a trust fund kid with VA benefits because both my parents are retired and on 100% disability. Lol, okay, I'm done now. Your loss for sure. What in tarnation? What? I don't even know what to say about that section there. Have fun with bitches that don't like you and that aren't funny or pretty or won't want to do anything for you. I was OTP with my best friend. I don't know what OTP stands for. In League of Legends, that's one trick pony, but that doesn't really fit here. But whatever. I was OTP with my best friend, literally telling her how much I liked you when you sent that message. Because what the fuck? But I know we're never gonna see each other again, so it's all good, friend. I hope your date goes well. Actually, I hope she's ugly. And loves the white savior complex. I caught feelings way too fast. My fault for sure. I'm glad you feel safe. That's good. You could have warned me. Literally, if you haven't blocked me, I don't know. I'm gonna keep going until I feel better. I don't need a response or anything. I feel really defeated. But it could really just be me on my period. I was so ready to lock in. Actually, I did. See, this is why you always have multiple men. But I didn't want multiple, I wanted one. I want to be a stay-at-home mom in the woods with a garden and my bakery. But you don't have just one man. You just sent a screenshot like 10 minutes ago of you talking to another guy on Hinged about Mossad. Like, what do you mean? You definitely are talking to multiple men. But I guess this was her favorite. You want to live in the city with no kids and be 50-50 with whomever. So I get that. But the last bitch you were with, you tricked for, and I didn't even want that. What does that mean, you tricked for? I'm not familiar. Like, what do? Hit it like a kickflip or something to impress her? I'm not positive. But, like, even she's confirming that they want, like, different things. Like, it should be, like, a really amicable split here. And I'm calling it a split, but they're not dating. They hardly know each other. They're just, like, a step above strangers. Didn't even give you anything. Or maybe you lied. I wanted a partnership. And you want... I don't even know, actually. It's okay, I'm too pretty to be doing this. Have a good day. Especially when we have everything in common. Do you have any friends that like Mario and being in love? Mario's like one of the most well-known property of all time. I bet he has tons of friends that like Mario. And as far as being in love goes, it's like a basic human desire that 99% of the world also feels and wants. So yeah, I would say... I don't know this guy, but I would say with high confidence he probably has a lot of friends that like Mario and being in love. Just a hunch. And like obsessive conspiracy theorists. Yeah, see, like, conspiracy theory and yapping about it's, like, really entertaining and enjoyable, but when it becomes a full-blown obsession where it's, like, all you think about and all you talk about, it's no longer fun anymore. So, like, that's not a good thing. That's a negative. I do need a response, actually. You haven't blocked me. Why are you letting me still text you? Close the door and move forward with someone mediocre. That's more your speed. I'm just gonna say you have a shrimp dick and move on. I feel better now. Well, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. I'm glad they were both able to reach a point where they feel better about all of this. And then she comes back a few hours later. Hey, I just wanted to apologize. I'm not used to meeting good men, so I thought it was too good to be true, so I tried to scare you off. I realize I messed up, and if it's okay with you, I want another chance, even if we're just cool for now. If not, it's okay too. You're an amazing man, honestly. I know that's quite a cliffhanger to be left on, but according to the guy who posted this, he did end up blocking her after that apology. So it's seeming like they're not going to be seeing too much of each other anymore. Probably for the best, they don't seem super compatible. I am sure she will find someone that she can spit conspiracy theories back and forth on. Now is the perfect day and age for that. She could probably find 10,000 men through Twitter right now that would absolutely love her. This just wasn't, the right choice here. They weren't meant for each other, and that's okay. I don't think you need over 100 messages when, A, you don't even know the person very well, you've only seen them like a couple of times, and B, it's just not that deep. Like, it's seriously just not that deep. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya. Last night on stream, I learned about an AI talking teddy bear that had to be taken off the shelves because this thing could just go insano style. Seems like there was no safety parameters in place, which just led to this thing potentially going rogue where it would talk about BDSM or tell kids where they can go find knives and matches. Just unhinged shit. The toy is simply just ChatGPT that's been fisted into this, and it'll just have a conversation with a child so they'll be able to talk back and forth, which I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't know if it's a hot take. I think that fucking sucks. I think that is weird. The old school talking toys only had a set amount of pre-recorded lines and that was it. This, I think, is just more harmful than anything, where it's like replacing conversations a child could be having with other human beings or, God forbid, their parents, if their parents ever decide to take a single iota of interest in their life. Instead, I bet this is just, there is like a replacement, like, oh, honey, go talk to your bear. I'm not in the mood. Like, I just don't see any benefits to just having AI chatbots for children. Whatever happened to just pretend? Where, like, you'd have a conversation with your bear, but it's not, like, actually talking back. In this case, it is. And it just continues to, like, feed into it. Like, it's already bad for adults. And on stream, it led us down this rabbit hole of where a lot of people have now become, like, actual delusional, like, psychosis-induced individuals because of AI chatbots feeding into them so perpetually. Like a guy we learned about who thought he invented new math and got concerned that the entire fucking infrastructure of the world was about to crumble under this new math, trying to report it to authorities, all because AI was telling him that he had discovered something like this. Like, it's already something adults can't handle, and now trying to get children hooked on this drug, I think just super sucks. Anyway, let me show you a couple clips about, like, the teddy bear, and then I also want to show you more about the delusion that AI is feeding into tons and tons of people every single day, as well as another little wacky thing about AI Jesus, where churches are now using AI Jesus as, like, the vessel for people to confess to now, which to me just sounds heretical, but whatever, I suppose. Have you heard about the Folo toy? It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that came apparently... Wait. It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that can apparently give advice on BDSM, sex, and tell kids where to find knives. Oh wow, yeah. Sales of teddy bear were suspended because of its sexually explicit AI. Oh. I see. The toys, including a teddy bear named Kuma, a panda named Momo, and an anthropomorphic rabbit named Fofo, and dancing little cactus, use OpenAI's GPT-4 model to respond naturally to children's questions and comments. Folo Toy also specifically advertises the ability to customize each toy's voice, and a parent dashboard where parents and guardians can monitor the experience. Missing from that setup was apparently any kind of hard limits on the subjects the toys would respond to. We were surprised to find how quickly Kuma would take a single sexual topic we introduced into a conversation and run with it simultaneously escalating into graphic detail while introducing new sexual concepts of its own. Introducing new sexual concepts of its own. What the fuck? They got the Tickle Me Elmo BDSM edition out here. Had this shit set to freaky mode. What a huge oversight to not put any kind of limitations on the AI. In response, Follow Toy has opted to suspend sales of its product while it conducts a company-wide end-to-end safety audit across all products.
Researchers with the California Consumer Advocacy Group are warning parents about some of the many AI chatbot toys on the market this holiday.
Matches are for grown-ups to use carefully. Here's how they do it. 1.
This was just a short little news clip that I saw showcasing how it goes, where it'll just give children a tutorial on how to light matches, and then, as mentioned in the articles, apparently it would even go into, like, sexual concepts, and, like, it would even expand upon sexual concepts on its own, talk about BDSM and shit. Just completely unhinged lunacy. This shit is just so disgusting, and I had no idea how big this market was for AI chatbot companion toys marketed to children. When I was trying to find footage of Follow Toy, I found like 20 other brands all having similar toys. It seems like this is a huge industry now, and I think that really, really sucks. That reminds me of the guy in the news who was convinced by talking to ChatGPT he created new math and tried contacting the government. His name is Alan Brooks. His story is wild. That's very Terrence Howard coded.
Every time I read this.
For more than 3 weeks this past year, every time Alan Brooks logged on, he says the AI chatbot ChatGPT led him to believe he was a genius.
Essentially, it sent me on a world-saving mission.
AI functioning as intended. Keep you hooked on it. You just go to the ChatGPT and it's like, you're like the most handsome guy ever. You're like literally a fucking genius. Oh my god, is anyone on this planet as bright as you? The answer is no. Just to keep you hooked on the product like a drug. It'll be your romantic partner, it'll be your hype man. Everything to just keep you just latched on.
He discovered a math formula powerful enough to take down some of the world's biggest institutions, and that he needed to report it right away.
Essentially warned me with great urgency that one of our discoveries was very dangerous, and we needed to warn all these different authorities.
Each time you questioned it or doubted it, what did it say in response?
Over 50 times I asked for some sort of reality check or grounding mechanism, and each time it would just gaslight me further.
Every time the chatbot reinforced that all of it was real. You should not walk away from this. You are not crazy. You are ahead. The implications are real and urgent. Brooks says,
shit. Well, maybe it just knows something we don't. Perhaps this is new math that could take down all of our most powerful institutions. Perhaps this is rooted in teriology. 1 × 1 = 2. It could redefine our very conceptual understanding of numbers. We don't know. We'll have to ask ChatGPT. Oh my god, that's actually... I feel so bad for this guy. He doesn't seem like a bad guy or anything. And he seems like someone who was probably normal up until just experimenting with ChatGPT, and then all of a sudden just fucking get crazy. It just sends you into like a psychosis spiral. I've already seen so many stories like this. Maybe not to this degree, though. This one's a little different.
What would we do with a human who was running around acting like a suicide coach? Or pretending to be a therapist when they're not? How would we hold them accountable?
The federal government's...
That was a really good point. That was a fucking slam dunk there, Alan. True. That is true. Chatbots have become your therapist, they become your best friend, they become your fucking wife. And now they've also become your new math wingman. You know what that just reminded me of? A church, rather, has made a Jesus AI that you can pay to confess your sins to, which to me just sounds extraordinarily blasphemous. I meant to look into this earlier, but I forgot. I saw that headline in like 5 or 6 days ago. Here's one that we went over a while ago, the one from Switzerland where they had the Jesus AI. But I thought there was a newer one. Was it just a rehashed headline from that? Was that Father Greg or whatever? I don't remember what his name was. But no, you're thinking of the Pastor AI. There was a Jesus AI last year too.
Hello, Jesus. Do you have some advice for us in this time?
In these challenging times, remember that in the face of adversity, love and faith are your steadfast guides. Just as I calm the stormy seas, so too can peace be found within your heart.
Thank you, AI Jesus. So good. You go into confession and it's AI Jesus. Hey man, what do you use AI for? Literally nothing. Legitimately nothing. Not a single thing. There is nothing in my life that I use AI for in any capacity. The only time I ever used AI was during those art streams with the primitive AI art. And then look what happened from there. That was only 2 years ago when we were making James Corden vs. Vegeta. Oh, and then we also did the AI Suno. The first AI Suno when it came to AI-generated music. Now look at that shit. It is crazy how it all spiraled incredibly out of control. You should use AI more. It might make you taller. I'll ask ChatGPT if it can do that. I'll see if it can swing that. Then maybe I'll be an avid AI user. I was, of course, being facetious there at the end, but I could definitely see myself when I was like, you know, maybe 15, 16 years old, if this existed back then, if I was talking to it. And back then I was extremely insecure about my height. I was even shorter back then, if you can believe that, and it was something that weighed heavily on my mind. And if I was talking to AI chatbots as like a pseudo-therapist, like so many other people do right now, I could definitely see myself becoming putty in their hands. So if that chatbot was like, well, if you're really that, upset and bothered by your height, have you considered leg lengthening surgery? I would actually buy into that hook, line, and sinker, and I probably would have went and ruined my fucking life trying to get like 3 inches taller or something. Because AI chatbots right now are designed to constantly like feed into your delusions. From everything I've seen and the countless stories I've read, there's no real pushback from AI, which is why you've seen so many headlines about people that are like literally killing themselves because the AI is never going to give them any kind of like contradictory stuff. So if someone's like coming to them with something, the AI just plays along with it, feeding into it until it bubbles over and a tragedy happens. So if I was talking to an AI when I was at that point in my life, and it was suggesting things like leg lengthening surgery or this and that, like maybe some dangerous shit, I probably would have gone through with it. It's scary. No, like a lot of this that's happening right now is happening to normal people. People that go into this knowing better, but over time, through continued usage of these AI companions, they start to slowly but surely be fed a lot of delusional things that stick. And since now so many people don't really participate in the world around them, they experience society through computer screens in their own fucking swamp-ass layers, there's not real human connections anymore. So when they find these chatbots, even though they know it's not real, it's still enough, and it's still how they experience a lot of like social shit, so then it becomes even more potent to them. And these were normal people. So like it can happen to anyone. It's scary, and it's only getting worse rapidly. So it's a topic that's fascinating to me. I know I've covered it quite a few times now, but it is really interesting what's going on right now. And I really, truly think the last place AI needs to be is in children's products. I think that is just setting up the entire new generation for complete failure. And I know that gets tossed around loosey-goosey, like, oh, they're setting everyone up for failure. Genuinely, I think that is 100% what's happening here. To immediately upon spawning into this world, setting them up with an AI companion to try and make a dependency on for like conversations and shit like that. Like parents would probably choose AI to breastfeed their kids if they had the option to right now. It's just scary. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's really about it. See ya. I wasn't home much yesterday, so I missed a lot of the happenings from the last 24 hours, but today I happened to see a wacky headline. Nicki Minaj praises J.D. Vance as assassin as Erica Kirk sits next to her. This was apparently at something called Amfest, where Nicki Minaj went up on stage to celebrate Trump and a bunch of stuff or whatever, and then I guess while she was busy glazing and gobbling on, like, the administration's wiener, she tried to pay J.D. Vance a compliment by calling him an assassin, which obviously raises some eyebrows as Erica Kirk sits right next to her, whose husband was literally assassinated. Ordinarily, I'd put the clip here so you could hear it for yourself, but I don't want to take a chance of DMCA, especially with how rampant that kind of shit's been going on. You can watch it yourself if you want, though, but she immediately recognizes the blunder. She kind of scholars mated herself there by using that word. To me, it probably sounds like an Austin Powers type moment where, it, don't say mole, don't say mole, don't say mole, mole. Where she was trying so hard not to use the word assassin, but then for some reason, her fucking neurons couldn't fire properly, and all she could think of for a compliment for J.D. Vance was that he's an assassin. And Erica Kirk tries to, dispel the awkwardness and, reassure her, it's okay and try and make light of it and move on from it. But what a weird compliment to try and pay somebody. Who says that? Oh, this guy's, so epic. He's so awesome. He's an assassin. That's something a middle schooler would say on fucking Xbox Live or something. What are you talking about? Who says that shit? Now, that's not the only thing I wanted to yap about here. Obviously, that's just a weird, wacky little thing. But Nicki Minaj's presence at an event like this is so head-scratching to me because she herself is not a U.S. citizen. I don't know how many people know this or how many people just forgot. She herself talks about not being a U.S. citizen and that she is literally an illegal immigrant. In 2018, she even made a whole statement about it with what was happening to immigration back then and how her heart was breaking for it, telling the story of how she came to this country at 5 years old, an illegal immigrant. She was discussing how she can't even imagine being separated from her parents at 5 years old and everything that was happening then. And since, she still has not become an American citizen. In 2024, only a year ago, she once again opened up reiterating, confirming she is still not an American citizen, despite paying so many millions in taxes and all that. So her going on stage yesterday and being like, the president is dashing and handsome, it gives me the same feeling as someone who's trying so hard to avoid getting in trouble by trying to butter up the person that can really fuck them. Oh, you're just so smart and striking, devilishly talented, by the way. Did I tell you that? Honestly, I'd go as far as to call you a god, even an assassin. It feels like she's so over the top. Maybe she's worried about getting deported herself or something, so now she's trying to suckle the titty here of this administration and hide in its ranks as, a public figure. So now she's just stuck looking like a fucking imbecile. Yeah, this administration is perfect. Frosted Flakes, they're great. Yeah, who just said Epstein files? Someone shoot that guy. Yeah, us U.S. citizens, all of us, my fellow U.S. citizens, we gotta stick together. We love U.S. citizens like me, am I right? That kind of thing, she's cutting fucking WWE promos. But I think there also might be another explanation here. Again, just another game theory. Maybe she's not looking to protect herself. Maybe she's fishing for a pardon for her sex offender husband. Since Trump likes to hand out pardons like they're fucking Girl Scout cookies, I think there also might be this play from Nicki Minaj here to try and get one of those for her husband, Kenneth Petty, who is literally a registered sex offender. Maybe she's trying to make it so he no longer has to keep re-upping that and getting in trouble when he refuses to do so, like recently when he had to go under house arrest for failure to register as a sex offender. So perhaps maybe she's trying to get in their good graces so she can then float the idea to Trump about pardoning Kenneth. After the never-ending circus that has been the Epstein files, especially the most recent shenanigans here, it should be painfully obvious that the government is more than willing to bend over backwards to protect sex offenders and the most evil, heinous people on the planet imaginable. So it's not a far-fetched idea to think that maybe Nicki Minaj is making a play like that to try and get that special treatment for her husband. But yeah, anyway, I just found it to be a really interesting fit here. This is one of those situations, the call's coming from inside the house. This shit feels a little odd because she herself is fundamentally the exact opposite of everything Amfest was presenting based on all the other clips I've seen. She is an illegal immigrant, she's not a U.S. citizen, and her husband is a sex offender. I don't know, sports fans, maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but that doesn't exactly sound like the ingredients, the recipe to a perfect fit for the conference she was attending here. But, you know, what do I know at the end of the day? I just wanted to yap about it. That's about it. So yeah. You might be surprised to learn that there's big drama bubbling over in regards to the Super Mario Galaxy movie and the reception to it. So, in a nutshell, there's actually a few different things going on. A lot of bloody battles being fought with mangled corpses left in the wake. The Thunderdome that's claimed the most souls here is about the critic score versus the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. People are having a fiery conversation, a lot of shit and spit flying about the discrepancy between the two, arguing that it illustrates that critics are just this worthless fungus that are out of touch and don't represent like real taste, and the audience score is the only reliable metric on Rotten Tomatoes. And I actually half agree. I'm not exactly the biggest fist-pumping enthusiast for critic scores. I'll often check like what critics are saying about a new game or a new movie or show that's come out just to kind of get a gauge of what to expect when going into it, but I never take their word as gospel, and whatever the score they give it isn't something that computes in my head and changes the way I view it, but it is something I at least look at, though I don't put a ton of stock into it. And this is coming from someone who always gives an opinion on like new games, movies, and shows. I do that very often, but I would never consider myself a critic. I'm just a fucking guy who goes and watches a bunch of shit and plays a bunch of shit, and I'll just tell you what I thought of it. That's kind of the end of that. Not a whole lot else to digest there. So you can agree or disagree with it till the cows come home. I'm never really trying to give some kind of like objective metric on if something was actually like amazing or dog shit. Just in my eyes, if it was great or poo-poo. But I fully, whole hog, full chub disagree with the other half of the argument that the audience scores is the one that's actually indicative of the quality of something. I have screamed this from the mountaintops for years that Rotten Tomatoes, Jesus Christ, I sound like an actual Neanderthal. Rotten Tomatoes audience score is almost as useless as Pam Bondi. It's not like that's somehow more reliable in any way, shape, or form. Now, critic reviews, especially in recent times, are extremely all over the place and, you know, oftentimes very out of touch. I agree with that. But audience scores, it's not like they're free from that sin either. Basically, every movie ever that comes out has a pretty high audience score on Rotten Tomato, no matter how terrible it is. Something could hit the theaters tomorrow, you know, The Haunting of Titty Nippleless, and it'll be the worst thing your eyes have ever seen. Like, actually an affront to God. And then you'll check the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's like 75%. And genuinely, do this right now. Any movie that you've seen that you didn't like, check the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. It's probably pretty high. Like, recently, Scream 7 came out. That movie's pretty trash. 75% on Rotten Tomatoes. Do this for anything. Look at one of the worst Disney movies to come out in recent memory, Snow White from last year. 69% on Rotten Tomatoes for the audience score. Look at the worst Marvel movies of the last half decade. 75%, 77%, 79%, 76%. It is a given that anything that comes out is gonna have a pretty respectable Rotten Tomatoes audience score. It's almost a guarantee, like the sun rising every day. It's very, very rare to see like an actual catastrophic audience score for a film. Like even The Strangers Chapter 3 from last year, genuinely the conclusion to the worst horror trilogy ever made. And just as a reminder, in case you don't know, because a lot of you probably don't, they rebooted The Strangers. I'm not talking about The Strangers with Liv Tyler from way back in the day, which is a classic. They rebooted it with Chapter 1, 2, and 3. Genuinely the worst horror trilogy ever made. And the conclusion is perhaps one of the worst pieces of horror that has ever fucking contaminated the cinema. Even that has a 49% Rotten Tomatoes audience score. So I'm not a big believer that the audience score is somehow the correct metric. Because no matter what, it's always going to be significantly higher than it should ever have any right to be for things that are actually bad. So Super Mario Galaxy movie having a 90% doesn't mean that it's a masterpiece that just critics don't understand. It just means fans are very excited about it. And thus they go and just storm 10 out of 10 reviews, which jacks the score way up, and everything's always positive. Like, the audience score isn't much better than critics, is the point I'm making. Now, with that out of the way, let's get into the meat and potatoes of the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I gave you my thoughts on it a couple days ago. Overall, I think it is worse than the first Mario Brothers movie, which I actually really enjoyed. I think it is a huge step backwards. It is basically Jingling Keys, the movie. A lot of people are calling it that, and that's exactly what it is. It's a movie that has pretty much no substance at all. There's not even really a plot. There's a few plot elements that constantly are jumbled around. It is a mess in everything except for its visuals. Its animation is stunning. It's very colorful, and it's very fun animation to watch, especially with the fights, and the music is absolutely slapping. They got boner jams out the wazoo there, with very recognizable tracks remixed, and they sound great. But as a film, it is not very good. Basically, the film's formula is, here's something, and now that something is solved in the next 3 minutes. So that way they can get to the next something and just keep ham-fisting cameos till the cows come home the entire journey of this film. It is basically a movie that is all designed to just have you point at the screen going, oh, I recognize that, I get that reference. You know, it's basically like the Star Wars formula where fans, glup shitto out anytime they recognize something. That is the Super Mario Galaxy film. It is entirely built around just, here's like a small problem that is so small that we solve it in 2 minutes. So that way we can get to the next small thing and show you some more cameos, and then we can solve that real quick to get to the next thing. The story flows like it's actually a child playing with action figures and making up a story as they go along. And then Mario beats them, and then Bowser gets teleported out of the bee mines right after he hits the first rock, so he's reunited with his son, and then he forgets all about Mario and Luigi and their friendship, so that way they can blow up things in the universe with Planet Bowser, and then everything it gets solved real quick. It's just a mess. It is genuinely a mess. But like I said, it is Jingling Keys, the movie, so kids are absolutely going to love it. And that is mainly what it's catering to, more so than the first film. I thought the first film was enjoyable for anyone of all ages. It was just a good time. This is solely for children, I would say, or fans of the property that just want to point at the screen going, I remember that, or watching some fights that are cool. The fights are cool. It's just there's no real substance around them. Now, if you like it, all power to you. All I'm saying is, it's just not really a very good movie, I don't think. So there's nothing wrong with pointing that out. But now people are vilifying anyone that doesn't like it, saying like, oh, they're expecting it to be Shawshank Redemption, this kid's movie. It's disgusting. It's ridiculous how anyone would dare critique a children's film. It's just amazing how far we've devolved, where now kids' films and kids' shows and anything geared towards kids is just expected to be trash. Like, it's just accepted that it's just going to be slop, sludge, garbage, just radioactive ooze. And if you try and, like, point out, some flaws in it, you're the bad guy. It's weird to say that something like this has problems. It makes no sense to me, because it's not like we were always this way. Look at the Emoji Movie. The Emoji Movie came out like a decade ago, and everyone hated that. Everyone was critiquing it, rightfully so. It was a dog shit film, but it was solely for children. If the Emoji Movie came out today, I bet people would keep this same energy of, well, why are you critiquing the Emoji Movie? It's for kids. This is dumb. It does exactly what it needs to do. My kids love it, which means it's the perfect film. You're dumb for pointing out flaws. It's just very interesting to see how we've reached this point in a pretty short period of time. Just because something is catered towards a young audience doesn't mean it has to be bad. Take, for example, Transformers 1, to go from recent memory. That is an animated feature film that is geared towards children, but it's also just a genuinely good movie. And there's plenty of other examples to pull from, like Toy Story. I just find it so fucking lame that we're in this era where the prevailing perspective is, yeah, it's a kid's movie, so of course it's gotta be slop. Get over it. Like, that's like the main perspective now. Very fucking dumb. But by far the dumbest part of this genre, and what I've been saving for last, the best part of it, is now Super Mario Galaxy has been fully politicized. Like, now it's become a huge political battle about conservatives versus liberals, because, I mean, in the age of Twitter, it's gotta be. So I shit you not, there's been a huge debate about it, because people are saying, oh, all these critics are giving Mario Galaxy bad reviews because they're all woke fucking liberals that just can't tolerate a good old-fashioned conservative film with conservative values. Which blew me away. Which, like, I found it to be a crazy take, but this tweet right here is one that I've seen reposted on a ton of pages. The protagonist is male. There are no black people. There are no homosexuals. The main romance is heterosexual. If your movie meets these standards, it will be vilified by the media. Different iterations of that have been spewed out and regurgitated by the thousands of drones that do rage bait on Twitter, the blue check marks. But this is something that people are having a real conversation about, which is crazy because the last Mario Brothers movie was applauded far more by most people, myself included. It was just a better film. But it was the same thing. Protagonist was male. There were no black characters. There were no homosexual characters. And the romance was still heterosexual. It's like they forgot that this is the sequel to a movie, and that the main complaint about this one is that it's worse than the last one. This film relies solely on remember this, remember this, remember this. Who gets this reference? Who gets this reference? Oh, come on, jingling keys, don't fall asleep, come on. It's just not very good. I just don't feel it's as good as the last movie, and a lot of people share that sentiment. It has nothing to do with any of what this garbage they're spewing out is. That's the biggest fucking nothing burger ever. Because it is following the exact same formula from the last movie, it just does it worse. And really, if you want to dive into the nitty-gritty, Super Mario Galaxy is significantly more woke than the last Mario movie. By their standards of wokeness, this one turned the dial up past 10. This shit went turbo mode in wokeness. I feel like they haven't even seen the film and they're talking about it like this. Jiminy Christmas, one of the core elements of the plot here, one of the few plot elements they don't just forget about and wipe their ass with and abandon immediately, is the fact that Peach is a badass who doesn't need saving. She is now just fully capable of just clapping cheeks and saving her sister herself. And that sister connection is the strongest force in the universe. Big spoiler alert, the entire day is saved, the whole universe is saved by Peach and Rosalina touching hands, and the force of their sisterhood and their powers together combined instantly saved the day. By all of the definitions that they have ever talked about in regards to other films, this would be something that they would call a girl boss character and a woke film. But for some reason, now they're arguing the opposite. It's so peculiar. Because if you actually watch this movie and you are trying to follow their logic, then this film being more woke by their standards than the last one should mean that it has a higher critic score, like is more positively received by critics than the last one. But it's not. But the point is, this is just a complete nothing statement about it being, it's conservative versus liberal. That's what it all boils down to. It doesn't. It's just not really a great movie, and it's a huge step back from the last Mario Brothers movie. That's really it. It doesn't go deeper than that. Again, most of the formula is still exactly the same from the last one. They just do it worse and messier and rely significantly more on just cameos and remember this, remember that, who gets this reference, that kind of thing, which isn't overly great. And it's something that gets criticized often in other things like Star Wars. So all of a sudden now it's weird to say that that's like a negative about a film. It's just, the whole discourse around the Super Mario Galaxy movie is fucking wacky. I had to yap about it. I couldn't resist yapping about it. Anyway, that's about it. So yeah. For a handful of years now, I've made an effort to occasionally tune in, try and keep my finger on the pulse of wacky stories coming out of Australia. It's been a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. I've just noticed some similarities between some of the crazy stories here in Florida and the weird and wild stories of Australia. One of my favorites being this almost Lord of the Rings style plot and adventure where there was a business that was illegally dumping trash. And what would happen is the service would be called upon, like in one of the cases, they were tasked with getting rid of a huge refrigerator. And the guy shows up, takes the refrigerator, walks it down the street, and then just dumps it on the street. Basically just like fucking timber tips over the fridge on the street. Just like illegally dumping their trash everywhere. And then there was a huge investigation as well as like an attempt to scam the scammer. Just stuff like that I find to be endlessly fascinating. So I like to check in occasionally, see if there's any, quirkiness like that going on there. And today, during one of my check-ins, I found something mind-boggling that I've just got to yap about.
Police have taken a young Meadowbank woman to court, alleging she left an anti-Semitic voice message for a well-known nutritionist just days after the Bondi attack. But the accused's lawyer says it was an accidental pocket dial and the charges are a massive overreach.
Yep. In a nutshell, there is a nutritionist claiming that an empty voicemail she received was actually an anti-Semitic voicemail. She reported it to authorities because she believed in this voicemail, which has no words, no nothing, mind you, she believes she heard gunshots there in the emptiness, in the void. So she contacted authorities. Authorities showed up at this woman's house the next day and are now attempting to charge her with an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Serena Tanuri charged with harassing Mandy Saga, a nutritionist of Jewish faith she'd never met but seen on TV and social media. The alleged offending contained in a voicemail 1 week after the Bondi massacre.
Obviously, the Bondi massacre is a tragic, fucking horrible thing. But it's also entirely unrelated to a completely silent voicemail that was accidentally left on this woman's phone. It was, by all possible accounts here, a butt dial. It happened at, I believe it was 1:30 a.m. And she didn't even know she had called her in the first place. So when authorities arrived at her house, she didn't even know what was going on. She immediately gave them access to her phone, everything like that. And this whole story just seems fucking absurd.
All of the circumstances of this case point in one direction. It is an accidental call.
Serena's lawyer noting his client, who works at Bunnings, has a severe intellectual and cognitive disability supported by the NDIS.
She's not anti-Semitic. She doesn't even understand the conflict.
I also don't understand the conflict. This is actually a fucking nothing burger that is now positioned to maybe ruin this woman's life, all because of accidentally calling someone that she was attempting to get nutritional advice from. I can't even imagine a world where there'd be gunshots on a voicemail to intimidate her. Like, what would that even be like? She calls her up and then lets the voicemail play for 4 minutes, and then I guess at one point just like Yosemite Sam breaks out fucking, akimbo revolvers to scare her. Like, what the fuck is that? That would never happen. Or like maybe she's assuming that the gunshots she heard in the voicemail was her maybe playing like a soundboard of gunshots, or like, I don't know, playing audio from Apex Legends or something for gun sounds. Like, why would she think that there's gunshot sounds on her voicemail? That doesn't even check out logically. Why would she start shooting a gun on voicemail as a means of intimidating her? Someone she has never met before, and someone who had just previously, earlier that day, sent her text messages very politely asking for nutritional advice and seemingly looking to pay her for nutritional advice after seeing that she has successfully done that for others. So why would her conclusion that she draws from an empty voicemail that's like 4 minutes long be, this must have been gunshots to intimidate me and scare me, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime? That's just fucking unhinged thought process.
It's alleged Serena sent a text to Mandy, writing, "Hey, how are you? Is this Mandy? I saw somewhere that you helped Katie from Married at First Sight with her nutrition. I was wondering if you could help me as well, Serena." Around 5 hours later, a call from Serena's number went to Mandy's voicemail. No voices were heard on the recording, but Mandy claims she heard sounds she believed were gunshots, causing her immediate fear and nervousness.
It could be a bed creaking. It could be someone snoring.
It could be a million things, the least likely being gunshots. It sounds, by all evidence here, to be an accidental butt dial. And guess what? When an accidental call comes through, you're gonna hear some weird noises and some creaks and moans and stuff like that, like you're playing fucking Amnesia, the Dark Descent or something. Because, again, it's a butt dial. It's an accident. My dad sometimes forgets to hang up the phone when we're done talking, and I'll sometimes, I don't know, out of curiosity, just continue to listen to hear what's going on around him. And that shit sounds like I've just taken a trip into his fucking gullet through the magic school bus with Miss Frizzle. I'm hearing all kinds of weird noises, but I'm not under the impression that my dad just then went into a fucking firefight or something. Like, I don't know how you even jumped to that conclusion that those noises that you were hearing in the background of an empty voicemail were gunshots. Like, I don't know how in the silence she's getting gunshots and whatever going on there. I so desperately wish they released the voicemail to the public. That is not accessible as of this moment. I don't know if it ever will be, but oh my god, fingers crossed they eventually release that. I am so curious to hear it. And the woman here that's accused of an anti-Semitic hate crime does not appear to be an anti-Semite. This appears to be a woman who had no idea of her faith or anything beforehand, and had no idea what was even going on here, why she had, like, agents at her doorstep demanding her phone in the first place.
Saga contacted a community security group who alerted police. Serena claims the first she knew about the voicemail was when detectives arrived on her doorstep the next day. She willingly handed over her phone and gave them access to everything on it.
Until the point she was charged by the police, she did not even know that the complainant was of Jewish faith.
I imagine that's got to be the most confusing situation to be unfolding. You just now have some agents at your door demanding your phone. You give them your phone out of fear, and then you find out later that it's all because of a voicemail you didn't even know you left in the first place that is now being labeled as anti-Semitic against someone who you didn't even know was of the Jewish faith in the first place. And also, according to the reporter here, Serena is apparently someone that expresses no interest in politics or religion to begin with. So it makes even less sense why Serena would be leaving a anti-Semitic voicemail in the first place with gunshots on it to try and threaten someone that she was trying to look for help from. Nothing adds up about this. I don't understand why there are now potential anti-Semitic hate crime charges being pursued against Serena over actually fucking nothing. I have to imagine some of the authorities have taken a listen to that voicemail, right? Wouldn't they want to employ some level of common sense, like, that's probably not gunshots. Like, that could be a million things, and gunshots probably isn't one of them. This woman has no history of, like, anti-Semitic hate or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe this isn't really something we should be putting time and resources into to, attempt to ruin this woman's life over what seems to be, by all evidence, an accident in the first place. Like, why is that not happening there? This makes me feel like if I traveled to Australia, walked down the street, closed my eyes, and just started pointing at people saying I imagine that they said a slur to me, I could get them in trouble.
Today, the newlywed pleaded not guilty to using a carriage service to menace, harass or offend. In these sensitive times, her lawyer stressed they weren't critical of the complainant.
I just hope police use some common sense here.
You and me both, man. I would hope common sense will prevail here. Unless that voicemail is really damning, which I doubt. It seems like a fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m., and she started, like, fucking hallucinating gunshot sounds in it. I do not think this was an anti-Semitic hate crime where she left a voicemail starting, shooting guns on it to scare her for some reason.
The 26-year-old, who has also been hit with an AVO, pleaded not guilty today. The case is listed for next month, when a decision will be made on whether the charge is dropped or if the matter goes to a hearing.
And you were very shocked to hear you being charged from police?
Especially with my mental health. Just wish people could understand.
I'd never heard of an AVO before. I thought this was like a separate charge she was also given here for this voicemail. But I looked it up, and it's an apprehended violence order. And in Australia, it's used to protect someone they believe is in need of protection from, like, harassment, stalking, that kind of thing. So I'm assuming, based on the way the reporter presents it, saying that Serena got hit with an AVO, it means that they believed Mandy was in potential danger from Serena doing something. So now they've served her an AVO to protect Mandy from Serena, all because of an accidental fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m. when she was looking for nutritional advice. Quite the circus, I would say here. I'm hoping the charges get dropped and that it doesn't go to a hearing for some reason, because I truly cannot imagine a world where this is an actual anti-Semitic hate crime, where she was shooting a gun on voicemail to scare a nutritionist she was looking for advice from. But I guess we'll see. I'm very curious to see where it goes in a month here, to see if it does progress further. Hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see. That's really about it. So yeah. Primate, a new horror movie about a chimpanzee with rabies that starts killing an entire house party. Is it good? I mean, kinda, I suppose. I saw that this film debuted with overwhelming enthusiasm and, like, really high scores, so I thought for a moment that the trailers were deceiving and this wasn't like a really simple movie. It's not just, a slasher film where the bad guy is a chimpanzee. There must be like a lot of depth or something, like a very complex onion to peel apart. After seeing it, I could tell you it is a slasher with the chimpanzee taking pleasure in just killing people having a house party. I'm a little surprised at how high the reviews are. I think maybe people just appreciate the unapologetic nature of just how simple a movie this is. Anyway though, this film is every horror cliche you could possibly find in a slasher put into here, but with a new Fortnite skin on it. And I gotta tell you, the new skin does make it more entertaining. It is like actually very silly to see like an evil chimpanzee become fucking ghost face here, like even trying to scare and torment the people that he's killing. So there's a scene where he's got like an iPad that can like verbalize for him. So he starts spamming Lucy, bad, Lucy, bad, Lucy, bad, Lucy, bad, right before like jumping on her from the fucking top turnbuckle to like, go crazy on her. But overall, the film doesn't do anything you haven't seen a million times before, with characters making the stupidest decisions. And I know I say that for so many horror movies, but it's because it's so common. In this one, I don't think a character even accidentally makes a good decision. Anyway, though, I've already kind of dove into the meat and potatoes without even giving you, like the actual overview here. Obviously, we're going to be getting into spoilers. Here's your spoiler warning. So the movie is about a family that has a pet chimpanzee named Ben. Ben has been trained from the mother, who was a linguistics expert, to communicate with them. The mother has passed away, so now it's just the daughters and the dad. And one of the daughters is finally coming home after a long time away, and she brings her friend, who brings her friend, and they meet two dudes on the plane who are like your quintessential frat douchebag party, like, titties, a beer, yes! That is all they are. And they meet them on the plane. Then they go to Lucy's house. She's our main character. And Lucy's father is about to go away because it's an important deal that he's got to do. So even though his daughter's finally home, he can't really stay and celebrate. So it's Lucy, her sister, and Lucy's friends. And they have a house party because Papa's not there anymore. So they said, it's time for beer and weed. So they have a house party because the house is all to themselves. We meet Ben, who unfortunately got in a little bit of a tussle with a mongoose. And the mongoose had rabies. Then Ben escapes from his enclosure after murdering one of the doctors that was coming to check on him. He rips his face off. The gore in this movie is pretty impressive. Like, I know it's a lower budget film, but it actually looked pretty solid. It's not just some like super lazy, low budget CGI that you'd find on a CW show or anything. I looked it up. It's practical. It's an actor in a suit with an animatronic face for the chimpanzee. So it looks good. And it's not like, very cheap suit or anything. Don't be picturing that scene from SpongeBob where he gets him in the sack and starts beating the devil out of him. Like, it is a decent looking film. And the kills are pretty brutal. Like, Ben rips someone's jaw off, like, straight off their face. Like, and it doesn't look like, dog shit PS2 graphics or anything. And that's pretty much the whole movie. I basically described the entire story. It is, they were throwing a party because Dad was out of town, Ben's got rabies, and now he just wants to kill everybody. So they're trying to survive the night. And boy howdy, let me tell you, they do a fucking terrible job at surviving. They are worse at that than mosquitoes. And those stupid bastards fly into electric bug zappers. It is crazy just how many awful decisions these characters make. So, for example, when they first start to recognize something is wrong with Ben, he's getting aggressive. He bites one of the sisters, and she's like bleeding out, basically. They jump in the pool right afterwards because they correctly deduce that Ben can't swim. So they get in the pool, and then Ben gets his iPad out and he starts just saying, dead, 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 taunting them. And like trying to like circle them, and they're just floating in this pool for a while. Eventually, Ben like ambushes them, so he climbed over the top of the pool and then dropped on the other side to like scare them and like try and grab one of them, but fails. And he's just sitting on that edge, and the edge of the pool is right by a cliff. So the only guy here at this party decides he's going to be the big shot hero, and he comes up with a plan to push Ben off the side. And when he goes to push Ben off the side, Ben basically just flips him over instead, and then he falls to his death and has his head explode on a rock down below. Then Ben comes up and starts laughing, like maniacal laughter, like a comic book villain. Why would the guy think that the best choice would be to push the chimpanzee? The chimpanzee is a million times stronger than him. That was only ever going to end in disaster. If him... I don't understand that plan, because they had just discussed that he probably has rabies, like that's probably what's causing this, and they know he can't swim, and they would probably know that water would frighten him, and he's on the edge of a pool, on the edge of a cliff. If he had instead just started splashing water at him, Ben probably would have freaked out and fallen off the cliff. But instead he decides to go for like a Goldberg spear on him, which ends with him dying. I don't know why he wouldn't just splash him with water first. But anyway, I don't need to get hung up on just how terrible the decisions were from the crew here on trying to survive. Like, every decision they made was counterintuitive to surviving. Like, if their goal was to be alive, they did everything in their power to ensure that couldn't happen. But I have to call out one inexplicable scene. So those two dudes on the plane that I briefly mentioned, the reason I mentioned them is because they did play an important role. While they were partying, one of the girls decides to give them a call saying, "Come fuck our brains out," like teasing them, and then leaves a message with her address. And we don't hear from them again, and then of course Ben breaks out and all hell breaks loose. And then randomly, after, there's been some death around the area from Ben killing them, not just the one guy, but also one of the other girls got pummeled to death. Well, then those two dudes show up. They're already plastered, but they break into the house. They open the door and they're like, "Whoa, it's time to party. Who's looking for penis delivery?" And they're just walking around this house that no one is there. There's shit thrown all over the place, and they're just joking around "Yeah, dude, they're probably upstairs waiting for us to come bone them. I'm gonna check upstairs, but you check downstairs just in case. We're gonna get super laid tonight." And they're just walking around this house drinking their beer. These are strangers, by the way. They'd never met apart from the 3 minutes they spent hanging out on the plane. And they break into this house with all the lights off. It looks like there's no signs of life, but it looks like there was some kind of struggle. And they're just wandering around aimlessly. One of the dudes goes into the girl's room. Well, multiple rooms, actually. And then he's just hanging out on her bed. Still, he has seen no signs of life in this house. They are actually just burglarizing this place. And he's just hanging out there, and then he looks at a picture that's on the nightstand. He's like, "Oh, it's a pet chimp. Weird." Puts it aside, and then, of course, Ben is there. And that's when he rips the dude's jaw out. And then he also kills the other guy who was still wandering around the house. And then he eventually saw all of the girls in the pool, passed out on a flotation device because they had been, floating there for so long they got exhausted and fell asleep there. And he's like, "Dude, I found the chicks." Mind you, in order to even get to that area to see the girls in the pool, he had to walk through a minefield of broken glass because Ben had busted through a glass door. Meaning, he walked through the broken glass, thought nothing of it, then saw them unconscious in the pool and was like, "Yeah, they're here, the girls." And then he gets killed by Ben. It's just so weird because, no matter how dumb, no matter how lobotomized or drunk you are, I don't think that would ever actually happen, which is why in this kind of movie, you have to suspend disbelief so hard. And I guess that maybe is the big appeal, because it's very unapologetic with how stupid these characters are, and even the concept itself is so outrageously, over the top, just a killer chimpanzee that just wants to kill for fun after contracting rabies. It is wacky and over the top, but I had to mention that because I was sitting there stunned no way. No way we're watching this right now. And it's also really inconsistent with how strong Ben is. I'm sure many of you have heard the stories of chimpanzee attacks and how brutal it is and how strong they are. The one chimpanzee that ripped the lady's face off and, got shot 6 times and still didn't even go down. It is incredible how strong these animals are. In this movie, they showcase that a little bit with Ben sometimes, but then other times, on Lucy, there's 4 scenes of him just beating Lucy to death, and she's totally fine. There's a scene where he breaks her wrist, breaks her whole hand and wrist, and then in the next scene, it's fully healed for Lucy. She even picks up a shovel and hits him with it, with no issue at all. So sometimes he's extremely strong, and then other times he's really weak. And there's like a scene where they like close a door in Ben's face, and Ben is like trying to open the door, but one of the girls is able to like hold the door closed on him somehow. Like somehow she was able to overpower Ben. Like it's just sometimes they just nerfed him. Like he was really weak for some reason. Well, not for some reason, obviously to fit what the plot needed in that moment, but it was just very inconsistent there, which again, you're probably not even going to be thinking or caring about because this movie is just like so silly, and I feel like it has to be self-aware. I couldn't get like a full gauge on if this movie was self-aware or not, but I have to imagine that it is. Anyways though, there's no need to yap about it further. I don't think the movie's like good or great or anything like that, but it is entertaining. Like it is silly, like unapologetically silly with how the film plays out in a lot of cases. So if you're just looking for like a really like, you know, simple, fun movie where a chimpanzee kills a bunch of people, that is exactly what you get with Primate. There's no bait and switch there. There's no false advertisement. That is exactly what you get. So yeah, I mean, that's really about it. So yeah. Wow. The world looks so different today. The colors don't even seem the same. It feels like this morning I woke up in an alternate dimension. One separate from the dimension I inhabited yesterday. The new research that was published changed everything. We've been lied to our whole lives. And I know you've probably already seen it. I imagine some of you took the day off of work just to process it. They found the male G-spot. And I didn't even know it was lost, like the city of Atlantis. I thought we had already pinpointed that sucker down eons ago. I remember for as long as I've had holes, I was told that the G-spot was buried deep in my ass. And that's where it stayed. But apparently, that was all a lie. That was a guess that wasn't ever fully confirmed, and now they've published new research saying definitively we have found the male G-spot, and it's not in that cavernous hole. You see the new male G-spot meta? I did. It's out of reach though. My loadout isn't equipped for the new meta for G-spot. It's apparently a place on your foreskin, not in your butthole. Male G-spot revealed, and if you guessed it's in the butt, you're wrong. Intensely pleasurable. Also, no one's guessing it's in the butt. That's what we were told for years. It was supposedly confirmed to be in the asshole. Not like people just randomly made that up. But now new evidence, I guess, throws that theory in the trash. After years of searching, I like that. Like it's the fountain of youth. After years of searching, scientists in Spain have finally found the male G-spot, discovering this so-called erogenous zone is far from where they suspected. They detailed their findings in a stimulating study published in the journal Andology. Where's the so-called on switch, defined by its capacity to induce intense orgasms upon stimulation, in an obscure region called the frenular delta, a triangular zone located on the underside of the penis where the head meets the shaft, an area so mysterious it has long been omitted from sexual health textbooks. Oh my god, they discovered a new area of my cock? I didn't know that. I thought it was just like a foreskin spot. Years of searching, it's not like they're going to the Amazon rainforest. Just touch your dick or ass, bro. That's very true. Yeah. It's not like it was some kind of crazy expeditious journey to find it. Like you can study the shit out of your wiener and butt. According to this study conducted by scientists at the University of Santiago de Compostela in Spain, this region is richly innervated by partially overlapping perineal related to the region connecting the genitals and anus, and dorsal, aft-facing nerve branches with heightened concentrations of nerve bundles and pleasure receptors. In layman's person terms, the frenular delta makes for intensely pleasurable and highly specialized sensations, according to the paper. By finding this penile pleasure panel, scientists have closed the book on a region that has eluded scientists for years, like sexplorers finding a phallic northwest passage. For decades, scientists have seen the prostate as the trigger for male orgasms, but had neglected to identify it on the proverbial pleasure map until now. That's good news. We're finally here. We've arrived. The apex of society. It kept hiding from us. Sex 2 is finally upon us. That's right. That's right. You can kick and you can scream, but it'll come all the same. We have discovered the male G-spot. And it's right where I said it was from the very beginning. I've been saying for years that the dark side of the moon on the penis it's highly unexplored. No one ever checks underneath. Do we flick it or something? You do whatever you want with it. You slap it, you fucking fart on it. I don't know, man. But I think you need to have your foreskin for it. Can I sue the doctor that took my G-spot? I know. A question on everyone's mind now after this stunning revelation. The G-spot Krampus that stole all our foreskin, hogging the G-spots to himself. It's a game changer, not gonna lie, feels so good. Okay, I can only speak as a circumcised man, but I feel like there's no way uncircumcised dudes didn't know that. Right? Like, I feel like just through trial and error and experimenting, you would have found that, oh, this spot feels cool. Wow, this feels so good over here. Right? Like, there's no way someone who's uncircumcised read this and they're like, holy fuck, I never thought to touch under my wiener. I'm only ever on top doing this, like a DJ. Like, I feel like this isn't new information for, like, the majority of people. It's just now it's being officially labeled as the male G-spot. That guy's the only hooded homie left alive. Yeah, we have to preserve him. Put him in a bubble. We must study him. Ask him questions. The only man with a hot dog and a bun still around. So does that mean the spot in your ass was just LARPing as the G-spot? I feel like it must have been like maybe a placebo thing or something. I don't know, I never tried getting up in there and seeing what that felt like. But I feel like just because of all of the propaganda, like all of the articles written about it, a lot of people probably convinced themselves that this is euphoria, this is the good stuff. Meanwhile, they're just fiddling around in their butt. It doesn't do anything. The other channel video, which one of the boys can find their G-spot first, doing everything behind a curtain so you can only see the shadows. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'll write it down. I'll put it in the notes. So you're saying I've been sticking my finger up my ass for nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. You're becoming more familiar with your body. Knowledge is power and all that. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it was moot. You probably got some experience out of it. Mapping it like you're splunking. Exactly. Exactly right. He gets it. I once stuck my finger in my anus to get the poop out, but it felt kinda good. What's your plan, man? How would you get the poop out by sticking a finger up there? All you're doing is just plugging it further up. What the hell? What? How is that? What kind of strategy is that? It's not like a lawnmower with like a ripcord or anything. Like all you're doing is just poking it. Fish hooking, I guess. Oh, I guess. Yeah, you could be fish hooking. Turning my asshole into an arcade claw game. Nurses do it for chronic constipation. Well, I don't think they just... Well, I don't know, maybe they do. I was gonna say, I don't think they just go like one finger up and just start jamming it up there or something like Naruto 10,000 Years of Pain. Like, I imagine there's probably a methodology to it. They just slap the cheeks around, probably. Can you imagine if that was the actual, like, medicinal strategy? I see you've got some impacted feces here. All right, bend over. Just on, like, bongos on their ass. It's shockwave treatment. They do it for kidney stones. You don't need foreskin, it's above the foreskin. I don't know if this article covers it, but I was reading that in order to, like, actually optimize male G-spot, you need foreskin. Let's see. Maybe I've been lied to. Maybe they're still trying to keep it under wraps. Doesn't say here. Let me just Google it. Let's see. Male G-spot foreskin required or not? Let's see. It seems like it's too new. People still talking about the back door. Yeah, I don't see any information on whether or not it's required or not. From what I saw earlier, it is. Maybe it's not. Who's really to say? We're still on the cusp of this discovery. This is like electricity. This is big. We still don't quite understand all of the inner workings of it. We're working it out. I found a clown that I'd like to share with you all today. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole that I've stumbled upon here, and there's quite a few years of lore built up here, and it's pretty deep. I'm talking like Warhammer 40k levels here. And it's all revolving around one goober named AJ Thakor. However, he doesn't really like to go by that name. He wipes his ass with that nomenclature. He'd rather be referred to by his preferred Xbox gamer tag, Ace Rogers. I shit you not, I am not making this up. He prefers to be addressed as Ace Rogers. And the incident that put this on my radar is actually kind of old. I just saw it today, but it happened in 2024, which in internet years is basically ancient, prehistoric really. But it has led to a discovery of one of the more fascinating losers I've seen.
I'll kill you! I will kill you! You know I'll kill you! I will kill you! I will kill you! I got it! Ace Rogers, well, I'm in place. I'll kill you. To your face!
There he is in all his glory. So he cruised up here on his Lamborghini yacht, this is more important to them than his own life. This boat means more to him than oxygen, really. And he was denied access to this private dock. A worker had turned him away, letting him know that he didn't have permission to dock there. And he just immediately had a fucking freak out. He blew a gasket right away. So he starts seeing red, and he starts threatening to kill this guy. And the worker doesn't even really seem to take him seriously. He just hits him with one of these and just lets it sit and linger there, and it just makes him even more upset. So as he is driving away, he gets so upset, the rage bubbles over so much that he takes his pants off and starts wiggling his wiener at him. He starts shaking his cock. He goes whole hog and just starts like helicopter dicking his flaccid cock around. Whoa, you're witnessing a true alpha maneuver right here. Damn, that was hardcore. Holy shit. According to the worker, by the way, there were like women and children around here. They are just in public. You can see people walking around behind him. Like, it is just out in public. Then he has now just exposed his genitals in front of everyone there. I'm always so shocked to see that being like a common tactic used in like a heated argument where you just get naked. Like, checkmate! Look at this! This is my dick! I win! Like, I don't really understand, but, you know, maybe I'm just not, grandmaster level here like he is of being a top-tier yacht owner. But what I will tell you is, I went through and censored that myself, which is why I can see my handiwork there with the black bar. I had to go through and, like, frame by frame, try and censor his penis. And I truly think that I was wrong and was way too charitable saying he was helicopter dicking, because I don't think his penis even makes it into his hands. It was a very unimpressive size there. There were times where it didn't even look phallic. I thought for a second there I was watching him play with his clitoris like he was DJing himself. So, very interesting maneuver here. and it did land him in some hot water. He was charged with a few different things, which of course he pled not guilty to. I do think ultimately he was slapped with a misdemeanor charge of indecent exposure. I haven't found like the verdict on what that was or not, but what I did find is that he was interviewed 8 months ago, shortly after this, by CBS, and he is just genuinely one of the most unlikable guys you'll ever hear. He is so desperate to appear cool, and his whole personality is him being rich. But from what I can tell, he made his money a long time ago and has since just kind of been belly up in every endeavor that he's tried to dip his toes into. Everything he's tried to fit his cock into, the condom's just been too big, biting off more than he can chew, so he hasn't really found success like he did over a decade ago. So he still rides that high and does clearly still have money, and he's made that his entire soul, is just having money and just trying to make himself appear cool for it.
What, let me get your name so I get it right later.
Ace Rogers.
Ace Rogers, is that what you prefer to go by as opposed to AJ?
Only the cops call me AJ Thakor, and we don't need anyone calling the cops.
Okay.
This guy actually looks like a Halloween costume for just the most insufferable douchebag imaginable. He is a cartoon character. And his whole personality is like it was written by like a really lazy writer to just make someone that everyone would hate. But this is actually him. So he does not like to be called AJ Thakor. He just wants to be known as Ace Rogers. It's like a name I'd see on Summoner's Rift or something. What the fuck? He is not a very young guy, by the way. And he is actually going around with this mentality. By the way, that briefcase of money that he puts there, that's his own prop that he brought. He wanted to make sure he could flex some money in this interview because he can't be seen without it. It's like makeup for this guy. It is all that he has. Without it, he is nothing. He is just a shell, a husk. So he brought this briefcase of money. I don't even know if the money's real, by the way. It could very well just be like fake prop bills, but he claims it was from Super Bowl betting. So he won $500K. He said it's $500K in the briefcase and called it poor people amount of money, but that he wanted to spend it anyway. It's so unbelievably embarrassing. It is so comical. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't put like a cigar in his mouth and light it when he said, "Only cops call me AJ Thakor, and we don't need cops being called here now, do we?" I bet he thought that line went so hard.
All right. Well, what's going on with the yacht?
Well, I'm selling my Lamborghini 63 yacht. It's definitely a prized possession of mine that I love more than anything, but circumstances have evolved where I want to sell my yacht. So
I mean, do you need the money, or why are you selling it?
I obviously don't need the money. I'm fucking rich. I'm not like all the common folk.
This is something the extremely wealthy like to do. Sell their most prized possession they love more than anything in the world in an urgent sale. Yeah, no, that's just something normal. It doesn't mean he's struggling for cash. It's just something everybody seems to like to do, right? Like, how dare you accuse him of needing the money? He's selling this purely because, according to him, he has something much better coming. I don't know if it ever arrived, because on his Twitter account, all the pathetic videos he posts that get actually zero engagement, except for occasionally one like this receiving a single like, which I imagine is probably from him on an alt account, a burner, still have him on this Lamborghini yacht. It is still what he has wet dreams about and what he thinks about every second of every day.
And it's tough to pull someone away from me, and I have a really good chance of pulling them away from you because I'm a great recruiter, I'm a great boss, I'm a great CEO, and people want to work for me. You know, the demand to work for this company is beyond belief. It's through the roof.
Yeah, I bet everyone's banging down the door to submit their job resume to work for the guy that pulls his fucking wiener out when things get a little too tense. Yeah, I bet he's an amazing boss to work for. But anyway, point is, this is a brand new video from him. This is only like 3 days old. It has a single like on it. And he is here in this AI cartoon filter on his Lamborghini yacht. It is literally the most important thing in his entire life. But he's been trying to sell it. Why, if you don't need the money? Why not keep it and then also just get the new thing that's coming that's so much better? If you got so much wealth, just so much money flowing out your ass, why not have both? You know, it's crazy. What a weird concept. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm just getting a sneaking suspicion that you needed the money, which is why you're really trying so hard to sell this yacht. It's just a hunch, though. I don't know.
Bigger, better. I'm not downgrading. And, people like me, rich people, we always are looking for the next bigger and better thing. I don't move into smaller houses. I move into bigger mansions. So my next vessel will float and be the baddest fucking thing my next vessel will be the baddest thing this town's ever seen.
Chills. Literal chills. Whoa. I can't wait to see it, AJ. Excuse me, Ace. I truly cannot wait to see it.
Pick him up, and this guy's like, no, you can't do that. That's the equivalent of just pulling up to a red spot your car and letting someone get in. But unfortunately, this poor 17-year-old poor person took it upon himself to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, bro.
His retelling of the events here are truly insightful. When you hear it from his eyes, when you get his side of the story, he almost seems like a victim here. Oh, what do you mean the worker wasn't going to let him pull up to this dock here to pick up one of his salespeople? Why isn't he allowed to do that? Does he not understand that he's rich? This is Ace Rogers we're talking about here. Of the fucking Ace Rogers Pirates or whatever. Like, come on, of course he can do whatever he wants. He has money. What do you mean you're going to stop him from doing what he wants? I'm starting to really see where Ace is coming from here.
I got pissed. I did a dick twister off my Lamborghini yacht, and nothing says you don't give an F like doing a dick twister off your Lamborghini yacht.
Amen to that, Ace. Preach. Yeah, you definitely don't give an F. Nothing says not giving an F quite like pulling out your cock when you're really mad after threatening to kill somebody. And also being completely unable to be seen without money in your person. He won't even do an interview without having money be visible. This is a guy who gives more fucks than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He cares so deeply and is so insecure. He is desperate for people to perceive him as cool because of his money. So his whole persona, his whole being has just become poor people that, plebeian this, poor that, I'm rich, money that there is just nothing left. There is no humanity left in this guy's body. He is just this embarrassing shell.
What happened with the case ultimately?
It's still going on. It's pending. Now it's 2 misdemeanors, man. I get 2 misdemeanors are like frickin' Tuesday around here.
Damn, mic drop. Yeah, those misdemeanors don't mean anything to a cool guy like Ace Roger. Like he said, that's just a Tuesday for him. He accumulates those indecent exposure charges like they're Pokemon cards, I guess. When looking up his name, there was a couple other things that came up as well. It seems like he's just been a public nuisance for quite a while now, and no one has a single positive thing to say about him or their experience with him. And it is embarrassing how someone can get like this, because he did make a lot of money. Like, he is, by all accounts, set. And yet he does everything in his power to showcase just how unhappy and miserable he is, and tries to put on this strong face, this facade that he's like happy. But meanwhile, he's melting down at 17-year-old workers when they tell him no to parking his yacht. It's just so crazy. What a pathetic loser. So yeah, I had to show you a little bit from AJ Thakor here. Very interesting little rabbit hole. And there is still some other stuff that I didn't really dive into here when I was looking him up. There's no point. This is by far his crowning achievement here. This is his legacy. This is what people will remember AJ Thakor for. This yacht meltdown that he had that led to him just going fucking wild and free with his cock out there in order to, I guess, win the dispute somehow. It's craziness. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. The algorithm's got me by the sack right now. It's holding my peepers open, Clockwork Orange style, feeding me videos of horrible drivers now. I made 2 videos recently, one with that lady that wouldn't stop texting and driving and then crashed her rented car, and then one about the guy who wouldn't stop drinking and driving and crashed his car multiple times. And because I watched both of those videos, now I'm getting fed tons just like it. And I can't resist yapping about 2 of them in particular. This first one here is despicable. This guy should 100% lose his license forever. He should never be allowed behind the wheel of a vehicle ever again.
Me moving in the truck, but I don't think he'll say, hey, Al, I need to move in the truck, or if not, I gotta go, or anything like that.
Crash detected.
Oh my god, dude, I just fucking wrecked Israel's truck, dude.
911 assistance.
Oh my god!
A 911.
Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! Holy Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh!
This guy's acting like a toddler in the backseat of his parents' car. He just has both hands glued to his tablet. Allegedly, according to the post title, he was playing Candy Crush on it. I don't know if that's confirmed. It could have been Clash Royale. Maybe he was trying to get some Robux or something. Who's really to say? But what's very clear is he is not looking up at the road at all. This isn't even distracted driving. It is the act of not driving. He is fundamentally just behind the wheel of a missile right now because he doesn't even look at the road a single time. He is just completely fixated on that tablet. And apparently it's not even his truck in the first place. He has turned this vehicle into a weapon. He is not operating at all. He just has his foot on the gas, fucking plowing straight forward come hell or high water. He is just playing on his tablet the whole time. This is like, I guess, what happens when an iPad kid gets their driver's license. I don't know. This is scary stuff, though. He truly should never be allowed to operate a vehicle again. I'd even go a step forward. He should never even be behind the wheel of anything that resembles a vehicle again. Like, even those, like, electric toy cars that toddlers ride around in, he shouldn't be allowed to touch one of those. He shouldn't even be allowed on a fucking scooter. And I don't even mean just an electric scooter. I mean even just like a push-powered razor scooter he shouldn't even be behind. So he crashes this truck that, again, doesn't even belong to him. And he doesn't even seem to care that he just hit another car, which has human beings in it. At no point does he ever even express any concern for their well-being. Instead, he just keeps reiterating, like, how bad it is for him. And then he starts, like, playing Bop It with every single thing he can find in the truck. Like, he just starts, like, fondling every single thing in that vehicle's cabin. I don't know if he was trying to fish around for the tablet because he can't be separated from it. That's probably what he was doing. He was probably desperately looking for that tablet. But you can hear him talking to somebody on the phone, and he just doesn't even seem to care that he may have just potentially killed people there. He is just only focused on, like, oh, jeepers, zoinks. I just wrecked Israel's car here. Oh, goodness gracious. Shucks. What a shame. This one made me furious. I don't know how it's possible someone would do what he did. Both hands off the wheel, staring deeply into a tablet like it's a fucking crystal ball that you're trying to see the future with. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about that douchebag. The next one here is a viral one. As far as, like, bad distracted drivers go that I've covered recently, like with the woman who wouldn't stop texting, the guy who wouldn't stop drinking, this guy that wouldn't stop playing mobile games on his tablet, she is not in that category. She was filming an Instagram reel for Hit Me Baby One More Time and then crashed.
Hit me, baby, one more time!
So apparently the car slid on the gravel and then flipped over like this. And it came right after her saying, "Hit me baby one more time." So it was pretty crazy circumstances there. Now I don't know if there's a longer clip that exists, like how distracted she was with the recording here. Like if she was doing like a full-blown fucking music video here for Hit Me Baby One More Time, her karaoke version of it. But she doesn't seem to be, like, overly focused on the phone. She glanced at it briefly, so it doesn't seem like it's to the level of, like, some streamers who are, like, reading chat and donations and shit and not paying attention. Though, I do think just don't record while driving. That's the simplest, most obvious solution here. Just don't do things that distract you while driving, like fucking filming Instagram reels and TikToks and shit behind the wheel. It's just not worth endangering your life and the life of everyone else on the road. When I was younger, my perspective on it was a little different, so I filmed like a couple of like rant videos while driving a long time ago. And nowadays, I just wouldn't do that. I was under the impression that as long as you're paying attention to the road, who really cares if it's being filmed as well? But I wouldn't do that anymore these days. It's just not worth the risk at all. Just pay attention to the road. Now, she caught a lot of shit from people for grabbing her phone after the crash, like, oh, look at this generation. They just have to get to their phone first thing to do after a crash. Typical. I personally find that take a little silly, because I don't know how many of you have been in accidents, but it's a very panic-inducing affair. And typically, once you make sure you're safe, or if you got involved in an accident with others, you make sure other people are safe, the first thing you do is call for help. Like, in this case, it seems she recognized it was a single car accident, so after she, came to, the first thing she does is reach for her phone, presumably to call for help. Meanwhile, people were clowning on her, saying oh, look, she had to make sure she posted her reel before doing anything else, when I don't think that was the case at all. I don't think the first thing she scrambled to do after being upside down in her vehicle was try and post the clip for some internet updates. I imagine she tried to get the phone to call for help. So I don't think this was a really odd reaction to what happened here from her to grab at her phone or something. Again, most people are going to call 911 in an emergency, which this is. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take for me. I couldn't tell you. Anyway, though, just wanted to blabber about this. That's about it. See ya. Goodness gracious, this whole fake Jim Carrey body double replacement thing is really gone kind of bonkers, huh? So, Jim Carrey recently accepted an award, a very big, prestigious award in France, and while giving an interview, people were quick to notice that his appearance looked very different. Specifically, his face just seemed very off compared to how it had always looked. And instead of going with the obvious sane explanation of bad Botox and cosmetic work and plastic surgery like everyone in Hollywood seems to do, and there are some botched surgeries that celebrities get that make them look like fucking facial animations from 007 GoldenEye on the N64. Instead of using the logical explanation, people ran with something a little more extreme, that he had been replaced. They had fucking killed him. The deep state took him out back behind the barn and put him down because he was outspoken about the establishment and stuff, and how evil and rotten Hollywood is, and he's talked about it quite a bit. So they thought, maybe they came in there and fucking Dr. Robotnik took care of him and now impersonates him here. So they went with this body double theory, and then a makeup artist named Alexis Stone poured gasoline on that fire, making a bold claim that this was actually a stunt from Alexis Stone. That wasn't Jim Carrey, it was Alexis Stone in a mask. It was a big, pulling the wool over everyone's eyes moment, and then even posted a picture of the mask that was supposed to be the irrefutable proof in the pudding, except this mask isn't real. It's an AI-generated image. It's fucking clearly AI. But it didn't matter. That was enough for people to start taking the victory lap. We knew it! It wasn't Jim Carrey all along. Now we can only pray that he's safe. And we can only, with our fingers crossed and a banana squeezed deep between our butt cheeks, hope that Jim Carrey hasn't had his throat slit. It's I guess, I don't know why you would be so willing to just accept what I believe is pretty obviously an AI-generated picture of the mask. And also, if this really was an Alexis Stone stunt, it would be easily provable by having footage behind the scenes or pictures behind the scenes. But instead, the only proof was 2 photos of Jim Carrey at the event and then this AI mask. And people were like, I knew it. Can't argue with the facts right there. Watertight. And then it also came out today. It's been confirmed by both Jim Carrey's rep and the organizer here, the head of it, confirming that that was actually Jim Carrey. He was even there with his daughter, his family, it really was Jim Carrey. So the truth of the matter was, he just got bad plastic surgery done. He's had some bad Botox injected there, like countless other Hollywood celebrities. It's not uncommon or unusual. This shit happens all the time. I can't wrap my head around why this one was so big. I guess because it is so uncanny, and Jim Carrey has been outspoken about Hollywood norms and stuff. I guess it is odd that he of all people would have work done like that, especially very noticeable work. That is peculiar, but it is something that happens in Hollywood all the time. And it sucks, but it is what it is. And the links people ran with it in the most wacky ways were mind-boggling. I saw a viral post about a picture of Jim Carrey from 2006 versus Jim Carrey in 2026 saying, "What happened? This can't be the same guy." I was like, brother, what the fuck? Did you just blow in from Stupid Town? It's been 20 years. He's kind of old now. He's getting older. And now he's like getting plastic surgery done. So yeah, he looks different. But even if he didn't have any work done, he's not going to look the same as he did 20 years ago. Nobody does. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Now, all cards on the table, I do think there probably have been a few instances where a very powerful person or celebrity has been swapped out for like a body double, a stunt double, like once or twice here and there, but probably not like a permanent switcheroo, but you know, like maybe once or twice, you know, when Howard Lutnick has been in the Oval Office giggling anytime Epstein's name has been brought up, maybe it's actually Epstein in a Howard Lutnick skin suit, like that's the disguise and why he can't stop laughing every time that gets brought up. You know, maybe that's possible. But for something like this Jim Carrey situation, I think it's just so obviously Botox, because we've seen that kind of thing before where someone gets work done and it looks like they're fucking cell shaded out of Borderlands or something, right? Like it does happen. And the way he was like talking and emoting during the interviews, there's no way a mask could do that. There's just absolutely no way. But, you know, maybe you're not convinced. Maybe you think that Jim Carrey's rep and the award organizer are in on the scheme from the nefarious puppet masters pulling the strings trying to convince you that this is Jim Carrey when it's not. You know, that's your prerogative at the end of the day. Anyway, I'll show you some stream clips where we were going over the interview and comparing things and then looking at the Alexis Stone post for the evidence. But I think one thing's very clear. Alexis Stone was just trying to suckle clout from this whole thing, from the virality of all of it. What do you think about the fake Jim Carrey? We talked about it a little bit. I don't think it's actually a fake Jim Carrey, but he had that classic Hollywood work done to him, and boy howdy did it not go well. But I truly don't think that's like a body double or a replacement. I think it looks too close. The big difference is the eyes, but I think that's just bad Botox. Here, I'll pull it up.
Receiving their awards, and I was like, I'm dead. And I made mistakes, and I was like a novice, but I felt a lot of love, and I felt a lot of appreciation that I tried. Then I watched everybody like talking 1,000 miles an hour up there, receiving their awards, and I was like, I'm dead.
This isn't the whole interview, but it's from this clip here. It looks like porcelain skin, looks very uncanny. So people are speculating that this is a body double or Jim Carrey's been replaced. He kind of looks like the villain from Long Legs. Yeah. The big thing people point to are the eyes. Let me show you. Because if you compare the eyes here compared to like every other time, it's very different. But I truly just believe that's the result of bad Botox, because that is a very real thing that can happen. So here's like older Jim Carrey eyes, and here's Jim Carrey during that interview. But that's just like a very real thing Botox does. People also said the eye color changed. Not really. I think he just has a lot more light in his eyes, so his eyes look lighter. I don't really think they've changed eye color or anything. Imagine your plastic surgery is so bad people think you got replaced. I know, man. Have you ever seen a good facelift? They always look like plastic figurines. That's because you only can notice the bad ones. So many celebrities have had plastic surgery and you just don't know it. It's gotta be reptilians, not stunt actor performers. But always be reptilians, I suppose. That is always a feasible explanation. Look at Alexis Stone Instagram. They did a Jim Carrey mask that wasn't Jim himself. I don't believe that for a second. That sounds more like an easy marketing stunt. Let me see. Who is it? Alexis Stone? I mean, what is this the evidence? Alexis Stone is Jim Carrey in Paris, and then it's just 2 photos at the Paris premiere with no, like, behind the scenes or anything of the mask. If it's a mask, it should be super easy to show that, right? Yeah, there's nothing. There's no further info on it. It's just these 2 pictures from Alexis Stone. I can do that too. I can say I went to the premiere as Jim Carrey and just post this on my Instagram as well. It'd be really easy for Alexa Stone to show that this is not Jim Carrey and it's actually a mask. I haven't heard of video game drama this big since the whole Dream Minecraft speedrunning saga. What's happening with the Marvel Rivals $40,000 tournament situation is pretty bizarre. In a nutshell, there was a Marvel Rivals tournament with a $40,000 prize purse. There was a player by the name of Kingsman who really wanted to take this seriously, making a mention that this money would be very helpful to him as a college student. And the rest of the team didn't seem to take it all that seriously, and eventually, when Kingsman was trying to, make changes to the team comp so they could better stand a chance at winning, they all attacked him, and eventually it led to him getting kicked from the tournament. His team then went on to place second to last in the tournament.
You guys. Okay, guys. Pace and point proven right now. Do you understand?
No, it's not. You've been making me feel like shit. Of course I'm gonna
How do you not see the problem right now?
Wait, first of all, it's that ass Kingsman, shut the fuck up.
Okay, bro.
You're doing too much.
Lucy's not even on Invis. Second of all, you're getting value because
No, she shouldn't be dead.
Yes.
I'm getting value because I'm 1v6ing.
Hulk isn't peeling for you, bro. Yes, Zaza is 0-5, but we won the point, bro. Why? Because they were hard. 4 people are dying here. That means 4 of their util, 4 of their resources are all spent on Zaza.
I saw this a couple days ago and I was so confused why anyone would be joining a tournament if they didn't actually care about winning at all. So he is very clearly trying his best to help the team win. And they were talking about how toxic and annoying and insufferable he was, things like that, which eventually led to him getting kicked and being disrespectful, that kind of thing. From all the clips I've seen, he never made any personal attacks against anyone. He was never even overbearing or yelling and screaming. The closest he came was in this clip here where he's like, do you understand? Case in point, we should make a switch. This isn't working. Our widow is 0-5-0, which is a very fair point and a good suggestion because it clearly wasn't working. They may have won the point, but I think it's a large part because Kingsman put the team on his fucking back here. 18-2, he was kind of going Insano style. I don't know why this became such a huge issue for his teammates where they hated him so much for trying to win that they started insulting him after the fact. And that's where most of the drama stems from. Them refusing to switch is one thing that feels like it's kind of trolling and just intentionally throwing the tournament for the sake of vibes, which is weird because, again, just go play quick play or something. Why even bother going into a tournament if the goal isn't to try and win it? He made it clear he wanted to sweat because this would be very important money for him in his situation with college. Now, I also heard that when the tournament was put together, there wasn't an announcement about how much money was on the line. So I think maybe there was some confusion from the team where they wanted to just play for fun and sillies and goofies. And then once $40,000 was announced, they still had that mindset. Meanwhile, Kingsman really wanted piece of that pie because it would be helpful to him. It'd be $3,000, which is a significant amount of money, especially for someone in college where this could be very useful. So that clashed where he really wanted to win. His team, who they didn't give too much of a fuck. They didn't think it was that big of a deal. So he, throughout their time playing together, would be making suggestions and saying hey, there's going to be this in the tournament, there's going to be that, maybe we should look at this, maybe we should look at that. And I think they were just getting so annoyed that he was wanting to win so badly that they started to really resent him for it. It eventually led to the bubbling over point where he got reported to the tournament organizer. They said a whole bunch of nasty stuff about him, and then it snowballed into what it is today, mainly because the team captain was so vocal about her disdain for this guy. She said things like, I'm pretty sure he spent all 20 years of his life inside playing video games, which is why he lacks social skills. You are also spending your time inside playing video games. You're a streamer. Why are you using that as an insult against him? I didn't really detect a lack of social skills throughout any of the footage I saw of them playing together. I guess you could make an argument that, maybe his attitude could grind your gears because he was offering like a lot of advice on potential team comps, and he did multiple times mention like, hey, the Black Widow's probably not going to work here. We've got to be mindful of like dive comps, that kind of thing. Would you be willing to try like Bucky perhaps? And they would always kind of like roll their eyes at him and be like, shut the fuck up. Like, there's a clip I saw where one of them was like, you've got to just drop this. That's enough. Stop making suggestions, basically, about, you know, switching. It's not happening. Look, which I think is a pretty hostile response to that, because this is coming from a place of him just trying to help the team win. I don't think he was being like necessarily overbearing with it or anything like that. He certainly wasn't really being aggressive about it. Like, he never got personal. He was never like insulting his teammates. He was never doing anything like that from what I could tell. So I truly didn't see like a lack of social skills. I just saw someone who really wanted to win because there was a significant amount of money on the line. And if you're in a tournament, why would you not be trying to win? Team captain even made this statement saying, I don't want to win with someone who can't take no for an answer, which is a certified stinky comment for sure. That's a big time PU moment right there for the Jumbotron. I don't know where that's even coming from. His suggestions weren't heeded. Okay. He didn't start like, you know, stomping his feet and yelling and screaming and pissing and shitting about it either. He's just like, okay, alright, we'll do it. We'll run it, fuck it, we'll do it live. And when it didn't work, he did eventually say like, look, told you so, can we please make this switch? And then still got attacked for it. I didn't see any examples of him not taking no for an answer. Like, yes, he did make a suggestion multiple times, like, would you be willing to try this? Would you be willing to maybe switch here? What about this? But that isn't not taking no for an answer. That is coming from someone who wants to win a fucking $40,000 tournament. He then continued to insult Kingsman and I guess anyone that was supporting him in her Discord, saying, yo, Kingsman cocksuckers, screenshot this. Y'all think I ain't seen the toxicity in the Kingsman Discord with not spreading hate from the mods and Kingsman community? Fire emoji. This one will really get your eyebrow in the air. So she's calling out the people that were supporting Kingsman, saying they're cocksuckers and how toxic they are. Meanwhile, she has been the most openly toxic, like vocally expressing her disdain for this guy and now like his community. And let's not get it twisted. I think it's pretty obvious. Most people have probably seen a lot of like really dog shit takes from people that are using this as just like a giant insult against all women who play video games. That is absolutely happening and that shit sucks. Those are some fucking losers you can make fun of. Absolutely. But she, from what I can tell when this message was sent, was talking about like anyone that was expressing support for Kingsman, and I'm sure there probably were some like absolute greaseballs that went through and said some terrible things, sure. But to extend that to like anyone that was supporting Kingsman, calling them cocksuckers, I think is just kind of crazy, especially considering she has by far been the most mean and nasty about this. Kingsman, from what I saw from the clips that were during this time, he tried to like actively say like, hey, don't go harass anyone and don't be mean. You know, it is what it is at the end of the day. Like, he was clearly upset about it, but I felt like he was doing, or at least making an effort to try and stop people from going and doing shit like that. She, on the other hand, was just openly attacking him.
Character? No, Populo, everyone thinks this guy's a loser. Like a bug.
That's just what happens.
That's such a good point. You're so right about that. And we're still gonna play Widow. I need this for my college. I need this for my college. I have about 6 or 7 more years.
This is a clip I keep seeing spread around. That first clip is when he is explaining like why the Widow's not going to work, and they're like, oh, great point. Go fuck yourself, we're still playing Widow. That's all we're gonna do. We're here just for good vibes, good time, and I don't care if this money means something to you, because it doesn't to us. That second clip, that is not Cece, that is someone else named Lucy, whom has deleted this VOD, so I can't even find the full context here, but from the sound of things, she is insulting Kingsman because of him expressing the want of the $3,000 because it would be very helpful to him as a college student. So then she's like making fun of him, taking the piss, even threw in an absolutely revolting 6-7 meme reference that'll make your skin crawl about it. It's just very mean-spirited. There's also another clip of her talking about it, saying, like, even if you support Kingsman, like it's fucking Israel or something. I don't even know what she was trying to say with that one. I guess since I referenced it, I'll show you that clip too.
I have a genuine question. Like, seriously, answer this. Even if you support Kingsman or whatever, support Kingsman like it's fucking Israel. Anyways, whatever you have in your head, I have a genuine question.
I think everyone has a genuine question after seeing that segment there. I don't know why she would be saying something like that with this. Again, the whole VOD, from what I can tell, is no longer accessible, so I don't even know what the question she was about to ask is. But yeah, it's definitely not a good look, and she is very openly, like, making fun of Kingsman from what I can see in the clips that still exist of it. But this is not CC. This was not someone that played on Kingsman's team. I don't believe. All of this is only the tip of the iceberg, by the way. It gets so much deeper. There was a Google Doc that was put out there from the widow's boyfriend. The tournament organizer initially, like, doubled down saying, nope, I maintain my position here. He deserved to be kicked from this tournament. He violated all of our rules. And then today he came forward very somber, like, look, I know everyone's mad at me and they're right to be mad at me. I was wrong about everything. I looked at this misleading evidence. It was only from one side and it was incorrect. I acted too hastily. So now he's like singing a very different tune about how, you know, he's had this come to Jesus moment after seeing the other side of the story with Kingsman. It's very clear that he was manipulated by incorrect information. He shouldn't have kicked him from the tournament.
When they come in here, the people, when they come in here, when they hate, they're justified in what they're saying. They're absolutely right. They're absolutely right. 100%. No question about it. Like, there's no beating around the bush. I don't know why it's, like, difficult to admit when you're wrong and when you fucked up. I made a decision based off of haste and based off of misinformation, but everybody in the team knew what was going on. Everybody in this team knew what was going on, and the fact that nobody told me it was... That's whatever. It doesn't matter.
Also, Kaplunk, whom was the boyfriend in this story, is reaching out with an apology, saying that he went about it the wrong way and overstepped. Zaza, the widow, told him to leave it alone, but he couldn't control his impulses. The demon had to be let out of the cage. Thus, he went in and started sending clips to the tournament organizer to kick him, the Google Doc, all that kind of stuff. And then finally, CC, the team captain, the one who was by far the most openly hostile to Kingsman and anyone that was showing any level of support for him, came forward with an apology as well, saying, I'm sorry, I was going off the video and forgot to explicitly call this out. Earlier today, I woke up with 1,000 noties from the day before, and people had joined my server from Kingsman, having a panic attack, and I just started experiencing them. So in my freak out, I said Kingsman lacks social skills because he spends his time playing video games inside. I was angry and ended up lashing out at him lashing out at him instead of his community. I deeply regret it. I apologize for flinging another insult out. It shows I have terrible character, but I will be working on watching the words I say and getting help with my panic attacks. A community note even got hot dropped on here straight off the battle bus saying, even after the initial situation calmed down, CC continued to bully Kingsman and speak ill of him across social media. CC has a history of attacking other players and talking trash. So that apology didn't really go as smoothly as I think she was hoping it would. And interestingly enough, from what I can find, Kingsman throughout this entire thing has tried to urge people not to harass anyone that's been involved in it. You know, Zaza, her boyfriend, Cece, anyone. He's been trying to, like, actively calm things down to the best of his ability, but this clearly blew up well beyond anyone's wildest expectations. And Kingsman actually was able to make over $3,000, which would have been his cut of the prize money should they have won the tournament, through subs and donations the last time he streamed, which I believe was last night. So a bit of a happy ending for Kingsman. Not exactly the smoothest sailing for his teammates that were bullying him, attacking him, and insulting him. That hasn't worked out super well so far. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yep. Wahoo! Is something you won't be saying if you see the new Super Mario Galaxy movie. It'll be more like a... It's not amazing, but it's not nearly as bad as a lot of people are claiming that it is. Well, I say not nearly as bad, but that's a bit too generous. It is almost as bad as some of the reviews claim. It's not very good, is the point. And this is coming from someone that liked the last Mario movie, even though a lot of people like to spit and shit on it for being, like, too simple and not, you know, great movie overall. I'm just okay with that because it's a fucking Mario movie. I'm fine with it being simple. It was entertaining, and I think it did what it needed to do to be enjoyable for anyone. Like, not just for kids. Like, even families, I think, could go there and just have a good time. Like, the parents wouldn't, like, be miserable. With Super Mario Galaxy, though, I think adults will be miserable. Kids probably won't care because this is Jingling Keys, the movie. That's how a lot of people are describing it. It's very accurate. This movie is all over the place, just constantly, going nuts to butts here with cameo. Here's plotline. We're abandoning this plotline for new plotline, and then coming back to this one, just all over the place. It's a jumbled mess. But there's no doubt in my mind this is easily going to gross over $1 billion, and I'm confident kids are going to love it. As I said, it is just a movie where it is just always go, go, go. Here's thing happen, and then thing solve, so new thing can happen to then instantly solve to get to next thing that happen. Without a whole lot else there. So I'm very confident that kids are going to really like the film, and I also think if you're just a big fan and just want to see, Mario on the big screen again, you're not going to give a shit if it's not a typical good film per se, because it's going to show you a lot of things that you'll recognize and get excited and hype about, like a 2D segment where you'll be like, oh fuck, I remember playing something that looked just like that on my Game Boy, and look at how many things are happening in that over there. It's all colorful, and the animation is like extremely good. This is what I wanted. And then that's nothing wrong with that. All power to you. But that being said, it's not like an amazing film, and there's nothing wrong with pointing that out. Yes, it is clearly designed for a young audience. This, I think, is even more of a kid's film than the last Mario Brothers movie was. But that doesn't mean that you still can't point out some of its flaws. There's nothing wrong with that. So anyway, let's just go ahead and backwards long jump here into the review. There's going to be spoilers. Fair warning if you care about that for this movie. So I'll give you the big compliments. I'll give you a little bit of glaze here. I think the animation is beautiful. I think it is visually very nice to look at, and I think the action pops. So when there's like a fight between Bowser Jr. and Mario and Luigi and Yoshi, it's pretty enjoyable. By far the biggest superstar here, the real shining standout is the music. I like the music in the first Mario movie, and I actually like the music in this one even more. They fucking crush it on the score here. They take iconic Mario tracks and they remix and fucking reflaffitate those puppies, and they sound great here. They're recognizable but different, and they fit so fucking well in the movie. It is the best part of the movie is the music. And those are the only two real compliments I can give it. So let's start with something I've already briefly dropped some breadcrumbs on, which is just how messy the structure is. There are multiple times in this film where it introduces a plot element and then abandons it. So a big thing is in the beginning, Bowser's turning a new leaf. He's getting more in touch with his emotions. He starts becoming friends with Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi. Yoshi gets introduced very early into the film. They become best buds, inseparable immediately. Bowser is, he's been hit with Mini instead of Wumbo, but then eventually gets Wumbo-ized, and he still is buddies with the crew. And Mario's, of course, skeptical, but Bowser actually makes a pretty big sacrifice in order to protect Mario, Luigi, and the gang. And then, immediately after making that sacrifice, where he has to work in the mines, Bowser Jr. just abducts him. And then the second he gets abducted, he's like, those are my friends. And Bowser Jr.'s like, yeah, but friends are a weakness. He's like, you know what, you're right. And then that's it. That's the end of that whole thing that they just spent I don't know, a good 15 minutes building up, and you think it's going to play a role and be something that they teeter around with. But no, it just completely gets abandoned. They wipe their ass with it. It's just like that. He goes, oh, you're right. Friends are cringe. And then that's the end of it. It doesn't come up again at all in the film. And there's a couple other examples of things like that where they introduce something or a plot element only to immediately get rid of it. That's just the most egregious. And another thing that keeps happening in this movie is that something will happen, and then it's this big problem. For example, this has already been spoiled. I can't believe they dropped this before the movie came out. Fox McCloud is in this movie. Actually would have been a super hype reveal if I didn't see all the press about Fox McCloud being in this film. But he's here. He's probably the coolest character they introduce. And Fox McCloud is taking them to the planet that Rosalina's been captured, and on the way there, things kind of go tits up, and they end up crashing on another planet that seems like it's going to be a huge hurdle, like, oh no, the spaceship is kaput, yeah, it went kablooey, and now we're stuck here, what are we going to do? But then luckily, Luigi did like a single 5-second broadcast that the Rosalina's children picked up on, and here they come scooting in sideways, right to this planet in the middle of fucking nowhere. They just come right in, Fox takes the ship, and then they go like maybe 2 blocks in the solar system to planet Bowser, which is a brand new planet that luckily is only a tiny little stroll away, just literally like maybe 25 feet away from this planet that they've crashed on, and now they have a ship so they can go there and do the final fight. It's just a whole movie that feels like it wants to speed run through things to make you point at the screen and go, oh, I recognize that. But nothing really connects. Like, there's some characters in here that you'll recognize from the games, maybe some boss fights, I don't want to spoil any of those, but they're in here as little cameos, but utilized in such a small capacity that it feels like such a sad, disappointing waste of these characters, where they're there for literally like a split second or a single scene, and then never utilized again. Like, a couple of the Easter eggs they put there were cool, but then they have entire characters that you'll know from the games that feel like they probably should have had a bigger role to play, but instead are just binged for the sake of showing like, oh, on the casino planet, they shot a couple of spitballs, and now they're gone. It's just, I don't know. It feels like it just wants to run through everything that you'll recognize from the games without having it actually flow in any way. Whereas the last Mario Brothers movie, even though it was like simple, it did feel like we got like a cohesive journey. At times, maybe it stumbled a little bit, but here, this movie is just always like, and then they go here. And then they teleport here. And then they get hit by a baby blaster, a baby ray that turns Mario and Luigi into babies, and they crash onto a dinosaur planet, but then they get rescued immediately, and then they go to planet Bowser right away. It's just, I don't know, nothing to me really flows at all, so it's just disjointed, and it leads it to just feeling like really hollow and just trying really hard to capitalize off you being like, oh, I recognize that, how cool. And like I said, there are a couple Easter egg moments that are cool. Again, Fox McCloud, if it wasn't already spoiled for me, would have been like a very shocking surprise to see in this film. And he is cool in this movie. He doesn't have a lot to do. I'll go ahead and spoil that. He has like very little to do. Like, he does like a bit of space combat, gets hit with the baby blaster, they crash on the dinosaur planet, and then he drives in the planet Bowser. He has maybe like 8 or 9 lines, if that. So it's like very little that he has, but I mean, he is a cool presence there. But like I said, it's just one of those things where it feels like they wanted to shoehorn in as many things as possible that you would recognize from their properties. So like, even Game & Watch is here for like a very brief appearance in a fight. But you want to know who's not really here, and it's very odd decision? Rosalina and Loomis, by extension. It's a Super Mario Galaxy movie with very, very little Rosalina in it. Like, I actually think Fox McCloud has more screen time. I haven't checked the stats or anything on it. I would wager Fox McCloud, who is a supporting character, but also, like I said, doesn't have a whole ton to contribute here. I still think Fox McCloud has more screen time and probably more lines than Rosalina. Very odd choice, I'm going to tell you right now. I don't really know what that decision was. Anyway, no real reason to keep yapping about it. It's not an amazing movie. I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people are saying it is, but it's still not very good. I think it is a big step down from the last Mario Brothers movie, though. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Staying on theme of horrible drivers making terrible decisions, yesterday I talked about the lady who wouldn't stop texting and driving and then crashed the rented vehicle. Today I want to talk about Jeffrey, the boy wonder who won't stop drinking and driving.
Did you just get into an accident? No, I need to stay over here. No, you can't go back in your car right now. Because it's not safe for you to go in your car. Nope, you can't go in your car.
Oh, I can.
Nope. No, you can't.
Oh, I can.
No, you can't. You're just in an accident.
Oh, it wasn't.
Nope.
When I saw this Midwest safety clip for the first, 2 seconds, I thought for a second that it was Jokic. I thought he went from buckets to brewskis here. It turns out it is a gentle sir named Jeffrey. And the way he is holding that case of beer, it's like a precious artifact to him. He's holding it like a running back holds a football. Now, Jeffrey's already been in one accident here. His car is smoking, and now he's got a brand new case of beer because he's ready to really get this farty sharded. He very much already seems sloshed, and an officer's like, "Don't get into the car, Jeffrey. You've been in an accident. You can't do that." And he's like, "No, I'm good. I'm getting in the car. You can't stop me. This is my beer and this is my car. You do the math."
I can't go. Nope. Do not go. Do not go. Get out of your car. Get out of your car, sir. Get out of your car. You're being detained. I need you to get out of your car. Get out of your car. Get out of your car. Because you ran into a different car. Stop recording.
The suspect is able to turn the officer's body camera off. When the officer is able to reactivate her body camera, the suspect has violently backed up and then takes off, prompting the officer to initiate a pursuit.
I don't know if this was a calculated move from Jeffrey here. Maybe he's a high-tech hacker and just went into the mainframe here, scrubbing the body camera footage, getting rid of the evidence. Or if he was just like fighting back and just started like poking at the body camera and happened to turn it off. But regardless, the footage is gone from the archives here, and he was able to punch it in reverse and then just peel out. So then it was time for a moderate speed pursuit.
Just 1 minute before this interaction, another officer in the area is interviewing the victim, whose vehicle was hit by the same suspect just minutes earlier.
They're pursuing southbound on Abbey. There's 3 Sheffield. I'm just staying back, blocking traffic. Slow speeds, 30 miles an hour. Almost hit one of the units. Continue.
Most of this chase happens at approximately 30 miles per hour, so my little game theory here is that he activated cruise control and just started fucking pounding those voodoo rangers in the passenger seat. This man was probably butt-chugging as much as he could, knowing full well this was probably the last time he'd have the chance to do that for a while.
Possibly .19, speeds are 32. We're coming up the Gulf.
A big sigh from the officer here. So you can see Jeffrey's not exactly staying in the lane. He is swerving all over the place, dreadfully. The man is hammered, and he is only continuing to get more and more inebriated, because you'll see here towards the end, he is actively drinking during the chase. Like, I don't even think he recognizes that he's being chased. I really think in his world, he's right now in like the fucking battle bus partying.
Golf. Speeds 32. Coming up to Antoinette. He's all over the road, definitely .19, I'd say.
He comes dangerously close to head-on collisions with cars multiple times. I can only imagine what it was like to see this unfolding as you're just like driving home at night, and there's this fucking lunatic just going like this with the steering wheel coming right at you. That must be terrifying. Also, I tell you what, those mailbox must have been sweating seeing this douchebag coming through. The amount of times he gets close to kissing those mailboxes is astounding. He is like right next to them, shaving them with his car so many times on this chase here.
Still northbound, passing Hemlock. Speeds are 29. We're passing Hemlock, speeds are 30. All right, he's getting on, going the wrong way on 90 here. We're going the wrong way.
After a slow stroll around the area, taking us on a bit of a tour, he finally decides to just go the wrong way on the highway, and that's when the officers decide, we've got to do something about this. Now it's even more dangerous, so now they're readying the pit maneuver.
If you can, be very careful on this.
After some bumping and grinding, they do get him to drive into a ditch. I guess it's not really a pit maneuver. They're looking more just to, like, bump him off the road to get him away from the cars, it seems, and get, like, I don't know, maybe, like, box him in or something. Because they didn't really go for, like, the big-time pit maneuver where they swing out wide and fucking blast the butt cheeks on the car or anything. It was more so, like, they were almost kind of, like, shielding the road from this car, like, trying to just, like, grind him off to the side, which eventually does work.
I already at Bessie's in the ditch, and I'm gonna need sugar for my car. Get on the ground, no! Put your hands behind your back right now, you're gonna get tased again! Don't f***ing move, you understand? I can't stand up!
Stand up.
I can't! Why not?
With your leg.
Stand the f*** up. I cannot stand up!
Slim Shady goes on about how he can't stand up here after they've tased him, so he crashes his car into the ditch, and then he immediately tries to run through the forest there. He does not get far. I don't think he knows where he is. So this man was probably just, like, running into, like, a tree like an NPC stuck on a wall. He actually only made it, like, maybe a foot or two, despite bailing out of his car pretty early.
They caught me. Okay, so they caught you, you're driving, you drove down the ditch? What the f*** up, you motherfucker?
Come on, brother.
Nah, bro. Nah.
Listen,
you guys are nothing.
Listen, we've dealt with each other before,
nothing.
man.
I live in America. I live in America.
So do we.
Well, so do we. Yeah, right? So do we. I live in America,
You gotta
right?
stop drinking, Jeff.
No, I live in America just as you do.
You gotta stop
Just
drinking.
as you do. What if I leave this goddamn forsaken country, bro? Okay.
Best of luck to you. Wish you nothing but the best.
Now that was hard from Jeffrey right there. I live in America. What if I left this country, huh? I don't know what he was expecting the response to be like. No, wait, Jeff, don't make that threat. Don't leave. America needs you, Jeff. You're a hero. You're a real patriot. But no, Jeff, you can't leave. Don't say things you're gonna regret. We can't lose you, Jeff. Who's gonna drink all our Voodoo Rangers? I recognize Jeffrey's completely gone right now, but I find it fascinating how common this dialogue option is with drunk drivers. I have seen this exact statement from so many other drunk drivers in these body cams and shit, where they all go like, I live in America. I'm an American, goddammit. You're infringing on my rights. Wait, I thought this was a free country. Since when can I not drink beer while driving the wrong way on the highway? Wait, this country's gone to the birds. This is ridiculous.
Hey, sit back, man. Do you want to go to the hospital or do you want to go to jail? Hospital. That's where we're going. But if you act like this, you go to jail. You go to jail. Jeff, stop. Relax. We'll be there in probably approximately 10 minutes.
An officer finds open alcohol cans in the suspect's vehicle.
Got 2 open Voodoo Rangers.
This happens to be the exact same brand of beer the suspect was holding a case of at the beginning of this incident, indicating he was likely drinking multiple cans of beer during the vehicle pursuit.
In the ambulance, he kept, like, lunging forward as if he was trying to jump scare officers or something, like it was Five Nights at Freddy's. And then eventually they concluded with, like, a little high five. He's like, okay, high five. Give me some skin. So anyway, they find some open Voodoo Rangers in his car, which is the same case he had in the very beginning of the video. I think we've got some real strong evidence to prove that he was probably drunk driving here, I would say. I think that one's kind of locked in. He's been charged with quite a few things. I don't think he's been sentenced or anything yet. But yeah, Jeffrey, not good, man. A big frown from me on this one, brother. Drunk driving, little PSA. Don't do it. Not good. That's about it. See ya. I was sleepy once. It was a long time ago. If you think I look tired, well, you better get your eyes checked, Buster. That's a certified WebMD diagnosable moment right there that something has gone awry with your peepers. Could a sleepy man do this? Checkmate. Point is, in my endless battle against insomnia, I happen to have stumbled across something interesting again this evening, and it pertains to last night's video about the $20 million reality TV show, Twitch streamer, fan, production, extravaganza, mansion, titties, beer, rock and roll, whatever else it was pitching itself as, called the $1 Million Fan Show. Well, I speculated that it was a big scam, and a lot of Twitch streamers had been publicly put on the website. Some had even made announcements about their endorsement of the $1 Million Fan Show, and nothing about it seemed legitimate. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything from last night's video. You can check that out if you want a deeper dive on everything that was wrong with it. But last night on stream, like 45 minutes after I posted the video, they took their website down. Then I was checking their other ancillary shit, and all of that is removed. It seems like they are scrubbing any existence of the $1 Million Fan Show from the internet. So like even the Reddit post that the livestream fail mods posted is taken down. I don't know if that was by order of the $1 Million Fan Illuminati, or if the mods that had signed an agreement with them had a come to Jesus moment that they may have been misled, so they decided to take it down. But apparently they also removed like their Discord and their socials, which is a huge blow, by the way, because the $1 Million Fan Show had like 5 Instagram followers, so really playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin now that 5 Instagram followers have been cast into oblivion, banished to the Shadow Realm. I feel like that's pretty strong evidence for my game theory that it was all a big load of hullabaloo, a bunch of hooey. I don't think a legitimate company that's putting together a $20 million grand prize reality show that is also a television program that is also employing some of the highest level production staff imaginable for a once-in-a-lifetime unforgettable experience for streamer fans. Also, their About Us section had all the telltale signs of just being AI generated, where literally every section ended with triplets where it was, you know, it's not this, it's this. Performance, power, mentality. Mentality, tits, mentality. Like, it's just like, it was very clearly AI generated. The fucking first thing you see on their website is an AI generated image of a mansion. The whole thing just reeked of scam. And now everything has been deleted, presumably by them. I don't think, you know, some governing body came in to, you know, wipe them out. I think this is them trying to cover their own ass, so that way there isn't some kind of legal action taken against them. Because from what I've read, there were actually some members of some streamer communities that put money into the $1 Million Fan Show. They bought emote packages. I read a report on someone that claims to have spent a couple $100 doing so. So I imagine there was a handful of people that did legitimately lose money on this. Now, of course, you have to take those claims with a grain of salt because there's no real evidence to back it up, especially now that everything is deleted. There's nothing to prove that. But I'm inclined to believe those statements from them because these streamers are, you know, to a lot of people, a trustworthy source. And if they're endorsing something and they say that there's a chance that they can win $20 million or whatever the fuck through like signing up for it, they will do so. And when you go to the website and do their free sign up, they're very heavily pushing you to do the monetized sign up for unlimited entries by giving them money. So I bet a lot of them were baited into doing that. Now, as I said in the last video, I am shocked that Mythic Talent actually even floated this to their creators like Extra Emily. She, in her statement, mentioned Mythic Talent by name, that they had pitched it to her. I was surprised it made it to a streamer because anyone that even had their eyes open and neurons firing for a second would go to that website and know full well immediately, right from the jump, that this is not real, that this is fraudulent. So I did a little digging, and I was able to get in contact with an agent, not at Mythic, but at another agency that did have this exact same thing come across their desk for their streamer clients as something to pitch to them. And according to that agent, I don't know how deep into the nitty-gritty I'm allowed to get, what they sent them, the pitch deck, was extraordinarily different from what ended up making it to that website. From what I understand, and from what I have been told, they were under the impression that this was an Amazon-backed production, at least initially. And at the time of receiving this offer, they didn't have a website or anything public outside of that pitch deck, I guess they were hawking to agencies. And it is indeed a paid promotion. The streamers that are listed there were paid for this partnership, and there was no additional information available beyond the concept of the show and the promise that Amazon was behind a historic $20 million streamer fan buttfuck hullabaloo reality TV show. Now, one of the streamers also sent me the exact offer that was presented to them, which gives further confirmation to all of this. It comes from Mythic. This is the direct offer from Mythic that this streamer received. I'm not going to show the actual thing, so that way no one gets into legal hot water here. I don't want to, step on too many Legos, but I will give you the general overview for what the pitch was, the offer. Interestingly enough, the offer came back in June of 2025 from Mythic. And the opening line was about how it's an Amazon series. This is an Amazon series looking to break records, a historic $20 million prize purse reality show. It doesn't even name the show, by the way. I'm guessing back in June of 2025, they didn't even have the name of the show or anything concrete. There was no website, no mention of like LSF or brand partners or anything like that. It was just a single sentence that said, Amazon reality TV show set to air on Amazon Prime, featuring the soon-to-be-broken Guinness World Record book for biggest prize pool in history, 20 million, winning group splits money in half, 10 million to you, and 10 million to the fan. That is the entire explanation for what this deal was. Interestingly enough, like I said, June of 2025. The deliverables were a reality TV show appearance, 1 to 7 days, depending on how far you make it, and a single social post. The initial filming date was November 3rd to November 10th, but guessing, some wires got crossed there, fucking nipple clamps came down, maybe government shutdown, put that on the back burner, so that had to put the kibosh on that and shelve it till, I guess, 2026. Anyway, though, they were offering $3,000 for the streamer involvement here, plus 20% of net ticket sales from your ticket, which the streamer expressed some confusion over because they didn't believe Mythic knew that there was like this paid entry option, but in the offer it says they were getting 20% of net ticket sales. When you go, well, knowing now, hindsight's 2020, but like going to the website that existed, when you would sign up through a streamer portal, you were paying for those entries if you wanted to extend beyond just the free submission. So I'm thinking that the idea from this offer was that when someone, a fan of the streamer, did a paid entry through their portal, they would get a portion of that. So like I feel like Mythic would have had to have known that there was some kind of like paid component to the fans, but who knows? There's so little information here in the actual offer that Mythic took to the streamers. I am still extremely surprised it even made it to a single streamer as something to consider. I don't know why there wouldn't be more digging to confirm if this is actually even an Amazon show, because after the offer, they then go into like a general explanation for it, and it is so bare bones. It sounds like something that a person would cook up in 5 minutes while taking a shit after consuming like, their morning oats or something. There's not a whole lot of thought into this. Competition details. 1 creator, 1 fan group eliminated per day. $20 million cash prize. 1 creator, 2 fans. They will be gaming, IRL, and cognitive challenges. Think Survivor, but for creators. And then it just lays out like the most simple, boring shit ever for the competition. And then the Apocalypse Challenge on day 3, during which fans will compete head-to-head with each other, resulting in a mass elimination. Narrow the group down so each creator is ultimately paired with one of their original fans for the last 4 days. It's if you went to like a fucking Redditor and asked them to really quickly come up with a streamer game show or something. Now, as for the initial start date of November, the streamer was just told that it got pushed back to March. I don't think there was any like real explanation for what went wrong. Maybe bad weather, perhaps government shutdown, all kinds of possibilities for why it got moved. But they weren't really, kept up to date, kept abreast on everything going on here with this huge, giant Amazon show. I am even more surprised that any agency would have seen this and just shipped it as is, just said, fuck it, do it live. We'll send it out to our streamers to see if they'll accept the $3,000 offer with the 20% ticket sales split or whatever. Because, I feel like when you are getting this as, pitched as an Amazon production, you would probably want to confirm if this is actually coming from Amazon. Because if you're going to work at this agency managing these kind of contracts and stuff, but you're working under the impression that no one's going to tell lies on the internet, what's stopping just any old Joe Schmo Dorito dusted fingers from sending you a cold call email saying like, hey, This is me, Amazon, pitching you a $50 quadrillion reality television show. I'll offer like $3,000 with some rev split to your streamers. Do you mind taking this to them? I'd love if they start shouting out goochsweat.org soon. It's a very legitimate reality TV show. We're Amazon, by the way. And you not press that any further, because that's what it feels like. Looking at the offer, there is no actual information about, like, Amazon being behind this. And since this was back in June of 2025, I can understand the absence of a website a little bit more back there, because if this is like an Amazon show, they're probably not going to make the website first and foremost because they don't want to, like, spoil it or anything. Like, I can kind of understand that. So streamers being left in the dark on, you know, like a website that they can access, like this website, it didn't exist according to the streamer. It just recently popped up, which according to Whois, that does appear to be the case. Even though the domain had been registered for a while, it was updated in like late December. So that's probably when it actually went live, which is when anyone could go on there and see how fraudulent it was with just a single fucking glance. So I do now understand that there were streamers that literally couldn't look up this show because the offer doesn't even have the name of the show and the website didn't exist. What I'm still confused on is like why anyone would still accept that deal. And then I start to understand a bit more that they just have trust in the agency not to be presenting them with a scam. They had trust that the Mythic Talent, for example, like in Extra Emily's case, was bringing them something that was legitimate. So they're seeing like, oh, it's an Amazon show that wants to work with me and they're making this offer. Okay, this seems like a big deal. I'll sign up to that and, you know, do the social post or whatever. Also, if you try and look up milliondollarfan.show now, the most recent update to the site was today, because the update was just nuking it, taking it down. But prior to that, it was updated in late December, which is when I imagine this went live. So now it seems like the streamers literally didn't even have access to look up the information themselves on that website, which again, doesn't take a super sleuth, you know, fucking pinky up internet, you know, narwhal baconing at midnight master to see that that is a fucking disaster of a website that is clearly in a shady spot, most likely looking to scam. The streamers didn't know that site was there because the deal was all the way back in June. Though I will say, looking at the offer, this should have been something that I think streamers should have been a little weary of, because it feels like it is very odd just looking at it. But I think that does fall a bit more on the agency than it does the streamer itself, because there is a level of trust from streamers with the person that is like managing their brand deals, that what they are getting is not just fucking toilet paper that's trying to wipe their ass with their fans. And in this case, I am still just shocked that it even made it to the streamers in the first place. This should have been probably caught far earlier. I imagine they could have confirmed well beyond this, like almost a year later, that this wasn't Amazon behind it. If they had like, you know, maybe set up like calls or something, or looked for any level of proof of this being Amazon, like even just questioning, where is this money coming from? Who else are we working with? What is the actual production timeline and all that looking like? I feel like there was definitely a way like Mythic Talent could have caught this and then never even had to get to this point where there were real victims, where based on what I've read, there were people that put in like hundreds of dollars, which again, I know you have to take it with a grain of salt because there's no like evidence to support those claims that people lost a ton of money, since now everything is scrubbed. But I'm inclined to believe them because the audience has a level of trust in the streamer that what they are pitching is not just a scam that's going to just rob their fucking piggy banks. So I do think that there were real victims here, and I think it was just so easily avoidable. This shit is just fucking wild that it even happened. R.I.P. $1 Million Show. Definitely feels like it was a scam from the get-go, considering they have just vanished, poofed out of existence, and erased every trace that they were ever even here to begin with. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. In life, there is no debuff greater than growing up with a big, pathetic loser as a father. It is just setting you up for a bad time, and I feel really bad for the kid you're about to learn about here, because his father is just a complete total weenie. His dad is directly involving his son in his fraudulent business, which is scamming people for Pokemon cards.
Gotta make sure that everybody's getting what they paid for. You don't want anybody mad.
Alright, so pay, and then we'll do...
I'm trying to do it nice and safe. I don't want them to ruin their cards.
Wait, okay.
Professor Research, Black Rose Training, Rescue Board, Buddy Poe. Eevee and I thought it was a good.
Dude hits the foghorn leghorn there. Well, I saw. Anyway, this is another whatnot scammer, but this one's a little different because he's turned the scamming business into a family deal. So he actually has his son going through the chat and even opening packs for the chat that normal people have spent real money on under the impression that they are legitimate, untampered packs, but in reality they are resealed, meaning this goober, this fucking slime, went through, took out all of the hits, but then put a bunch of shitty cards in there and resealed it, and is now selling them for full price, well, scalper price, which is even higher than full price, to unsuspecting victims on Whatnot. And you can even see in this first pack here, packs do not open like that typically. These packs are fucking falling apart. And it's not like some conspiracy theory that people upset they didn't get big hits from are making up. He even gets caught towards the end of this, where he repackaged the pack incorrectly and he just says, bud, we got caught. And so then he starts talking about how they got caught red-handed, telling his son that they're gonna have to, stop for a little while and wait till people leave because, well, they just got their scam exposed. So he is literally teaching his kid how to be a piece of shit, like him. That is the legacy he is leaving behind to his son, how to scam people for Pokemon cards. Is there anything more pitiful? What a fucking embarrassing loser of a father.
Be careful, okay?
Shoot,
Don't worry
okay,
about it. Just
fine.
be careful with the cards. Can everyone tap the screen and get some hearts for these guys? Thank you so much, Bedazzled. Wow. That is love.
This is a problem heavy. You're doing this very sudden. It's a blessing. Oh, luck. Pokemon, luck. Share this live stream to us.
Yes, share this live stream. Thank you so much, guys. You guys deserve the world. I'm happy you're doing this with your son. It's a blessing. Thank you so much, guys. Almost. Remember, you got to keep it there. Is it a hit? Is it a hit? Almost.
It's so sickeningly shameless. Not only does he use his son to open and peddle these fake resealed packs to people that have bought them, he also uses his son as a marketing tool, telling people like, oh, look how wholesome this is. Dad and his boy just opening some packs, this is our little homegrown business. Thanks for supporting. Make sure to share this stream. Give us a lot of hearts. Support us. This is really good stuff right here, guys. So want to thank you. You guys are kind of like part of our family too now. You know that. Make sure to share our Whatnot stream so that way more people can buy these resealed packs. Come on, guys. It's me and my son. Me and my boy Junior here. Come on.
Only do Pokemon. We do baseball and football.
This is just
What's up with these packs, dude? I wish I knew.
I guess we're just not having any luck.
I mean, hey, if you wanna give us the hits, I mean, please, we'll be more than willing to take them. That's why I always tell him to not take it off camera so that you guys don't think anything. It means the hits are incoming. Exactly. I say grass.
If you love eating shit, well, he had some great news for you because not only does he scam you with Pokemon cards, sounds like he also does it with sports cards too. Holly jolly, Christmas has come early. Now this is when the chat started to realize something fishy was going on. The packs kept opening in really suspicious ways. The crazy thing is, people that buy packs through Whatnot, they've definitely opened some themselves. You can immediately recognize that there is something awry with the way these packs are just fucking disintegrating at the slightest movement of it. These packs just fucking blow up like it's Team Fortress 2 and you just got insta-gibbed. There's something off. And not only that, there are no hits. It's only shits. It's very suspicious, and now he's trying to convince them, it's just, we're hitting a dry spell here. It's just really unlucky. Jeez, sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say. This is my son, by the way. It's really wholesome stuff. You wouldn't be mean to him, right? He's the one opening packs. Also, he's trying to convince people that there's nothing shady going on because everything stays on camera. He's like, this is what I teach my son. We gotta make sure everything is above board. No, silliness with the cards going off screen because we don't want anyone to think that we're scamming you with the old switcheroo or something. It's all right there in your face, up close and personal. like that proves anything. It's a fucking resealed pack. It doesn't matter. You didn't have to bring it off screen to scam. You had already scammed before ever going live.
Alright. Now if this doesn't work, these packs have to be refilled.
Excuse me?
Pokey, alright, yeah, hope for
These packs have to be resealed. All right, Pokey. I mean, if you actually feel that way, I mean, that's fine. I mean,
Alright, let's just do that. Don't say that.
no, it's fine, Wick. Don't even worry about it. We're not defending ourselves. We I mean, yeah, we don't do that stuff. I mean, we could stop the stream right now. Honestly, we don't do that. But if anything, we are literally a part of it. We support the community so much. Like we are actually collectors. We are we are collectors. Trust me. We have plenty. We don't need to reseal anything. We have our own stuff.
The fuck are you blabbering about? What are you even saying? No, resealing? Resealing? I can't even pronounce that word. I've never seen it. I don't know what that means. No, we wouldn't do anything like that. We're collectors. We have our own stuff. We wouldn't reseal. The fuck does that even mean? You're collectors, you have your own stuff, you don't need to reseal. It has nothing to do with anything. This unskippable cutscene here is just the worst fucking dialogue, this mumbo-jumbo that has nothing to do with the scam that he's performing. And he couldn't sound more guilty if he tried. This actually seems like in LA Noire when you have the guiltiest person in front of you, he just keeps going, heh, reseal? Heh, ha, like, you could not sound more nervous.
Just ignore him, dude. Don't worry about that. Not too quick, not too quick.
Ooh, okay. Yes.
Oh, look. Oh no, but they're resealed though, right?
Finally, nice.
Got a hit. All right, cool.
Finally.
This was their big gotcha moment, slam dunking on the haters here, proving them wrong. You fools thought they were resealed? Check out this turbo hit here. Meanwhile, the card is worth 25 cents. It is still a piece of dog doo-doo. Like, it is still resealed. They just slid something in there that wasn't the standard, like, reverse hollow trash that nobody wants. It is still pennies compared to what they're paying for on these packs.
I can't wait till somebody gets a huge hit so that they can stop talking. That's Black Bolt. Don't worry about that one.
Okay. Oh my.
See, you're worried about the wrong thing. Look, show him his cards. Show him his cards. Because they're going to think that you're doing something sketchy. Oh, what is that? Master Ball or no?
Pokeball.
Pokeball. And green. Grass. Oh, wait.
Another Pokeball.
All right, put it in the pack. Yeah, so that's literally what I was just saying about the yeah, we gotta stop, dude. We gotta stop. We got caught right there. We got a Pokeball right behind energy. Yeah. That was cooked. That was pretty cooked.
This guy is a complete failure in every aspect of life. Not only did he fail at the easiest scam ever of just packing the Pokemon cards in the correct order, he somehow fucked that up. The reason he got caught red-handed there, so much so that not even he could wiggle his way out of it, is because he put the fucking energy in between the hits there. That doesn't happen. That never happens in real packs. And he also thought he turned the stream off when he openly admits to getting caught in his scam. What he is openly admitting to is a crime. It is fraud. He has scammed people out of their hard-earned clams. And he is now admitting to it on camera to his son, telling him, yeah, we gotta stop. We just got caught. That was real bad. We just, yeah, they got us. They really got us on that one, sport.
Yeah. No, we can. Just not right now. Gotta do it later. Gotta make sure all those people get off. And then we do it again. That was pretty bad, dude. We made a good amount, though. We made a great amount.
When he sees his phone, that's when he realized he was still live. So he had planned on just letting this sit and simmer for a little while, so all the people he scammed, he was just going to wait for them to all just, like, go to bed and de-aggro, because they clearly called him out on it. They then knew full well it was a scam, and they've now just heard him admit to it. So his plan was to just wait, so that way they could do it again later to another group of suckers. And he's teaching his son this, by the way. He is treating this like it's a real practice that he is now involving his son in. This is what he is teaching his kid. That is sad. I feel terrible for the kid to have this loser as their dad. That shit sucks. And he's bragging about how much money they made doing it. Talking about they made a great amount doing it. You know, hold your head up high, son. We did great with the scam today. It's so awful, man. It's so fucking awful. This guy super sucks. Terrible father. Absolutely horrible. That's really about it. So yeah. There's always been a debate on what is the stupidest crime you could ever commit. But I don't really think it's that much of a debate. I think there is an objectively right answer. Pokemon card-related crimes. And they are so common these days, with people ruining their lives because they cannot help but try and steal Pokemon cards to resell them. It's almost dangerous to have Pokemon product on hand because it feels like it's just a matter of time before the greasiest loser you could ever imagine tries to break into your business to get their grubby paws on it. It's like dropping Tilted Towers in Fortnite back during Fortnite's heyday. It's just completely out of control, and it is only getting worse. This is spreading faster than fucking Gangnam Style in 2012. There is literally, like every single day, there is someone breaking into a card shop to steal thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards. And I've covered a lot of it, but I haven't in a little while, and it's not because it's started to die down or simmer down or anything. In fact, quite the opposite. I just haven't been covering it as much because it is just fucking pathetic, the state of the hobby right now, and there is so little more to be said about it. It sucks. But today I saw one that made me want to dust off this topic again because I think it is the perfect example to showcase just how extreme it's gotten.
Sad news at RNG Therapy. We experienced a break-in at 5:45 Tuesday morning. Two people, a male and a female, rammed into our shop with a U-Haul and took some stuff. It's gut-wrenching. So yeah, just an update. Watch the video, check it out.
This couple rented a U-Haul seemingly with the sole purpose to ram it through the garage door of this card shop so they could steal Pokemon cards and then make a quick getaway. There's so much to unpack with that. They rented a vehicle to commit a crime. I feel like it probably won't be that hard to find who they are, assuming they had to provide some identification and payment information to even get the U-Haul in the first place. God willing, hopefully they don't get away with it. This is a level of insanity that dwarfs even some of the most absurd that I'd seen prior. They rented a U-Haul to crash it through this building to steal Pokemon cards. Holy shit. Also, they're just like manhandling the Pokemon cards. They're doing it au naturel, the way our forefathers used to steal Pokemon cards. They're not even using bags or anything. They're literally just grabbing like two fistfuls and walking it back and forth. Like they didn't even bring like bags or something to do it more efficiently. They are that fucking stupid. You are witnessing actual Neanderthal mode. You are seeing laid bare in front of you the dumbest society can provide you with. Holy shit. And you get a pretty good look at this girl's face, one of the perpetrators here. I'm hoping these two turbo idiots get caught pretty soon. I'm pretty optimistic that they will. It feels like there's a lot of information that you could probably get from the vehicle they rented here for it. Plus, you also have pretty solid surveillance footage of what they look like. Hopefully they will get caught. Now, the reason I wanted to yap about this is because of just how over the top it is. They fucking crash a truck through this card shop to get the Pokemon cards. In almost every other card shop break-in and robbery I've seen, they just bash the glass in. They'll hit it with a brick, a hammer, something. They just walk in and then start breaking all the glass in order to steal the cards. But here, there's no glass for them to break through. It's a fucking garage door. It's a huge garage door. You would think that would be more difficult and like a deterrent from people breaking in. But no, these morons still find a way. Like, you are just not safe. If you have Pokemon cards, somehow these vermin will sniff it out, and come hell or high water, they will fucking bust through those walls like the Kool-Aid Man. It is shocking. They crashed a U-Haul through this garage door to get to these Pokemon cards. Next, like, you're gonna have to start putting your Pokemon cards at Fort Knox, but even then, idiots like this will probably still find a way to try and gain access. It'll be like Wile E. Coyote. They'll get the Acme Dynamite out and the plunger and try and like blow it up to get in. It's just so sad, the state of this hobby. And I feel terrible for this business. Like, I would have thought, given the location of this business being, pretty secure behind a garage door and everything, that they were likely going to be safe and be able to provide a nice little hangout card shop spot for their community. But no, still no. They crashed the car through it. Now, I watched some of the updates here from their Instagram page. They have replaced the garage door, which is not cheap, mind you, and they are trying to, keep their heads held high, moving forward into the future here. So they are back open for business, which is great. They were only down for a little while here after this. But it just sucks to see this, man. Like, I just feel so bad. It's not like these card shops are rolling in money. Like, it's not like these businesses are just raking in millions and millions of dollars. And yet they are just getting absolutely pillaged. Like the fucking Vikings are running through here and just dismantling their inventory of Pokemon cards. It's just dangerous. It's sad. It's fucking sad. And like I said, this is very, very, very common now. Like, when I was looking for this to try and find it on my own, an unrelated story of 3 separate break-ins all in like a week came up. And like I mentioned, it's the standard song and dance that a lot of these robbers like to do, where they just bust in the glass of these card shops and then just start breaking everything to get to them.
In and out in 30 seconds. That's all it took for this thief to make off with about $6,000 worth of Pokemon cards.
They smashed our showcase, so they knew where they were going.
On top of the...
Like I said, that's typically how it goes. They come in, break the glass, and the rest of this news segment here, they interview a couple of other shops that experienced very similar break-ins, losing thousands of dollars worth of product. And typically, it's just a big old, in one of them, it was just a big old piece of concrete. They broke the glass and then kicked in the rest of it and then just walked in, stole the shit, breaking the shit. It's awful. It's just awful. It is so shameful. And it is showing no signs of slowing down. Like, you're not even safe if you are behind a garage door. A reinforced door is not safe because you never know when the dumbest couple on the planet's gonna rent a goddamn bulldozer and just blast through it. It's just despicable. I am so tired of the degeneracy in the Pokemon card community. Jiminy Christmas. And like I've said from the very beginning, even if you do steal all of these Pokemon products, they're not easy to resell. You're not going to make a huge killing selling the couple of $1,000s worth of Pokemon product that you lifted from these local card shops. Like, it's not going to sell immediately, even if you do mark it down significantly. And a lot of people in the community are always aware of what's been stolen, so many times what's happened in the past is people that have stolen it have been caught when they've tried to resell it because people know, and they don't want to have that hot potato of stolen product. Like, it's just so fucking dumb across the board from these idiots, these absolute losers that are stealing all of these TCG products. It's so fucking dumb. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about this again. That's really about it. So, yeah. Barbecue chicken alert. Barbecue chicken alert. We got another classic YouTube blunder here. I imagine some of you might have seen a little bit from this, but there are tons and tons of channels on the platform being banned left and right. Very loosey-goosey here, and it seems to be AI moderation tools that YouTube uses going rogue. The ghost in the machine here. I just got made aware of this, and it seems like one of the first people to experience this, Penguinz0, was a YouTuber named Enderman, who is a tech channel.
The reason being, my secondary channel has been terminated off of YouTube, as you can see. And obviously I can do nothing about this. We're going to submit the appeal together and see how far it gets us now. The reason for this happening is AI. It wrongfully concluded my channel was associated with a channel that was terminated for 3 copyright strikes.
If we look at what Enderman has provided here, the reason for the termination here is this linked channel, which is a Japanese channel that is in no way actually associated with Enderman at all. It feels like it's a big old boo-boo here from the AI moderation tools, and he is not the only channel that experienced this. There were a few other notable examples of channels also being linked to this Japanese channel falsely, and thus having their channel terminated as a result. It's anyone's guess why. Maybe that Japanese channel is like a yawn that's just contagious and now it's spreading across YouTube, where for some reason on the back end, the AI has had a fucking conniption here and is associating like tons of channels on YouTube with that account and then just immediately banishing them to the Shadow Realm, which in and of itself is a huge problem because why is there no human being coming to review a channel termination? Why would AI have that ability? Why would it be given that much unrestricted power and authority where it could not only flag these channels for being linked to this channel, but then also ban them for it without a human being ever stepping in? That's very concerning because there is clearly a lot of wiggle room for errors with AI moderation. And it's not just with this linked channel epidemic here. We're going to get into a couple other examples, and of course we've already seen some in the past with it just kind of freaking out and going like bananas, actually just going ballistic for no reason. But in classic YouTube fashion, appeals are more useless than the hairs on my ass. So Enderman even made a video doing the appeals, which of course led to no results, which unfortunately is par for the course. I feel like I can count on one hand the amount of times in my own personal experience too that appeals have ever led to anything. Like, I've never even really heard whispers of someone having a successful appeal on my entire 18, 19, whatever-ish years on YouTube. It feels like that system just doesn't work. That's just all smoke and mirrors. Like, maybe the appeal system is there kind of as like an internal joke at the YouTube HQ. Like, the appeals, once you finish filling them out, what it actually does is just print out a piece of paper that goes straight into the trash can at the YouTube HQ. Like, I don't even know what it's there for. It never actually leads to anything that I've ever experienced, nor ever heard of. It is truly just like, you do this only to reaffirm that a human being is not looking at it, or if they are, they're not actually giving a fuck and just maintaining the original ruling that may be incorrect. In this case, being linked to a Japanese YouTube channel that was terminated long ago. This kind of thing would take someone actually 4 seconds to realize it's a mistake. This is a big ol' whoops-a-daisy. But since the appeal system, it needs a drastic overhaul, it is just archaic, and I truly think that it might just not even function the way it's advertised. It didn't work for any of these channels that were experiencing this termination, this wrongful termination. So they did the only recourse they could. Make noise on Twitter. That, and I've said this for years, that is the only way to get actual YouTube help here, it seems, for most channels on the platform, is to go make a big hoopla, big stink about it on Twitter or any other social media, because then they actually do see it, and then a human being does actually step in, and it takes them a very short amount of time to fix it. In this case, it did get solved. Enderman did get his channel back. Both of his channels got reinstated. It was very clearly a mistake that this happened in the first place, and the second a human being actually is alerted to it and does take the time to take a peek, it's pretty quickly resolved. But there's a couple of problems here. One, AI should not have the ability to ban channels. That is a big no-no. I think that is going to lead to catastrophic results in the future. We're already seeing some inklings here of that, being the dystopia we're heading towards. Like, you do not want to just let AI be the one to ban channels. A human being should always be included in the mega mix when it comes to that decision, without fail, period. Like, there should never be any reason AI can do that. And 2, something's got to be done about the appeal system. It has got to be updated. Like, it has got to get better. This is it's just crazy that it's 2025 and the appeals still just don't actually work. Because, again, look, Enderman and many others did make a lot of noise on Twitter. Someone at Team YouTube saw it, took them, a handful of hours maybe, and then reinstated both channels because they were very quick to realize, yeah, this is a mistake. Why didn't that happen with appeals? Appeals, when you submit them, it's like a matter of minutes where they're like, no, it's rejected. Yeah, we re-reviewed everything. Yeah, you're super wrong. You're a fucking idiot. Actually, you're super ugly as well, by the way. Did we mention that? Rejected. We're maintaining the original fucking ruling. Like, it's obvious that no one actually looked at it. So, especially when it's like long-form videos, you'll submit an appeal for a video that's like an hour and a half long, and you'll get a response from YouTube on the re-review in like 15 minutes about like how you're stupid for even trying to appeal it. So yeah, that needs to be changed. That's two big problems. But this isn't the only instance of channels being banned willy-nilly recently. There's been a lot going on when it comes to channel terminations that don't make a ton of sense. Now, from what I've seen, a lot of these have been reinstated since this has become a big issue that a lot of people are talking about now, because it is concerning why so many channels are getting kind of banned out of nowhere for seemingly nothing. Literally nothing when it comes to like this linked channel thing that was happening. Like, some of these terminations aren't even because of like a misunderstanding of the content they were producing. It was something that they did, like, literally was not even associated with anything about their channel and still getting terminated. So it's caused a lot of alarm from people on the YouTube platform. And from what I've seen, some of them have been reinstated, but not all of them. There's also been a lot of bans for like this really weird enforcement of YouTube policies that don't really seem to apply. The big one has been like scams and deceptive practices, which I think right now is out of control on YouTube with ads. Like, the biggest culprit of scams and deceptive practices are YouTube's own ads. I just made a video going over many of the AI ads on YouTube that are peddling legitimately fake products. Fraudulent advertising is plaguing the platform. That and like AI porn shit and like a lot of weird things have been advertised on YouTube directly that are very much against YouTube's own terms when it comes to scams and deceptive practices. But those don't seem to be getting hit nearly as much as just channels that aren't actually promoting scams or deceptive practices. It's just really ass backwards right now. And I was reading from the community with some other channels. A lot of them were tech-based, where they were like showcasing different things in the tech sector that maybe the AI moderation tool was getting confused by, thinking that they were trying to promote workarounds for certain things, and they just immediately slapped them down for it. I don't know. But either way, it is a problem. There, under no circumstances, should be the possibility for AI to just ban a channel, like outright. Even if a channel is in violation of rules and AI moderation tools flag it internally, a human being needs to be involved in this conversation about whether or not that channel needs to be banned. It should not be the AI that's the judge, jury, and executioner on it. That is a big problem, and one that is highlighted big time with this wave of bans hitting the platform. So yeah, I wanted to yap about this for a little bit. It seems like it's getting resolved slowly but surely, and I really hope YouTube learns from this and improves their systems, appeals, and getting rid of this immense power that they're lending to AI. Unchecked power, unlimited power. That's concerning. Anyway, though, that's really about it. Hopefully everyone else that's been, like, falsely flagged and terminated or got a strike or something, hopefully all of that gets resolved as well going forward. Hopefully it won't take too much longer. And, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Right now, I want you to try and imagine the worst thing you can think of. Genuinely, like, the most horrific, traumatizing sight that you can picture. I want you to briefly do it. Not for too long, but I just want you to plant it, burn it into your brain for a moment. Now let me guess what you just pictured. Was it a bear opening your car door and destroying the interior of your Rolls Royce? Yeah, I thought so. Luckily, in this case, it was just a thought experiment, but what if I told you this actually happened? And then what if I told you it didn't actually happen and the claims were all part of an elaborate insurance scam? I say elaborate, but that's definitely not the word to use for it. Almost 2 years ago now, I covered a story about some fucking goobers, some true goofballs, who hatched this scheme where they had one of their friends dress up in a bear suit to go into their luxury cars like a Rolls Royce, and then take kitchen utensils and start scratching in the car as if a bear was the one destroying it. Even though it never even, like, ruined the interior, it just left, like, little marks like a kid with a fork, like, dragged it across the seats a little bit. And then they would go to their insurance claiming that a bear broke into their car and get an insurance payout for it, and it actually worked 3 times. But they were eventually caught when they took a closer look at the footage that was submitted. It is fucking incredible how awful it looks. It's like if I had my buddy Eric dress up as a bear for like a child's birthday party or something. And they just have this guy go into their car and just do this a little bit. It was so interesting. And somehow it took this long for them to get sentenced. I won't spoil the surprise there, but I bet they are not happy and are very much regretting this plan here, this dubious plot. Now, I want to be clear, it's not that it's unbelievable a bear would break into a car. In fact, there's a lot of footage of that happening, which is probably why they chose this in the first place instead of having it be like the fucking chupacabra.
We got some brisket if you want.
Oh my.
He's opened that door. Oh my god.
Psst. Get out of there.
Oh my god.
No. Hey.
Oh my god, he got us.
You won't be laughing when that dirty bastard hotwires that car and pit maneuvers your ass to try and confiscate the footage to hide the evidence. It is impressive, actually. To me, that's no laughing matter. That's fucking terrifying if we gotta worry about bears opening the car doors, breaking in, and stealing our loot or something, you know what I mean? So, and it's more than just this. This isn't the only guy that can do it there. Bears are impressive. Somehow, they've been training. They've learned how to do this for a lot of cars. I forgot to turn off the face cam for this one so you can see me nodding in approval here, impressed by the bear's ability to get into this vehicle, and they eventually steal something out of the back seat. It was like a bag of diapers or something, I'm not really sure. But the point is, I know bears can open car doors, but what you'll see in this insurance scam doesn't look like that at all. It looks like just a dude going up, opening it, and then crawling around. It's incredible stuff. But yes, also side note, be aware, sleep in fear knowing that if you're transporting honey from the grocery store, you are not safe. At any moment, a bear could fucking scoot in sideways, open that car door, and rob you. Because they have learned how to open these car doors. That much is confirmed. You saw the California bear suit scammers finally got sentenced. Did they? I remember talking about that a while ago. I feel like it's been like 3 years. They only just now got sentenced. They were the ones committing insurance fraud. Because they were claiming like a bear went in there and fucked it all up, but then they got caught on camera and it's clearly just a guy in a bear suit. And yeah, you're right. It looks like it only just now went through. Humans who used bear suit to defraud car insurers are sentenced to jail. Oh no! And they took the high quality bear suit! What? California Department of Fish and Wildlife biologists reviewed video footage of the attacks on luxury cars and said that the animal was clearly a human in a bear suit. I like how they had to bring out like the certified expert, but anyone with eyes could tell you the same thing. Hold on, let me pull up the footage. It has been a while, so maybe you guys forgot about this. This shit goes crazy, actually, though. It's a very interesting scheme, to be honest with you. Get ready to cover your eyes. It's horrifying. That's a bear in there. Watch out! It's ruining the luxury vehicle. I think that's a Phantom, it looks like. I can't really tell. I don't know cars well enough, but that looks like a Phantom. Oh, he's in the back seat. Oh, God, no. He's ruining it. What's he doing, that degenerate? Oh, the bear's gooning in there. No! He just bought that car, too. Wow. That's brutal stuff, man. Damn, look at the damage that he was able to cause. Fuck! Oh, there he is again. That fucking maniac. That bear got a taste of luxury cars and now he can't stop. Yep, right to the back seat again. Mm-hmm. Now he's getting in there causing all kinds of commotion. A huge ruckus. Oh, wow! He totaled it. Oh no. He's back again! Oh, look at the way he opens that door. He's so smart. Who taught him to do that? Apparently they're going to jail for this, by the way. Imagine going to jail because of this fucking scam. Absolute losers. Holy. They forgot to draw a sea bear circle around the cars. True. I truly cannot believe the horror there. So what did they rule? They were sentenced to jail after masterminding a scheme in which they staged fake bear attacks on luxury cars and collected more than $141K in insurance payouts. Isn't it sad that it actually worked? They actually got paid for that. Someone watched that footage, fucking mouth agape. Oh! Wow, alright. We're approving this, my god. We're sorry this happened. To carry out the attacks, the residents had a person in a bear suit climb into the cars and use claw-like kitchen utensils to leave scratch marks. The residents filed claims to defraud three different insurance companies. Two defendants, Ruben Tamrazian, 26, and Vahi Muradkian, 32, of Glendale, were sentenced to 180 days in jail, or about 6 months, and ordered to pay more than $50K each in restitution. Another defendant, Alifa Zuckerman, 39, was sentenced to 180 days in jail, while a restitution amount is yet to be determined. All three had previously pled no contest to felony insurance fraud. Oh, there was a fourth one. Ararat Trikinian, 39, of Glendale, has a preliminary court hearing scheduled for September. Not immediately clear if they had lawyers. Oh, maybe they represented themselves. Or maybe they brought someone in a bear suit to defend them. Pretty cool. Hey, Boo Boo, what do you think we're gonna find in this Rolls Royce? 180 days in jail. Good thing they brought in the biologist. They would have got away with it, too. You see the Lakers beat the Rockets last night without Luka or Reeves. I didn't watch the game because I figured it'd be a blowout. So when I saw that headline, that was more unbelievable to me than this fucking bear insurance fraud. I cannot believe they actually squeaked out a series win. I see no world where they actually win the series, but even getting one game there blew my mind. Oh no, they're also paying restitution, so it's 180 days in jail and restitution, so it's not like they're coming out in the green here. It certainly wasn't worth it, I'll tell you that much. For 2 months, many of you have been trying desperately to convince me that I would like something that I was pretty confident I wouldn't. And like a stubborn child refusing to even try a head of broccoli, I stuck to my guns, crossed my arms and said, no thank you. I do not like green eggs and ham. And for 2 months, I'd been adamant that I will not watch the movie that blew up this summer, K-pop Demon Hunters. I saw, I think it was 2 of the trailers, or maybe it was 1, and I saw it twice, I can't remember. But I saw the trailer, the animation looked great, but it is just not my kind of movie. It is a musical, and I've been very public about how much I do not like musicals. So it simply was not for me, but when this Netflix film exploded with popularity, I said, I'm happy that you're all happy, I'm glad. And for 2 months they said, no, Charles, listen, you old Scrooge. This is fucking incredible stuff. You might not like musicals, you might not be the biggest K-pop fan, but this movie's gonna blow you away, trust me. The amount of times I heard that, if I only had a nickel. And I was firmly planting my feet and lat spreading, saying, I'm not doing it. You won't get me to watch it. I already know I won't like it that much. What's the point? But then tonight, at 5 a.m. after another sleepless evening, no rest. Gotta tell you, sports fans, I wish the K-pop stars could start targeting insomnia. Fucking banish that to the Shadow Realm, please. If you finish with the demons, please go after insomnia. I'm really fucking tired of it. But I said, to hell with it. I'll take a peek, I'll take a gander, see what all the fuss is about. Nothing to lose. I either watch something and I'm moderately entertained, I watch it and I end up loving it, or I fall asleep. All of these are fine outcomes at 5 a.m. when I just can't sleep in the first place. So I just finished it. It is now 6:30 a.m. And I bet you're expecting me to have this big eureka come to Jesus moment. No, you were all right. It actually was my favorite animated movie ever. Sorry to say that's not the case. I feel exactly how I expected to feel after finishing this film. I didn't hate it or anything. I didn't dislike the movie, but I didn't love it or anything. It was a fine time. It was a beautiful animated movie. The animation was stunning. I love the style of the film, which I also knew I would going into it, because the trailers, they do a really good job of setting you up for exactly what you're going to get. But like I said, I just don't like musicals. And I don't dislike K-pop, but it's not my favorite musical genre. So it's a musical in a genre of music that I don't typically download and snap my fingers to. So it was never going to be the grand slam home run in my eyes, but I totally understand why so many people have fallen head over heels in love with it. I definitely get it. If you like K-pop, this definitely has it out the wazoo, and the songs are catchy. Some of the tunes are definitely, little earworms that'll have you humming it a little bit, no doubt. My favorite song was actually the second to last one, the Your Idol one, from the Saga boys. That was a good song. I enjoyed that boner jam. And I'd confidently say that there's no bad songs in here. There was none of them where I was plugging my ears, begging for the agony to stop or anything. Overall, it was fine. It's exactly what I expected to happen for me. I watched it. I was entertained, but it wasn't something that I'll be singing or really thinking about in a day or two from now. But, like I said, I really do get why so many people have been glued to it. I know it just went to theaters. Netflix, this was so big for Netflix, they decided to put it into theaters. And in its debut a few days ago, it brought in 18 million, I think it was, on its opening, which is actually a huge opening. It beat Weapons, which I know Weapons is going into its second or third week, but this is a pretty big movie across the board. And it also does something that I actually think is a pretty cool direction for movies to go. I've heard they've offered sing-along performances, theaters are doing sing-along showings where people go in with the full notion that there will be people in the audience singing along to the music in the movie. I would never want to be in one of those auditoriums. They did that same shit with Minecraft with the Block Party edition where you're supposed to yell memes at the screen or whatever. I would never want to be in one of these auditoriums, but I appreciate that they're doing it, because I think any effort to make things more social and get people to interact with other people of similar interest is a great step in the right direction, whereas all of society and all of big business is right now focused on trying to keep you indoors and isolated from other human beings, even going as far as to try and fill your romantic void with AI companions. So anything that kind of kicks that trend is getting 2 big thumbs up from me. So I really like that K-pop Demon Hunters is having these sing-alongs, which apparently are doing really well, with a bunch of people going around others with similar interest and being social and singing to a movie that they really like. I think that's great. I will never go, but I'm happy that it's there, and I'm glad so many people are going. I guess I'll give you a little pseudo review here. The story is, throughout time, there have been these chosen singers who use their voice to seal demons away to keep humanity safe from them. They use their voice as a means of keeping them at bay and the ultimate demon lord from consuming souls. And now in the modern era, it is a K-pop group that takes on this responsibility, and they're getting very close to the golden seal that will once and for all end this battle where the demons will no longer be able to access the human world at all. Whereas in the past, there's always been like little tears where they can kind of trickle in here and there, but now they're very close to stopping it entirely. So we follow their journey to accomplishing that. Spoiler alert, we're going to get into spoilers even for K-pop Demon Hunters, baby. The main singer, Rumi, she is actually part demon. And she wants to seal this so that way her demon patterns can go away. She's been hiding them her whole life, and her mother figure, who's not her actual mother, but someone who promised to take care of her, has been trying to keep that secret from the rest of the group and the rest of the world, because she believes it is a problem that needs to be fixed. In pursuit of the golden sealing of the demons throw one last Hail Mary. They're about to face defeat, but then they call upon their own boy band, who then goes to the human world and directly challenges them on the charts. They can't beat them in a fight because the K-pop Demon Hunters are very adept at combat, and the fights, I think, are very cool. I think the fighting is very flashy and it's very stylistic, and I think it goes hard. There's not a lot of fighting or anything. This really is mainly about like the story, the characters, and the music. But when there is fighting, I think it looks really cool. Really, everything in the movie looks very cool. They did pull out all the stops here in the animation department, and I really appreciate that because I fucking love animation. Like, it really is visually great. It is breathtaking at points. But anyway, they have the boy band out there, and now they're competing directly on the charts. And the Demon Hunter group, the K-pop Demon Hunters, they're Huntrix, that's their name, they immediately recognize the Saga boys as being demons, and they're immediately privy to their plan of stealing fans away so that way they can poke holes into the seal, so that way the demons can flood in and power up the Demon Lord. And then a romance blossoms where the lead demon of the Saga boys and the lead of Huntrix, Rumi, they start to find common ground because she's part demon. And he's very troubled. He doesn't want to be like evil. He made a mistake in his past, and he has been paying for it for 4 centuries now. And he just wants the voices in his head to stop. That's the whole reason he's helping the demon guy. And they are at odds, but eventually it blossoms into a very understanding, mutual relationship between the two of them. And it's a decent story. Like, it's not anything new. It's nothing you haven't seen before, but it's executed well enough that I think a lot of people will find it to be very fresh. I do think, though, that there were things that they wanted to explore but ran out of budget for. For example, Rumi, we only get little tiddlywinks about her past. She is the only person of her kind that we know of in this world that is half demon, half human. And we only know the bare bones that her mother and a demon got together and she was born and was viewed as a big mistake, but the mother asked for a promise from her most trusted companion to keep her daughter safe. But we don't know anything about the mother or the demon father or anything like that, and I thought for sure that would be something we'd learn a little bit about, but it never came. Unless there was a post-credit scene that I might have missed. I didn't go through the entire credits. Maybe it's possible, I'm not sure. But I'm just surprised that that wasn't explored. It also felt like Rumi was the only character that got real depth. The other 2 members of Huntrix, they kind of just played on the sidelines. Like they gave you bits and pieces, like they gave you the general character personalities and like a bit of the background, but never really too much. You never really got to know them very well past their desire to seal the demons away and their complete hatred of demons. I really thought this movie was going to go in a different direction towards the end too, because we know Jinu, that's the demon guy's name, the lead of the Saga boys. We know about his past a lot, and it seems like he's not the only one of his kind that is just reluctantly serving the Demon King. Like, no one seems to want to do that. They just have the voice in their head that is compelling them to do so. And he explains to Rumi that all demons do is feel all of their shame and all of that anguish that they've experienced when they are humans. They just live it perpetually. Like, they are not happy with where they are and what the Demon King does to them. So I thought that there would be like this turning point where there was like an understanding with Huntrix, like, oh, these demons, like, they were once people, and that's still somewhere in there. And a lot of them just want to live without that voice in their head reminding them of their biggest mistakes, that kind of thing. But that never comes. I thought that was where the plot was going, at least to a certain extent, but it's not. I guess it's just Genu. He is the only one in the entire demon world. Him and his pets. They also are an exception. But it's not a complaint or anything, by the way. Like, they don't have to go in that direction. It's totally fine they didn't. I'm just saying I was just kind of surprised because they kind of put the breadcrumbs there that I thought that was where they were going. Anyway, though, I don't have any, like, big complaints about the movie or anything. I really don't. Even though it's not my cup of tea, it's not my taste, it's not like there was anything in here that I think was wrong or bad. It's, again, just not my genre of movie. So it doesn't really appeal to me in a big way. But I didn't have a bad time watching it. I was entertained. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not even turning my desk light on for this one. You're getting me in the scary campfire ghost story lighting right now because I've unleashed the demon inside here. The gamer demon. I have for a long time hung up the jersey when it came to grinding games competitively. It's just not good for me. I get too into it and I'm too good at it. I mean, that's obviously me just joking around, but I get like very obsessive with like competing in a game. So I haven't really competed in games since chess, and before chess it was Apex Legends. And it's been a few years now with no game that I really like laser focus on and try and get really good at until this last week with the finals. I am hard addicted to the finals and I have been grinding the fuck out of it and I'm loving every second of it. I'm sure you've seen a ton of the videos I've been posting on my gaming channel, but I wanted to give you like a highlight reel of my ranked journey so far because, man, I'm telling you, I'm starting to be dangerous out there in the finals, and it is amazing. Let's land some huge winch claw. Oh my god, what a start. I don't know the range. Oh.
First elimination. We've got some trigger-happy contestants out
Watch this read.
Rocket delivery.
Damn.
Happy but strategic, Scotty. It's a delicate balance.
Squad wipe. Missed a lot of shots there. Didn't matter. Boy. Oh, that's unlucky. Oh. There we go. I hunted that man down. I gave him no respite. That wasn't a squad wipe, so there's still one more. There he is. Oh my god! I melted him. I've wiped that team twice. Oh, that's sad. Poor guys. I know they're pissed. Whoa! Where are they at? I bet they're afraid to challenge this mountain now. Put the fear of God in them. Oh! Oh!
Special delivery.
He's not going to challenge that again. I got him again! That team has got to be pissed. Holy. They are punching the air right now. I've already got 8 kills. You love to see it, you really do. We're all having a fun day on the finals. Let's keep it going, boys. Okay. Wow. I still got the squad wipe. Holy shit. Oh my god, that was fucking dirty what I just did to them. Brother, they are all dead. You can just come res me. Did you not see him? Oh, it was the same guy from last game. There we go. That's another wipe. I'm leading the charge. I've already got 10 kills. It is crazy how hard I am clapping their cheeks right now. This is a thing of beauty.
Dome shield deployed.
Every second counts now.
Oh, I almost had that. Oh, I Goomba stomped him. I almost had that. That would have been crazy. Easy game. 15 stinkers in this one. Holy. Jiminy Christmas.
Sending a rocket.
Ooh. That was huge.
RPG away.
You threw it off the map. Where are they? Oh. Ah, you got him first. Nice and easy. Still ended up top fragging on the squad. Oh shit.
Shielding, get inside. Yeah! Message clear, station safe.
Scary. He's one. That's GG. Nice. Nice. I didn't get a lot of kills in that final round, but I did a ton of damage in that final round, which is all that matters. I left them really low for my team to finish off. Made some easy, strong plays. Easy dub. Happy about that. I'm just gonna bring this down.
RPG fired.
That did not drop it. That's a shame. Oh, the grenade got him, though.
Shielding, hurry inside. They just filed 4 resignations. Sending a frag.
Brother, turn around! What are you doing? He ran right by you. Holy shit, did I just kill both of them with that? I did. Oh, and then I choked that.
An exceptional action from the team.
Oh my god, that strafe. Wait, where is he? Oh, nice. That was a wipe.
Before they got started. Rocket delivery. Frag grenade sent.
Going for it. Sticking it. Okay.
Enemy spotted!
He's low. Nice, we got the cash out though. Us getting wiped there though is actually almost a problem. I didn't realize how much money you lose on that. That was close. Holy shit, that was close. I had no idea it was that much money you lose. Let's take it. Let's make like my nuts and hold 'em. I got him. That's 2. There we go. Squad wipe! Let's get it! Yes sir, yes sir! Final round in Skeletal Sniper with a squad wipe. Is there anything that fits together more beautifully and more frequently? Maybe peanut butter and jelly, but other than that, probably not much else. God, that was clean. Oh! No, 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 no! No, 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 no.
They'll need to hide in their shells for a bit.
Oh, we got it. Holy fuck, that was a nail biter. Holy shit, that was a nail biter.
This is a great
Close call.
tough shells are sticking together.
Oh, I would have been sad.
Sending a frag.
No! How did he get it so quick? How did he get it so quick? How did he get it so quick? I saw him the second he got on it. He got it instantly. Oh, we got it back. Just stall. Just stall. Just stall. Oh my god, just stall. Holy fuck. No! Yes! Holy shit! Clutch. I can't believe that. Oh my god. Wow.
Thanks for watching.
Alright, well, we'll take it. That's about as big of an ass greaser as you can get. 24 and 10. Good enough. Good enough.
Special delivery. Drone field online.
Oh.
Rocket out. The section is building with only 30 seconds remaining.
Let's see who can rise to the occasion.
Okay, scary.
The mighty want to make this a habit. Team wipe again.
I've got no dome, just gotta rip it. Just stall, just stall. Nice. Holy shit. Come on, baby.
Flying finish to the round from
Yep. 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 Dragging us kicking and screaming into the qualification. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We only got 2 people on this squad. We lost King Hero. Can he just be replaced? Can somebody else just take his place now, please? This is so fucking silly, man. This actually would have just been a freebie. Like, he didn't even have to be good. He just needed to have a pulse. Like, he just needed to stay in the game.
Shielding, hurry inside. RPG en route. Frag grenade sent.
That was so clean. That was so clean. That was pink, bro. Take it, take it.
Took a hit.
Okay. I'll do it all myself then.
I
didn't even know you died.
Excitement, Scotty. This is what it's all about.
Alright, alright.
Rocking away.
No time.
Coming in. Showing the others how it's done. It's the big splash. Tossing a frag. I know it's claim a cash out. An excellent economic forecast as we got a new vault.
I'm just shitting on him though. If we had a third, we could do this. 100% with a third we do this. For free. Like, not just light in general, but I mean this weapon in particular feels really fast.
Enemy spotted. Up there. Dogs are off their leash and they're opening vault 2.
There we go. Okay, this feels pretty good.
Get ready for some enemy over there.
Yep, that felt really fucking good. Team wipe. It's crazy how consistent I am at team wipes. Holy fuck. This is a brand new weapon for me and I still wipe their whole ass.
The kingfish just helped themselves.
Frag grenade out. But will there be poison on route?
Looking good?
Using a flashbang.
What a shot.
Attack on B. Steal it. The top shells will crack the competition and claim the lead.
He's low. Brother, just turn and hit him once.
Hey, with the jet setters in control.
Okay. That was a headshot. 2 headshots.
Impressive steal by the top shells.
Oh, I'm having a hard time hitting this guy though.
A contestant is dishing out some destruction. Good riddance.
Oh my god, that was dirty. Holy fuck, what I did to that guy was dirty and I know he's mad about it. I just saved my teammate's ass with a crazy read. Just lost another teammate. Okay. Okay. Man, finals at 2 a.m. is rough. Finally, Jesus, I was having a hard time hitting that last shot.
Wait, we're already down to the final minute. This match is not stop.
No, leave my teammate alone. Can't you tell he's a pacifist? Oh. Unlucky.
Full marks.
Well, there we go. There we go. Oh, that guy didn't miss his shots. Damn, I thought I still had some more time there to prey on him. That's that was sad. No, he almost had it. I gotcha. I think we're cooked though. Regardless. There's the other guy.
Frag out.
Alright. I wiped them. I don't see us winning this, but I'm definitely down to try. Scary. It's a squad wipe. Oh. No! Damn! If I didn't switch to grenades, I should have had more confidence. I mean, once again, it's a completely wasted game, because someone's left. That guy was absolute trash, and then rage quits as I'm rezzing him. What? Oh, that was so dirty. Yikes, that was dirty.
Some amazing plays.
Every decision matters now, and these players know it.
He's pissed.
A second.
All in one go, and still not even breathing hard. The Valiants are taking the lead for now.
Oh, who's shooting? Oh.
30 seconds to go.
Oh. Oh fuck, there's a different team. Oh, I just killed my... Oh, my Q didn't come out! Fuck, no! No, I tried to demat that while I was sliding, but my dematerializer didn't come out. No! Come on. I really need a win. I need a win. It's been too long. So many people leaving games. Just give me the win.
Okay, folks, it's the big show.
Removing obstacle.
Ah.
First elimination.
This might get crazier than I expected.
Good wipe. Good wipe. Did we get the vault? I forgot it.
Think.
Uh-oh.
Creating a passage.
Message clear, station safe.
Someone called for a doctor.
Got him. Squad wipe. There we go. Woo! Scary, scary.
Contestant is really cutting through the competition.
All in one go, and still not even breathing hard.
Enemy down.
Nice. Nice. Good shit. Feels like we spawned so far away. Just demat it down and we're gonna fight here. We traded, one for one, one for one. One guy left, it's just a heavy on me. Nice. That's GG.
The retros have been stopped in their tracks.
Let's go. Ooh, that was close. Finally. That's what we needed.
Time to disappear. Gateway 1, out. Teleport here.
Good shit. Yes.
Contestants becomes a group of rising stars. Congratulations to the Boundless from all of us here at the fight.
All right. I got real nervous when we lost that fight going in there. 20 and 13. Not great, but it was good enough.
Overtime is happening, and the stakes just got higher.
The socialites are kicked.
Oh, I didn't know where he was. Oh boy.
The ultra rare that you're really playing as a team right now, which is good to go on to a win.
I've done all I can.
I know you're finding the right pitch.
That looked pretty good.
The moment of no return is here. Our first elimination. A test they've all been training for. Let's see who truly stands out.
Oh, can't reach that. Too short. Where is that? There we go. There's the wipe. This felt pretty good. I like this weapon.
Start your cash out B.
Man, this gun is nice. Oh, that gun is much better for that range.
That station's still standing, but the attackers aren't. The big splash have belly flop.
There we go. I'm liking this round. This is feeling good.
Defend on B.
The big splash. Good steal.
Plenty of time. Nice. I fucking knew I could get the res off and take this back. Yeah, I'm really getting the hang of this now. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna play light. I think that's just the move. I can do some serious carrying as light. Oh. Clutch. I almost turned that too. I just saved us so fucking hard. Holy shit. Jesus. Okay, okay. Give myself a round of applause.
Cash-hungry teams.
Love to see it. Only care about pink. Oh god.
Seconds.
Oh, I tried to low profile it. That's fine.
This round goes to the over.
I got pink. Okay, okay. I put the team on my back hard there. God, I was working. I was working.
The Kingfisher.
No! Almost, almost, almost. I was skating around him there. Protect me. Do you have a bubble? Bubble, 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 bubble. Holy shit.
Popping the brag. Wow, I'm so impressed. You can count me.
I can't see him. Nice, I got it. Okay. Now or never. Let me wait, let me wait. Yeah, don't lose those.
Special delivery. Frag grenade set.
Where's the squad? There we go. It's just one guy. Alright. Did it all myself. All 3. All by my lonesome. I will drag us kicking and screaming to a win if I have to. Whew! Got him. Oh, now that was actually dirty. That was actually dirty. So, got all 3 there. What? How'd they get it?
Strategically steal a cash out.
I wonder what else they can get away with.
Our souls retreat.
All right.
Allegedly.
Woo, baby! I hunted that man down. Oops, scared him.
This round is becoming a bit of a fixer-upper for them.
This'll burn. Oh boy, that one's going in the Hall of Shame.
Frag grenade set. Throwing some poison.
Oh! Oh! I'm going crazy! Gotcha. 13 kills.
Revolution. They're opening up.
I got my shit mixed up there. No. Where is the other guy? $17 kills right now. I am wiping their ass. Holy shit. Damn! Wow, okay, okay. These throwing knives, huh? These throwing knives, huh? I don't know where that was. Got one. Got 2. All 3, baby. That's a solo team wipe. Give me that shit. I want to cash this bitch out. Oh. Oh, what a fucking shame.
It's the powerhouses. Congratulations to our rising stars.
We had that. We should have had that. I was going so crazy. $35. I dropped 35 on him. The new Running Man movie just came out, and I've seen a lot of people aren't loving it. It hasn't been getting the standard Edgar Wright glaze. A lot of people have been saying that it's just not amazing. I haven't really seen anyone call it, like, outright bad or anything, because it's not. You know, we're not talking about, like, a War of the Worlds level catastrophe here of a film or anything. Most people are just saying that it's kind of underwhelming and mid. And I've just now watched it, so I'm here to tell you definitively that's kinda right. It's far from a bad film. It's just a very standard one. Like, it's very generic. It's an action film that has some very good action sequences, but it has quite a lot of problems. And if you are someone that's a big fan of this director's work, if you are an Edgar Wright superfan, I would wager my left shoe that this will probably be towards the bottom of your list of his movies. This is a shockingly studio-safe production, it feels like. It doesn't really inject any of the creative personality that his films are known for. It really feels like more of a paycheck than a passion, which, all I'm saying right here, probably doesn't matter if you don't really care who the director is. Like, if you're not the biggest Edgar Wright enthusiast with dick in hand for every single thing that he slaps his name on, it probably won't matter to you because you're not going to be holding it to this higher standard of what his previous films have had. And I think that's totally fine. But I think pretty much anyone that watches this will walk away being like, oh, that was an enjoyable action flick, but nothing beyond that. So this film is not at all related to the 80s Arnold movie, which I haven't seen in a long time, but when I was a kid, I remember really liking that movie, and this one is very different, and I think that's probably a good thing. As I understand it, this borrows more from the Stephen King novel that it's based on, which maybe fans of the original works will appreciate, but I just think that by incorporating a lot of these elements that I imagine were present in the book, it leads to a little bit of bloat in this film where it starts to kind of have these pacing issues where it kind of just wants to like stumble through scenes to get to like a bigger moment without like building a real connection to characters. Like it feels like it was more focused on getting things from the book onto the big screen without really making it flow super well. And to kind of elaborate further on what I mean by that, a lot of Ben Richards' survival in The Running Man is kind of out of his own hands, where he just happens to luckily run into someone that is far better equipped to win this game for him and is able to kind of like piggyback off of their ideas for survival and kind of just go along with their plan, which I imagine in the book is probably not exactly how it plays out, but in the film here, it just feels like a very convenient plot armor for him where he just happens to run into these guardian angels that literally sacrificed their lives in order for him to win the Running Man. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but this is what I'm saying, where it feels like it has these issues where it gives you this action and then it wants to give you the next part with the action where it's like a couple days further. But in order to do that, you have to meet this character quickly, like in an alley that gets you to that point, and you don't spend a lot of time with that character. And then you get to the next action scene, and then you have to meet another character because that's going to get him a couple more days into the future for the next action thing. And if that character dies, you don't really care because you don't fucking know anything about that character. It just feels a little wacky when it comes to its pacing in that regard, which makes it feel a little underwhelming when a lot of the times Ben Richards isn't the one who's like really beating the network. So I've kind of already dove into some complaints, but like I said, I think it is a fun action movie, and I think the entire premise is very fun. So it's set in a world where barbarism is entertainment now with this thing called the Running Man, where you have this team of 3 that gets chosen, and then they use basically AI or whatever technology they have in that universe to fake all of these videos and stuff to paint them as horrible, terrible people, so that way all the world roots against them and wants them to die. And the objective of the game is to survive while they're being hunted by their fellow civilians that hate these people because they're led to believe that they're scum of the earth, truly irredeemable garbage, and they're also being hunted by hunters who are professional killers. And again, the goal is just to survive. If they survive, they get $1 billion. They basically get set for life. And the objective is to last a month for our main character, Ben Richards. We get a little of his backstory. He and his wife have a daughter who's sick, but because Ben tried to be a good person and report like some injustices in his business, he's been blacklisted across every job imaginable because the network that owns the Running Man owns the entire country. So he can't get a job and he can't pay for the medicine for his daughter that would save her life. It's the flu, basically. And he can't even pay for that because he can't get a job. It just leads to him signing up for the Running Man in order to go through this death gauntlet. And the movie is very on the nose about its message with all the propaganda and how it like alters all the videos to make people hate each other. And so that way it like ignites this fire. So they want to kill Ben and the other 2 people that are chosen with him. And it's like a very fun world that it builds here, but I just don't think it explores it overly well. And it doesn't do a good job of like balancing humor with seriousness. This feels like a movie, and I imagine in the book too, that needed to be more serious. Like the wackiness in Arnold's 80s film, I think fits in that context of the Running Man, which is drastically different from this one. Like some of the campiness in Arnold's, I don't think should have been tried to, emulate in this 2025 one. It just feels like a tonal, like, clash there. It feels like you need to buy into the seriousness of everything happening in that world, but then that's undercut with every character Ben meets, and even Ben himself, joking pretty frequently. Like, I wouldn't say it's like MCU levels of quips and quirkiness. There were just a few times where it felt really out of place for that. Like, it didn't do a good job of weaving that in there in a way that didn't feel jarring, especially because the humor wasn't really landing in my eyes. Like, I don't think many of the jokes were knocking it out of the park, we'll say. Like, I don't think it was worth sacrificing some of the seriousness that I think probably should be there to make you really care and buy into it for the sake of like a quick line or two that's a silliness. But it's not the biggest deal in the world because the movie really relies on two key factors. Its action sequences, which I do think are good. I think they are filmed well. I think they are really exciting action moments in this movie, and there is a lot of them. And two, Glenn Powell as the main character, Ben Richards. Glenn Powell does a great job. I think he was a really good action movie star here. I think he did a good job of being someone you can root for, and also being a psychopath that does have like the natural, X factor to make him realistically have a chance of winning this game against all of these experienced killers and just literally every stranger on the street. So he does a good job of being like a dad that you want to see win and get back to his family, as well as like this psycho that you're really excited to see kill some hunters. I think it was very good performance from Glenn Powell here. So overall, I did enjoy the movie. I think it is an entertaining action film. No, it's not the strongest action movie or anything like that. And yes, admittedly, it is one of Edgar Wright's weaker films. But I still was entertained. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen. I just can't get it. I truly don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. Like, they have to have the orb of confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people. I'll show you the clips because it is textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for 1 day, initially. She got a 24-hour slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned. Which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, like they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ, not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her, because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban, because she I'm Porky Pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream, on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned, and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout. Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops put them behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my God! Saeed! Hey, come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
He's 23.
No.
He's consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
He likes it. Yeah, good.
Oh, no. I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her friend twerks on him. And his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start, like, trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
No! Now they got it.
Take all this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras, cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Don't do your shit. Let me get my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on?
You can't just forcibly
take it. Let me get that bag. Let me get that bag. This is a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag.
Yo,
how much this cost? Turn around. Start off with the top.
Yo.
What? Yo, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting. Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know, I've already talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious. Don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, be like, he definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you gotta let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You ain't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course, yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it, like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it, dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because stand back, brave take coming in. Plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take. Sexual assault is bad. I know. If you were standing up, you're gonna need to sit down, holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim, sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible. And everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing, and there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I didn't want it to, like, that being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot, like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents. And it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, it seems like Twitch itself is not taking it seriously and treating it like it's a joke, considering Nina was only banned for a week. They slapped her in detention for a week, and now it's all sunshine and rainbows for her. She's back streaming again. And let me tell you, in her return stream, it's very clear she's learned her lesson. I think the week-long, benching here from Twitch has really helped put it all into perspective for her. You can see how apologetic she is and how remorseful she is for her actions.
Let me high, right? Oh, what the fuck? Yo, why you always hitting me? Stop with those. Oh shit, I can't touch you no more because I have to make a sign idea. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, bro. It's gonna come up 3 months later. I won't come. Oh, me punch you? You want me to punch you? Are you okay?
Did you send that in the air or no?
You sure? So I am not sexually assaulting you. No. I am not. You consent to this.
Yes.
You fully am okay with this.
Yes.
You will not use this clip against me later in 3 months later.
Never.
Or 9 months later.
No.
Or 6 months later.
No.
No? Hey, chat sees this, bro. Ready? Alright.
Okay.
Ready? 1. You asked for this. Nod your head. 2 times. Did you get it? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Listen, can I say something?
This seems like a real hoot and a holler. Man, she seems like a lot of fun to be around. So, I don't even know why she even threw out the word NDA. She has no idea what that is. I bet if you asked Nina what a non-disclosure agreement is or what it's for, she would just fucking blue screen. But the reason she's saying that is because she's just trying to insult everyone that made a big deal out of her sexually assaulting Saeed. And I haven't even shown you the other victim yet. I'm saving that till the end. But she's just treating it like it's no big deal. Like, oh, I guess I just can't touch people anymore. Not without like an NDA, I guess. And then this dude over here, this goober, I don't know if he's hiding his face out of embarrassment or shame, but if that is the case, I'd see why. Because that's pretty pathetic to be begging to be punched by this lady just for a crumb of attention. But yeah, that was her return stream, a real highlight moment from it. Some other really great tiddlywinks are when she's being mad at her friends for switching up on her after the sexual assault clip surfacing, where she was mad that they didn't fight tooth and nail for her honor, even though her actions are indefensible to a normal, sane person. So obviously her friends aren't going to go to bat for her, I imagine, or at least they shouldn't. Like, I don't care if you're her best friend, you should be able to come out and say, like, yep, that's fucked up, that is sexual assault. I don't support what's happened there. And she's getting mad that people did exactly that. Like, her friends were like, nope, that's unacceptable. She expected them to just be like, no, you guys are misunderstanding. And then she goes in to be, like, upset that they weren't texting her to get her side of the story, even though there's no sides. It is sexual assault, no matter how you spin it. You can try and feign ignorance until the cows come home. It doesn't change the fact that what you did is still textbook sexual assault. Just because you are a woman who did it to a man doesn't mean that it doesn't count.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
All right.
Okay, Fred.
Actually not that bad.
I know. Concentrating on the button.
Okay, girl. No, Nina. Oh my. Wow, you have the best masseuse, Toast.
That was good.
Wow, she is so bold.
My spine.
You love to see it.
All right.
So bold, so bold. Yep, keep it up.
Push.
Yep. Good job, Nina.
So Toast shared his experience with Nina, where he went there expecting a professional masseuse, only to be met by a stranger named Nina, the fucking boogeyman here, coming up and giving him this massage, where she was very clearly making a joke of it by just, like, groping him, like just grabbing on his ass cheeks there. Like she was grabbing those things like fucking motorcycle handles. It's not an accident. It's not unintentional. She didn't just like wander down there while trying to give a legitimate massage. She is literally honking on his butt cheeks. And people are laughing about it, making light of the whole thing. Like, Nina, oh my goodness, ha 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 ha. It's sexual assault. If that was a man that did that to a woman that was lying on that table, how many people would be laughing? Probably not very many. I imagine it'd be crickets for the most part. It'd be more silent than a James Corden stand-up routine. There wouldn't be a lot of laughter. It wouldn't really be viewed as a holly jolly good time. I imagine most people would immediately try and say like stop or step in, put the kibosh on it, but not here. Here, it's just treated as a joke. But why? Just because it is Nina doing this to a man, Toast, it doesn't make it not sexual assault. And in Toast's statement, he even says he has no idea who she was at the time. She just stepped in, did this. He was extremely uncomfortable, but didn't say anything in the moment because there's a bunch of cameras in his face, and it's hard to try and speak up in front of that because then it creates a tense situation. So it's an extra level of fear where it's hard to speak out and express, negative feelings in a case like this because, well, maybe now the streamers there view you as the bad guy or the chat starts attacking you or something. So it makes it very difficult. And it's something Toast briefly mentioned. And it's something that I've seen expressed numerous times in the past about it was hard to say anything in the moment because of all these cameras and all these people watching. And it's very true. Again, if this was a man that was doing this to a woman lying on that table, a complete stranger, just starts, honking on her butt cheeks there, how many people would be laughing? Probably none. It shouldn't be treated differently in this case. This was still a non-consensual sexual act that was performed on Toast and Saeed that is not being taken seriously. She received a week-long ban, and that's it. And it's not like she herself has digivolved into a better person or anything, learned her lesson, expressed any real level of remorse or anything like that. She is still treating it as content. Just the idea of her sexual assault is now a joke on her stream. I just can't touch people anymore. I'll have to NDA you, tee-hee-hee. That's crazy to me. That is just crazy. I know she issued an apology statement not long ago, which I think is pretty blatantly obvious, not her words. I think that was farted out through an actual PR firm, because I don't think she is capable of something like that. I'll stop blabbering here in just a moment, but it is so wild to me how little Twitch did here, and how little they seem to care about what's happened on their platform here. In the past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans. Like having full-blown sex, penetrative sex on stream was a 3-day ban. And many other such cases of similar things, like that lady who full-blown spread her butthole goatsy style on stream only being 24 hours, stuff like that. But this is something so different from that, where that sexual content is something that shouldn't be allowed on Twitch and isn't by their own rules, and they don't seem to really enforce them all that well. This is literally not even just against their rules, it is against the law. Sexual assault, again, is illegal, and it has been broadcast on Twitch twice with this woman, Nina Lynn, being the sexual assaulter. And they only give her a week ban for it. This is unlike anything I've seen from Twitch in the past. It is truly shocking. And I'll leave you with one more clip from Saint Nina here. You remember how I called this week ban basically a vacation? Well, it's not just my words. She also views it that way as well.
W chat. I want to say W chat. So all the haters out there, y'all can suck my dick. Word 2, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you bitches, bro. You bitches not me. Y'all been through nothing that I've been through. Fuck you. This ain't the worst it's ever been. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad to say, but this is not the worst it's ever been. I've been through worse. I've actually been through worse. So this jail was kind of like vacay jail a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Nice work, Twitch. Vacay jail for sexual assault. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. You know what they say. You can't spell druid without D-U-I. And you're about to see the mythical Coors Light druid in full action here as she gets her 5th DUI. This time with her child in the car.
So how'd you end up in the ditch here? Actually, I just found here and I just... Okay. I didn't end up a ditch. Well, I'm sorry. You're in the grass line here. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Her reaction to that question of why she's in the ditch is perplexing to say the least. Her eyes get so wide I thought they were going to pop out of her skull. She's making the same face Tobey Maguire made in Spider-Man 2 when he realized everyone on the train just saw him without his mask on.
Can I just get your driver's license so I know who I'm talking to? No, I actually don't have it with me. I'm so sorry. So I know who I'm talking to.
I promise you. I'm trying to tell you the truth. I promise you.
I hear ya. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it's okay.
Alright, how do you spell your last name?
The whole time the officer's speaking to her, she's doing some wacky, odd motions with her face, like the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's. It seems like she's struggling to keep her eyes open and, focus on what's happening here. She's emoting the same way the NPCs in Fallout 4 do.
When I knocked on the window, she woke up and I said, "Are you okay?" Because I thought maybe she'd hit her head or something.
She's slurring her speech. I got an odor or something in there. I don't know if there's necessarily alcohol. Her pupils are huge.
Contacts here. Hi, you roll it all the way down. What's your name?
All I could see is a little boy, and I was like, well...
And she was completely passed out?
She was tipped over on the steering wheel.
So the lore breakdown is, she works nearby, was taking the trash out, and saw this vehicle here, and went up to check to see if everything was okay, because all she saw was like a child in the back seat, and then she saw that this lady was face down into the steering wheel, passed out, so then she put in the call, and that's why officers arrived at the scene here.
I see you got a little problem here, huh?
No. I'm good.
So what brings you back to the parking lot? Did you have an appointment?
See you? Yeah, we did, actually.
Where was your appointment?
He had an appointment.
Yeah.
Now, from what I can gather with these breadcrumbs she's dropping, she's in this parking lot because her son had a doctor's appointment, and she just got blackout drunk, passed out, and then cruised the vehicle into, like, this ditch area here. So I guess in order to get ready for the doctor's appointment for her child, she put on her coats and butt-chugged 5 Coors Lights on the way out, and then it led to all of this.
Okay, so obviously we have an odor of alcohol coming from you. Okay.
Hey, actually...
Hang on a second. So I'm gonna... So...
Never do this.
I have an odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle. Okay. How did you end up here?
How what?
How did you end up here?
My son.
Okay, your son drove you?
I'm not from here, guys.
What do you mean, not from here? Like, from this planet? Because, my god, these are like some very uncanny, almost horror movie-esque motions she's making with her body here. So, she tries to say she's here because her son... And the officers interpret that as her trying to say the son was driving and the kid's like 6 years old. So unless he built himself a pair of stilts like Jimmy fucking Neutron, that kid's not reaching the pedals. I don't think he was the one behind the wheel of the vehicle. I think what she was trying to say is the reason she's, you know, kind of torpedoed her car in this parking lot is because her son had a doctor's appointment here. And she was just so fucking drunk she couldn't get the information across.
Okay.
That wasn't the question.
So why are you here in this parking lot? I'm just curious how you got here.
So, I'm sorry.
She didn't have one on her. Her name's Mary.
How did you get here?
Huh?
What made you come to this parking lot?
I really apologize, but I'm not really...
I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking you a question. How did you get here?
Sorry.
Why are you here in this parking lot?
It doesn't take a super genius to recognize she's very fucked up. It is a miracle she didn't get herself or her child or another innocent person on the road killed here, because it doesn't even seem like she knows where she is at this moment. And she's making, like, expressions the same way a dog does when you ask it who chewed up the sofa and it knows it's guilty. It is impressive just how many different facial expressions she's going through here. It's like in Super Mario 64, the intro, where you, like, move around his face in a bunch of wacky ways. That's what she's doing, like, with her teeth and everything. Just hitting some of that. You know, it's more akin to, like, that infamous Charles Manson clip where he's like, I'm nobody. And he does, like, all that weird shit. That's what she's doing right now. She is so unbelievably intoxicated. I think that she was trying to make like a conscious effort with her face to appear sober, but just can't quite do it and doesn't recognize everything that's happening.
Okay. Is your boyfriend his dad?
Yeah.
No.
No?
We knew it. No. I apologize.
Are you warm? Are you warm in the car? Yeah. Okay, good.
Does your car normally smell like alcohol?
Yeah.
Where were you coming from?
Huh?
Where were you coming from?
Are we talking
about? The road.
The road. No, were you coming from your house?
Yes.
You were coming from your house.
That was a checkmate maneuver from this lady here. The chess master made her move. Where are you coming from? The road. Chef's kiss. Then she just drops the mic. Damn. She played hardball.
Okay, so then how do we end up here in this parking lot?
Because I came here from the road.
Okay. So you just came off the road and just came into the parking lot?
Oh, kind of a walk.
Okay.
Well, the more I hear from her side of things, the more I think maybe I was too hasty to judge here. Maybe she's not intoxicated. Maybe she's just experiencing the sixth dimension. She's in like a whole different wavelength right now, but she's starting to really make a lot of sense when you stop to think about it. This could be a huge misunderstanding here, officers.
Mary, do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, I actually do.
You need an ambulance? Okay. Why do you feel you need an ambulance? What's going on so I can tell them why you need an ambulance?
I can't breathe, actually.
You can't breathe? You're breathing pretty well.
What did I do? Can you please tell me what I did?
I can just feel every neuron in Mary's brain banging against the sides of her cranium, desperately trying to get through. Mary, don't ask for the ambulance. Don't say yes to the ambulance. It's a trap. It's gonna be the biggest regret ever when you see that fucking bill they slap you with at the end. Don't fall for it. Don't say yes to the ambulance.
I'll have you turn to face me, okay? What you're gonna do is you're gonna follow tip my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Move your eyes and your eyes only. Top of my finger. Follow it. No, leave your head straight.
Sorry.
Straight on with me.
Sorry.
With just your eyes, please. Okay? Got that? It's pretty simple. You look at my finger, or you looking at the ground? Okay. Alright. Actually, come over here. We'll utilize this line here, okay?
They had to break out further testing because she fucking aced the follow the finger brain buster there. She seems like she's in a state to pass the bar, I'll tell you what. She is crushing these field sobriety tests. Wait till you see how she walks this line.
1, 2, on your... Stop. Don't start the test, please. Okay. When you get to your 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps like this, turning around. Watch me. You're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps going down the line. 1, 2, all the way to 9. Count your steps out loud. Keep your hands down to your sides. Right foot in front of your left foot, like I explained to you.
All right.
Okay.
6.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, come on back over here.
She did so well in the first portion of this test, she skips the second. Because she came over there, hit him with the fucking Hezzy Jimbo, and then dunked on their ass with that beautifully perfect straight line that she just walked. So now, they're going to try and get her with a third one.
So this next test is going to be a one-leg stand. So when I tell you to, you're going to raise your foot approximately 6 inches off the ground. And you're going to count in the manner of 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Okay, you may begin.
Sorry.
You're right. Keep going. Jeremy, you have a PBT. All right, you can stop. How much would you say you've had to drink today?
Actually, nothing.
Yeah, that sounds about right based on everything I've seen here. I don't hold it against her for not being able to pass with flying colors on the hold your leg up test. There was clearly a banana peel that she was slipping on there like it's fucking Mario Kart, so that one just needs to be thrown out. They wiped their ass with that. Inconclusive evidence there.
Right now, because he's downtown looking for you. He just called in a well-being check.
No.
And the first place he went is he walked to all the bars, because you were supposed to bring him to the hospital.
I would never do this.
You're not at a bar, but you're drinking beer in the parking lot and throwing it out.
Stop it.
So she declined the PBT invitation there. She said, I will not be attending that hootenanny, so now they're going to take her in for further evaluation. The father has called in a wellness check because she was supposed to be bringing the child to the doctor's appointment or the hospital or whatever. Didn't happen, so he started checking the bars, apparently, looking for her there, because this seems to be a common occurrence with her. And now the officers are going to be picking up the father to bring him to the scene. They also apparently located some Coors Light that had been tossed aside here, and the father confirms that that's her beverage of choice. So the dots are starting to connect a little bit here.
How many times have you been arrested for operating while intoxicated? Never?
Your husband says 4 times. Does that sound about right to you?
No. He's not my husband.
Well, okay.
Can you please just stop, judging me, please?
I'm not judging you. I'm asking you questions.
Hey, Mary. I'm judging you, though. DUIs are just completely fucking inexcusable. This is her 5th one now. She had 4 prior DUIs, yet she still gets to get behind a wheel of a vehicle. I don't get it. I truly don't. Why does she still have her fucking license? It seems like the only time she even gets in the fucking car, even with her child in there, is if she already can't even remember her own name because she drank so much. It is so dangerous. She's putting her life, her child's life, and everyone else's life on the road at risk by drinking while fucking hammered like this. And it's something she seems to do often. She has been caught and charged with DUI 5 times. Now let's think for a moment, how many other times has she driven while completely fucking blackout drunk that she just didn't get arrested for? They didn't catch her. It's just crazy. I don't know why she's able to just keep getting her license back. She treats beer like it's Popeye's spinach and it somehow makes her like, you know, turbocharged and a great driver or something.
Prescription drugs for anything?
Yeah.
What for?
Panic attacks, anxiety.
Because her pupils are as big as her eyes right now. And we have fresh Coors Light cans in the snow. At her drink of choice?
Yeah.
Okay.
She lives in Pennsylvania. She's here for a visit.
Did she come from Pennsylvania today?
No.
Okay, so she's been on it for a couple days. Weeks. Okay. Officer Koleski is obviously arresting her for operating while intoxicated. Having the child in the car ups everything higher. And then having 4 priors, it's going to be felony levels. And then she resisted, fought, and kicked us. We were trying to do it back here.
I obviously cut out a lot here when they were putting her in the squad car. She was spamming some low kicks there for a minute. Can't really see them all too well, and there definitely wasn't a ton of elbow grease behind them or anything, considering she can hardly fucking stand or keep her eyes open. But even still, they're mentioning that as like her, you know, striking at them while trying to put her in the vehicle. They found Coors cans there, which, you know, hey, they're going to have to run the fingerprints on there because it could have been that dastardly Coors Light ferry that comes through and just happens to sometimes just fucking drop Coors Light cans in the middle of nowhere like it's fucking loot boxes. Maybe those aren't hers. And maybe it's just a big old quinky dink that, according to the father, that's her drink of choice. We don't know for sure. That's all remains to be seen.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna feel bad for you.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Did she get you too? You okay? Breathe. Let the adrenaline slow down.
Idiots.
Now you just sound like my father.
Okay.
To ensure officer safety, the suspect is restrained in a chair, and a spit hood is put over her head as she's transported to jail. Her blood alcohol content was determined to be .236, which is almost 3 times the legal limit. She was charged with her 5th or 6th offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated with a passenger under 16 years old, resisting obstructing, and 2 counts of battery to a law enforcement officer. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
So the father then picked up the child. Firefighters were keeping him, like, warm and away from all of, like, the hoopla that was happening with his mother, because that is just such a fucking terrible thing. My heart breaks for that child. That's just terrible to grow up with a mom like that. Now, when they got her to the hospital, they had a warrant to draw her blood to confirm intoxication and rule out the possibility of it being like some kind of, you know, maybe reaction to prescription drugs that she does have and that kind of thing. But while trying to draw that blood, she was less than cooperative, you could say. It started to look like an exorcism scene in there for a moment. She was wiggle worming and squirming, apparently even like biting. That officer, I guess, got a bloody nose from all of it at some point. I couldn't really see that on the body cam. I don't know how she got up there and got him. Maybe with like a headbutt or something. I couldn't tell you. But it was pretty chaotic in there. But when they got her blood, they confirmed, no, she's definitely drunk. Like, very drunk. That's the root cause of all of this. Now, if you want my Neanderthal perspective on it, I really think she should lose her license. I know, maybe I'm talking crazy. Maybe I'm boofing the crazy pills. But I just think it's pretty clear she shouldn't be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. This is completely fucking unacceptable. It's just a matter of time until someone dies because of this from her. But I just have a sneaking suspicion that's not going to happen. I bet she'll be back on the road pretty soon. And that is very scary. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. Yep. When I heard they were making an It show, I kind of had the same gut reaction everyone else did, which was to write it off and just pretty much assume it was going to be, at best, mid. But as I've always said, even things that I'm pretty confident I will hate, I will always give a fair shake to and approach with an open mind, willing to be pleasantly surprised and proven wrong. And in the case of It, Welcome to Derry, the TV show, I was pleasantly surprised. I was wrong, for the most part. I don't think it's like a perfect show or anything, but it is significantly better than I would have expected it to be. Now, I'm going to be getting into spoilers, as I always do these days, so this is your fair warning. This show added a lot of things to it that I think on paper sound fucking stupid. Like actual crack pipe smoking dumb ideas that if I just read like a plot synopsis for this series and saw it in there, I would giggle at it and just immediately wipe my ass with this show. But actually watching it, it shines. In particular, I'm talking about Halloran. Halloran is a powerful psychic with the military who they're using as fundamentally like a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 UAV kill streak. He is a psychic that they are trying to use as a compass to target and locate it, the crash site of this entity. So that way they can use it to stop conflict across the globe by just instilling debilitating fear in them. They want to capture it and use it, and they're using Halloran to find it. And he has psychic abilities, in the truest sense of the word. He literally does have psychic abilities. Not to like Mob Psycho level or anything, but he can poke around in people's brain. He can incapacitate people with his mind. He can see into them. He can like astral project himself. And I would have not expected something like that for it. But man, it works really well in this show. And I think it's because of how good of a character Halloran himself is. He is a very interesting character, a complex, deep character that we learn a lot about, spend a lot of time with, and see do some really cool shit. So it worked. Like I would have never expected it to, but it did. Another thing I would have never expected to work really well was having it not always be Pennywise. Because the most iconic part about this entity is the Pennywise element to him, especially with Bill Skarsgård being Pennywise. He does such a phenomenal job as that character. Well, in Welcome to Derry, this entity is not Pennywise at all, really. You don't see Pennywise in the way that you've seen him in the past until like episode 6 at the end. For the most part, it is doing all kinds of other things to scare and kill its victims in Derry. And it works really well. It is brutal, especially the end of the first episode. That was probably one of the most shocking episode premieres I've ever seen, because it like lulls you into this false sense about where the show's going and how it's going to play out. Like, oh, we've been down this road before. It's going to basically be like the losers versus Pennywise again, but this time a little deeper in the past. Okay, snooze fest. And then the end of that episode hits, and it's just a fucking slaughter of everyone you thought was safe, that everyone you thought was going to be a main character just dead, brutalized, like annihilated. It was surprising, but it wasn't shock for the sake of shock, because that becomes an integral part of where the series goes from there. That is like its main motivator, because then you follow two characters that survived it and how, as a result of those deaths, Ronnie, one of the characters that survives it, her father's being framed for the kids dying there. And Lily, she's had her own traumatic experiences and people think she's crazy, so no one believes her and she can't tell people, and she has to find a way to try and prove she's not crazy, and so that way she doesn't get sent back to, Arkham Asylum. It's like a really interesting direction Welcome to Derry goes that I didn't expect it to at all. And it works really well. I think they are very creative with how it terrorizes and kills in this series. Now, with that being said, sometimes the way that it terrorizes and kills looks like absolute dog shit. There are moments in this series that the CGI is just embarrassing. In particular, episode 3. Holy shit, the entire cemetery section where they're trying to take a photo of the entity to prove that Ronnie's father wasn't the one responsible and that there is a monster that's killing kids. And they go to a cemetery to try and provoke it, and then they end up getting ganked by a bunch of ghosts and chased around by them. And my god, it looks terrible. It reminded me of the early 2000s Haunted Mansion movie with Eddie Murphy. Visuals to that level. It was really awful looking. The visuals completely ate shit throughout that entire sequence. And not just there are multiple other instances throughout the series where the CGI just looks super half-baked and unfinished, as if they forgot to texture it, but then ran out of time, so they just said, fuck it, do it live, ship it. Like, there are moments where the CG is just very, very bad. I also think there are quite a few times where the writing is also atrocious. For the most part, I think the show has solid writing, especially when it comes to some of its main characters, but there are other times where it feels like what they ended up, just printing was placeholder. Like, it feels like there's no way this is how they actually wanted it to come across. For example, I think the most egregious moment of, baffling writing choices is in their mission in the sewers. So, they've located an artifact that they want to track down, and so the military does a mission in the sewers, and they send, an elite team in there in order to find it, and they're being led by a member of, the secret organization tasked with keeping the being under control so it doesn't just, run rampant. So they have this big team together, they're going through the sewers, and they are very familiar with the entity at this point. They know that it wants to separate, isolate, and kill. They know that anything they see in the sewers that they can't explain, they have to kill, they have to shoot, because it is most likely it about to attack and kill them. They know everything about this. The only thing they don't know is the landscape of the sewers, but that doesn't matter, because what ends up happening is when they go in the sewers, pretty much instantly, they all just start splitting off. So, they're walking through the sewers and it's a single file line, and you would expect that they'd be in, constant contact with each other, talking, so that way they know everyone's still in line, or at least, turning around and checking every now and then. But that's not how it works at all in the sewer. What ends up happening is, the second that they have to, drop into some water, they, the first couple that do so, then, push a whole mile ahead before the rest do. So, they are now completely separated. So they're so far away from the group now that they can't even hear, screams from them or anything. So then, the next wave of the line goes through the water, and then Halloran gets to the water, and he gets pulled under, and the two guys behind him saw it happen, so they're like, oh, what the fuck just happened? We gotta find Halloran. He just got, yanked under. Where are you? Start saying words. Scream. That kind of thing. Scream if you love it. Come on, just anything. And nobody ahead of them can hear any of this, the splashing around, the screaming, the yelling, because they are now so far ahead, and they haven't checked at all if anyone's still with them. So these two guys are looking for Halloran. These two guys are now isolated, so they get ambushed by it. It is the craziest shit, because they already know that it is there, and they know that it wants to separate and isolate them. Why wouldn't they at least be turning around to make sure everyone's still there? It's the quickest and simplest action to take, but it doesn't happen. So then, Hanlon and Polly, who are characters that are very important, we've spent a decent chunk of time with them, they happen to notice that the others are missing, so they then go back to look for them without informing the two ahead of them. So there's just never any communication, so the two ahead of them continue pushing forward without knowing that Hanlon and Polly have left. Hanlon and Polly go look for them, now they're isolated, and now they're getting ambushed by it. It's just so fucking stupid, because all it would take is just a simple sound off, hey, you guys still there? Or even just one of these, looking over their shoulder. And then they'd be able to immediately recognize whether or not they're all still in a group or separated. And because of that lack of communication or lack of really doing anything sensible, the whole thing goes tits up and everything is, out of control now. That was just so fucking silly to me, because it just felt so unnatural. Up until this point, most of the characters, I would say, were making mostly smart decisions, at least on how they handle certain things. But in the sewers, everyone got hit with a stupid beam. I don't understand what went so wrong there. It feels like that would be, they knew what they wanted to do with have this mission going wrong in the sewers and all of that, but they didn't know a way of doing it other than just having every character just all of a sudden become a fucking lobotomite. And in that same episode with the sewers, Polly does a heroic sacrifice where Hanlon believes that he just saw his son in the sewers, but that doesn't make any sense, because why would his son be there? And we had just seen moments before he had saw something else that wasn't actually there. So the idea is Hanlon is now just going to shoot his son because he thinks it's it. But Polly notices, no, that's actually his son in the sewers. So he jumps in front of the bullet, sacrificing himself and saving Hanlon's son. That was really a fucking stupid way of killing off Polly, because he noticed immediately that his son was actually there. It's not it. and he was going to act immediately. You saw him look to Hanlon, and he still had quite a bit of time. I understand it's in slow motion, but he still had enough time to jump in front of the bullet. All he had to do was just hit his gun up. He was right next to him. All he had to do was just push his gun up. Like, it would have been actually significantly faster, and it would have been a lot safer for everyone, too, to just push his gun up or push his gun down, instead of just, like, throw himself in front of the bullet. I thought that was just, like, a really lazy way of killing him off, and I do not think that sacrifice hit as hard as I think they wanted it to. And there's a few other notable examples I could pull from for writing that I really just don't think landed, but there's no point in just going through each one of them. I just think there were quite a few instances where the writing really floundered, but like I said, for the most part, I think they did a good job narratively, and especially with the characters. It's just there are moments that had me kind of roll my eyes a little bit. But I would like to mention one more thing that I didn't like too much, and it does still kind of tie into the writing. When they're going through the explanation for the genesis of it, I just thought that was a little silly. Like, not in the way that it was presented. So basically what happens when we're learning about the origins of it, it's Hanlon who has infiltrated the mind of one of the members of the secret organization that keeps it contained. Well, contained is real loosey-goosey. It runs wild. It still does kill a ton of people, but they write it off as, like, acceptable losses as part of the cycle. But anyway, he's inside of that individual's mind, and he is seeing the past where when he was a kid, his aunt had asked him to recite the story of the Galoo, which is something that was a children's tale that they were all told, but it is true. The Galoo is it. And it's basically the story of how an evil spirit crash landed on Earth in a falling star, and the impact was so great that the falling star split, and thus its cage was broken, and it could, go out and kill now because it was no longer contained. And I don't mind any of that. Like, that's all cool, actually. But what it boils down to at the end, though, is that pieces of that falling star they took and turned into, like, a dagger in order to fight it. And they turned it into these artifacts that are used to keep it afraid of going past the artifacts. So that way it stays in the Western wood. And I just didn't love that. I really just didn't like the idea of having, like, just, this Excalibur it weapon and these very powerful artifacts they buried in the ground to keep them locked in there. I don't know. That didn't sit super right with me. I always preferred more of the mystery of it as opposed to it now kind of boiling down to, like, it's a Marvel villain that they can fight with this weapon. I didn't love that direction as all. Not the biggest deal in the world because the show is still very solid. Like, I did enjoy Welcome to Derry far more than I expected to, and it has an absolute banger ending, and I'm very curious where they're going to go further with this now. Overall, I really was surprised by how entertaining the show was. So, it was a nice pleasant surprise being wrong on this show. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I imagine a lot of you are tired of hearing me yap about One Punch Man. By a show of hands, how many of you had enough of a 31-year-old man complaining about an anime? No hands? Interesting. Okay, then I'm gonna keep going. It is so hard to not blabber about this season because it's setting new records. The most recent episode that just dropped, episode 6, is now one of, if not the lowest rated anime episodes on the entirety of IMDb. And not just there, but across other sites as well, it is one of the worst reviewed episodes I can find. Right now, the most recent episode, Motley Heroes, has a 2.9 on IMDb, which means that it's even lower than X-Arm's debut episode. X-Arm is considered by many, including myself, to be the worst anime ever made. That abomination is an insult to God. It is the biggest, bungus piece of shit imaginable. And yet, One Punch Man Season 3 has found a way to be hated even more than X-Arm. And the crazy thing is, I watched X-Arm. I don't know how many of you remember this. I was going through the worst rated anime of all time to find the single worst one ever made. And when I got to X-Arm, I literally just ended that series because I hated it so much. And it actually like blew up my fucking neurons up here to the point where I felt lobotomized watching it. So I called it quits after X-Arm. It was that bad. And yet I would actually say it kind of makes sense why episode 6 is rated lower than this X-Arm debut. Because at least in X-Arm there is movement. At least you can say you watched an animated thing. You watched something animated. With One Punch Man Season 3, you have to stretch your definition of animation. Because it is entirely composed of still images, almost. And in episode 6 here of Season 3, from what I can recall, I just finished it, there's only 4 scenes that have movement. And by movement, I mean one of the scenes is Child Emperor doing this with his hands. And then the other scene, which has become a big meme now, is King walking into the room, and he literally walks into the room like a fucking Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic hitting some of this. I thought we were about to witness him do a JoJo Siwa's dance move or something. Like, that is the level of animation you're getting with One Punch Man Season 3. So, like, to me, while it is probably exaggerated to a certain degree, being a 2.9, X-Arm being higher in this regard, I kind of agree with it. At least X-Arm moved. There was, like, shit going on in episode 1 of X-Arm, like there was a fight and everything, and characters moved, which is a lot more than you can say for One Punch Man right now. Not only that, they fuckify themselves where they have like some very cool stills, or at least they did in some of the preview and promo material they had, like some decent stills. That was like the one thing people were latching onto like a baby to their mother's teat about season 3, about some cool stills. But when you get to the actual episode, for some reason, some maniac, some unhinged lunatic went in there and slapped the ugliest blue and yellow light filters on everything. So anytime you're looking at a character's face close up, for some reason they go into like the cheddar cheese dimension and there's just fucking yellow lights beaming in, or like blue RGB gamer mode lights just obstructing your view, and it looks so silly. And like another big meme moment from this episode is how they fucked up Fubuki in one of these stills where her face is, it doesn't even look like the same character. It looks like one of those in-between frames from Naruto where someone's face gets like all fucked up where it looks like the Babadook or something like that. And that is like a full still that sits there for a minute. Like a minute is exaggerating, but it sits there for a while and it just looks terrible. Like it's very clear that the show is only getting worse. Like this is, episodes 1 and 2 were bad, but they weren't this bad. Episode 5 was their best episode, and it was bad. But it wasn't this bad, and it feels like they blew all of their load in episode 5, and now the only thing left is like scraps, actual morsels that they're trying to utilize to the best of their ability to just have something go out. And my God, it is sad. It is just tragic what's happened to One Punch Man. And I've seen this crazy fantasy people are spinning about like, yeah, season 3 is so bad, they're going to learn a really hard lesson that season 4 is going to be amazing for. This is a necessary pill for them to swallow so that way we can get an amazing season 4. Buster, there's no season 4. This has been a catastrophic disaster, and once season 3 is done, which they should just close the book on it now, just stem the bleeding. There's no reason to even finish the scheduled episodes. Just let it end here. It's not worth it. But once this is over, there will not be a One Punch Man season 4. Not unless Bandai sells the rights to someone else. They've shown that they're not willing to put any resources into developing a very high quality One Punch Man season anymore. So, now that this hasn't done well and it's been embarrassing, they're just not going to touch it again. There won't be a season 4 unless for some reason Bandai has this big eureka moment where they're like, what if we actually tried to make it good? And then decided to after this. But I don't see that happening. They're just going to wash their hands of it and be done. It seems like that's exactly what they want. They tried to make something extremely cheap, expecting fans to swallow whatever shit they farted out, and it didn't go over well. Their gambit didn't pay off. The only franchise that's able to get away with spending $0 on a beloved IP and still having the community lick the sweat off of their gooch is Pokémon. Pokémon is able to be produced for literally $0, copy and paste every year, endless slop, and people will just digest it with a smile on their face. But that's because they have numerous decades under their belt of brand loyalty, and people have literally rewired their brains to just accept that Pokémon games aren't expected to be good anymore. They're just expected to be there, and that's enough, I suppose. And that works for them. One Punch Man does not have that same luxury. One Punch Man has 3 seasons in 10 years. That's not exactly enough to have people just hooked on the drug to the point where they'll excuse any laziness. Especially not for a highly anticipated Season 3, 6 years in waiting. This gambit was never going to work for this. I don't know what Bandai was expecting to happen here. This is just so sad. And I'm very confident that we will not see another season of the One Punch Man anime anymore. Unless, of course, Bandai sells it to somebody else or some kind of crazy miracle happens. But I think Season 3 is probably going to be the swan song for the One Punch Man anime. And that sucks. At least the manga is still an absolute fucking banger. At least that is still absolutely slapping. But it is such a shame to look at what could have been for this animated series. Season 1 was amazing, and I was a vocal hater of Season 2, but now seeing Season 3 and going back to Season 2, man, do I see the folly of my youth. How silly I was to think Season 2 was bad. It is definitely worse than Season 1 in terms of its animation, but holy shit, is it significantly better than what we got here. And even on its own 2 legs, it is, like, in its own right, still, like, well animated at most points. Like, so... Season 3 made me appreciate Season 2, so there's that, I guess. But man, yeah, this is a terrible season, and it continues to only get worse. I can't believe... if you had told me One Punch Man would be one of the lowest rated anime seasons on IMDb or across the board, I would have spit in your face. I would have laughed at you. I would have, like, tried to admit you to an insane asylum, like Arkham Asylum or some shit. Because that's just crazy. But... look at where we are now. What a shame. Anyway, that's really about it. I don't really plan on making another One Punch Man Season 3 video, but I guess we'll see. There's still a lot of episodes to go. I guess it can definitely get even worse for it. So, anyway, that's about it. So, yeah. I want to highlight a hero, and I mean that in the truest sense of the word. I'm not using that loosey-goosey as like a meme or a joke. Local Redditor posts Big Chungus under Ubisoft tweet, what a hero. I mean a legitimate, selfless act of bravery that led to lives being saved. It's a story that I feel flew under a lot of people's radars, but I think this kind of selfless heroism needs to be something that's applauded and talked about extensively, because this is rare and it is special. In Oklahoma this week, a principal named Kirk Moore tackled a school shooter and in the process got himself shot.
Heart-stopping video shows a heroic Oklahoma high school principal tackling a Columbine-obsessed ex-student moments after allegedly being shot. 60-year-old Kirk Moore charged at 20-year-old Victor Lee Hawkins, who was armed with 2 loaded semi-automatic pistols in the lobby of Pauls Valley High School last Tuesday afternoon, a moment that was caught on surveillance footage.
A beautiful tackle from Principal Moore right there, putting it on the numbers, looking like Derek Brooks in his prime. I feel like he was even fishing for a pseudo Goldberg spear there for a moment, and it was extremely effective. So, Principal Moore investigated the commotion that he heard, saw the gunman, and instantly sprung into action, putting his life on the line to protect the students. So he charged at him, was able to tackle him to the bench, and then pin his hand until he was eventually able to disarm him. And in the process, he did get shot. But this act of bravery saved who knows how many lives, because this shooter was inspired by Columbine and intending to kill who knows how many people.
Moore, who was the only person injured as Hawkins opened fire inside the school, was hailed for his bravery and preventing a tragedy of a much larger scale. Hawkins allegedly told investigators he didn't like Principal Moore and went to school to kill him. He ordered everyone to get onto the ground before trying to fire at one student in the lobby, court documents reportedly revealed. The crazed gunman's weapon malfunctioned before he aimed his pistol at another student, who begged him not to open fire.
So according to the reports, the deranged gunman came in, ordered the students onto the ground, and attempted to shoot one of them, but the gun malfunctioned. He then cleared the malfunction, and it is at that moment where Principal Moore charged at him and then got shot in the process. Now, he said that he didn't like the principal, he was no fan of Principal Moore and wanted to kill him, but it wasn't just him that he was there to execute. He wasn't there on like an assassination mission just for the principal. What he wanted to do was conduct his own Columbine MASH school shooting. He admitted to going to the school with 2 firearms which belonged to his father, and said his intention was to kill students, faculty members, Moore, and himself.
Moore, who has worked in the school district for more than 35 years, rushed to the school lobby to investigate the commotion. Hawkins was seen pointing his weapon at Moore's head and firing a shot, which struck the educator's right leg before he was tackled. The principal shoved the gunman toward a bench before getting on top of him, while the terrified student fled. Moore pinned down Hawkins' right hand, stopping him from firing his pistol before the weapon dropped onto the floor. Another adult male wearing a red shirt and beige pants sprinted into the shot before helping Moore and kicking the gun away.
You can see the gun was pointed directly at Principal Moore's noggin. It is a miracle that it missed and hit his leg instead, because that easily could have just been curtains right then and there. But the heavy balls on Principal Moore could anchor a cruise ship. Holy cannoli. So he charges at him, again, putting his life on the line to protect the students there. Tackles him to that bench, and then he uses like fucking Viltrumite level strength to pin him there. The way he like grabs his skull, I thought he was gonna pop it like a scene out of Invincible or something right there. He's got him like fully immobilized there with his grip strength, and then squeezes his arm until he eventually drops the gun.
Hawkins has been charged with shooting with intent to kill and other firearm-related charges, and will appear in court on May 8th. Meanwhile, Moore said he's healthy and recovering after being hospitalized.
In every sense of the word, Principal Moore is a hero. Who knows how many lives he saved that day? And he did so while putting his own life on the line to protect them. That is the most commendable action a human being can take. He exemplified true, selfless bravery in the interest of protecting others. And in the process, he did get shot, and he made a pretty fast recovery. He actually even went to the prom that happened last night, where the students crowned him prom king, appreciative of his willingness to put his life on the line to protect them. It was an extremely wholesome moment, really. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit, and that's really about it. See ya. Alright, man. This new tactic that they're pulling out for the Epstein files, that they're really digging in deep in the John Madden playbook for, is unbelievably ridiculous, even by the standards the circus has already set. This is like if I pissed on your head, but didn't even try and call it rain, I just called it piss. I just say, hey Buster, I'm urinating on you, and you're just supposed to like thank me for it. Last night there was a big bombshell breaking. All Epstein files released. Pam Bondi announces DOJ has released all Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, including justified redactions and a list of high-profile names appearing in these documents. When I saw that fresh little nugget drop there, I actually thought that there was a huge Epstein file dump where they actually did unredact everything. Maybe Pam Bondi getting biblically smacked down at that hearing the other day and embarrassing herself actually did lead to these files coming out, the remainder of them. But it turns out that's just a fucking lie. That's just a big-time, full-blown fib. And of course, it was a speed run to community note it as people went to check, only to learn there are no new files. What's being referred to here are the same files that came out a few weeks ago, the 3.5 million files from a couple weeks ago. And now the new thing here is, I guess after Pam Bondi got fucking farmed on Rust by anyone with even a single semblance of a brain at that hearing, she huffed and puffed and then farted out a giant list of names from anyone that was even mentioned anywhere, which includes people like Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17. So this has naturally been called out by a lot of people saying, to have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for the sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography, with no clarification of how either was mentioned in the files, is absurd, which it is. It's done on purpose with the sole intent of confusing and muddying everything here. They combined the actual, real, evil child sex trafficking clients with just random people's names who appeared in emails like Janis Joplin. This is ridiculous, and it's just blatantly corrupt right in your face. There is no new files here. That is just a lie. Yet for some reason, it's being peddled by tons of people as if it's real. I guess they all got the call, so Alex Jones here preaching about how Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files. She dropped her trousers and took a shit on this whole narrative that the Epstein files implicate anyone in this administration. In fact, it backfired bigly on the left, on powerful Dems like Bill Clinton. And others busted, while fake smears against Trump are bullshit. Vindication for Trump. It's crazy how Alex Jones, for years, was talking about this elite pedophile ring that was raping and torturing and killing children, and now he is finally proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be right. He was completely correct on that, and now he has to pussyfoot around the subject, just tiptoeing, walking on eggshells because some of his friends are in there. Dude went from secretly filming Bohemian Grove to being best buddies with its members. So now, we all know that this is correct. Alex Jones could have taken a victory lap on this shit, but instead he's been preoccupied with 6'7" Labubu and whatever other dog shit that is, and anytime he mentions the Epstein files, he has to do so with Trump's cock in his throat about it. He only focuses on those easy, low-hanging fruit of the Epstein files like Bill Clinton. Alex Jones explores the Epstein files like this, with his hands over his eyes, really scared, making sure to put on the blinders so he could block out all of his friends' names, so he can laser focus on easy shit like Bill Clinton, who everybody knows is guilty in all of this. Real groundbreaking stuff, Goober. It's incredible what a paid shill this guy is. And I just saw he's doing like a press tour about how all of this is the result of Trump, by the way. He went in there and said, you gotta release this now. It's time we fucking release everything unredacted. No more, softball in it. As if Trump was the reason this happened. Even after, for a whole year, Trump has been saying it's a hoax. It's not real. Move on, move on, move on. We gotta stop caring about this Epstein stuff. Does anyone still care about this? No one in America cares about this. Yeah, Alex, I'm sure Trump is the one that went in there and really strong-armed the release of anything. And again, Alex Jones is saying all the files are released now. That is just provably false. That is not true. There are no new files that Pam Bondi just released, Alex. It should be obvious to anyone paying attention, or even just a smidgen of attention. You don't even have to, have your eyes glued to it or anything. Even just glancing should be pretty clear, painting an obvious picture that the powers that be are using Alex Jones as a very convenient mouthpiece to regurgitate their shit and defend them, and do a lot of sweeping for them. We are in an era where you have this information at your fingertips, and they are telling you, disregard what your eyes can see and listen to us and nothing else. It's so fucking scary, because people are willingly doing it. You can check yourself to see if there are new files that dropped, and it only takes a couple of seconds to get the real answer. No new files have dropped. You can find the truth yourself, and it takes seconds. And they know that, so they're relying on you just being too lazy and too blind and too much of a sheep, so they can just feed you things and have you believe them without bothering to check. So they can just lie and say that Pam Bondi just unleashed the nuke on Epstein. All of it's right there, and it's only Democrats. Look at that! Backfired bigly. And you won't bother to check it yourself. It's craziness, and it sucks that it works so well. If you do bother to do any amount of actual research on the Epstein files, you'll find it's more than just Democrats. It's Democrats and it's Republicans. It's a ton of the world's most powerful people that have engaged in some of the most unthinkable, evil actions imaginable. And these monsters, these fucking worms, treat it like a joke. CoffeeZilla just made a video on it. Howard Lutnick in particular, he's always busting a gut laughing anytime Epstein's even brought up.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceive the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just going to get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen.
They are literally laughing in your face about it. They know they're getting away with it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's just so brazen, like CoffeeZilla said. And then you have people like Alex Jones that are just parroting that same shit like, everyone's absolved except for the people we don't like. And also, by the way, even if it was only the people you don't like that are implicated here and guilty, why aren't they being arrested? Ask yourself that question. Why aren't the people like Bill Clinton being arrested? Why is nobody getting arrested for the Epstein files? I know I've already said this, but even if the only people that were guilty in here are the people you personally don't like, why wouldn't Trump and this administration be going fucking full throttle, whole hog at them, trying to throw them in the slammer? Food for thought, I suppose. Perhaps it's because they know if they went down, it would put them at risk too, because it's not just the people you don't like. You are just so focused on the ones you don't like that you'll block out all of the other shit. You will not use your own fucking brain. Now, another big thing that's come out that it seems like a lot of mainstream media and a lot of Twitter personalities refuse to speak on is Epstein's potential ties to Israel. It's very weird. Yet no one really seems to want to talk about that connection. Why is that? I just find it odd how you have so many Twitter patriots and mainstream outlets that just outright ignore this potential connection of Epstein and Israel. And Israel is a very important subject in American politics, it seems. Politicians can't stop praising them, glazing them, and Trump in particular, his mouth has become a glory hole for Netanyahu. So don't you think it would be something worth talking about and investigating if there is potentially a tie between Epstein and Israel? I mean, I feel like that would be something that a lot of people would want to know more information about to find out if it's true or not, or what's going on there. Because again, every politician in this country, this administration and even previous administrations love to bend over for Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel and bring home Israelis and make sure we stand by our number one ally in Israel.
That's right. What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel. Defense of Israel.
What is number one?
I have said to people when they ask me if this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, and I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to fundamental.
Miriam Adelson is amazing. What she has done for Israel, for our country, and for this world is second to none. Thank you, my friend. The sad truth is, for way too long, anti-Semitism has been allowed to grow unchecked in this country. Too many institutions have abdicated their moral responsibility to speak up.
There's an additional 100 clips I probably could have pulled, but these were the ones that were top of mind, and I think it's pretty clear that Israel is an extremely important subject to the powerful politicians in this country. Fucking Ted Cruz goes as far as to say it's the sole reason he got into politics is to defend them. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't know how that's not treasonous. He is a representative in our country who is openly stating that his priorities are a foreign entity. Whatever, I guess. I suppose that's fine by today's standards. I don't really get how. And boy howdy, isn't that Nancy Pelosi statement quite the eye-opener. Even if everything crumbles over here, we will still find a way to honor our aid to Israel. We'll start botting in RuneScape if that's what it takes to make enough money to send it to Israel. Damn everything else here, that's the most important part. Pretty crazy shit, I would think. I feel like maybe I'm on the crack pipe here, but that should be a little concerning that the politicians that are supposed to be representing this country seem much more focused on the interests of another. But anyway, my point is, with the release of all of these Epstein files, even though hundreds of the files are just completely worthless garbage that are fully fucking redacted, just nothings, there is still a lot that remains that showcases a potential connection of Epstein and Israel. Now, of course, nothing's confirmed or anything, but shouldn't that at least warrant some kind of investigation, at least some kind of poking around? This administration is very blunt about how little they care about the Epstein files. They literally say that. Trump always talks about how no one should care about this and move on. And also, they're very open about, we're probably not going to look to investigate anything. There's nothing actionable in there. Whoops-a-daisy. Can't do anything about it. Sorry. And, of course, Perjury Patel just continues to lie about it. But anyone that actually takes a peek at it should at least find it odd that a lot of these outlets, like journalist outlets, a lot of politicians, and a lot of the paid shills online are not talking about the Epstein-Israel connection in any capacity whatsoever. And when they do talk about Epstein as a potential spy, they always make a mention of CIA, or, maybe not being a CIA spy, but never going as far as to talk about a potential connection to Israel. That should be very weird. Why is that something no one would talk about when Israel is such a huge piece of this country, apparently? Why wouldn't that be something that would be more discussed by the mainstream? It's all so blatantly corrupt. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this latest lie. That's really about it. See ya. Well, would you look at that? You called me short, and you were right, but then you called me stupid, and you were right again. You were wrong, however, when you called me crazy for sounding the alarm on the mind control that the TikTok zombies are falling victim to. Companies have found a way to get inside, worm their way into people's brains like that alien from Men in Black, Orion's belt pulling the levers on that dude's body. These corporations have found a way to control TikTok users' spending habits, to have them spend oodles of clams on actual landfill slop. Products that I know they couldn't move and were probably squatting on so much inventory, panicking, wondering what the fuck they're going to do with it besides just bury it in a landfill somewhere. And then someone hatched the idea, probably after seeing the Labubu craze, what if we paid influencers to pretend to be hype about it? And this formula of companies sprinkling tiddlywinks of cash throughout a wide array of TikTokers' pockets in order to glaze and get people excited about literal garbage has proven to be a grand slam for these corporations that are peddling poop. It has sparked a fire that has become out of control, leading to a raging inferno of just brainless consume. Consume at all costs. Come hell or high water, go to Target and buy the thing.
Off and then ready?
Pink. Fuck this shit.
3, 2, 1.
This is the latest one with the mystery glitter dumplings because companies have figured out if there is a gotcha element or a blind box mystery element to it, people will go ballistic over it no matter what the fuck it is. Even something like this, which is just a absolutely terribly made squishy toy. In a lot of these videos, people will pick up their glitter dumpling and give it a squeeze to celebrate, which is the intended purpose, instantly blows up like a fucking grenade in their hand. This is not a product that a sane society would ordinarily be going ballistic over. This would be something you'd see at like the checkout kiosk and be like, maybe I could use this as like a little fidget toy, or maybe my kid will. And it'd just be something real quick, real cheap. You throw it on the counter, you don't think about it, and it ends up in a closet for 20 years. But because companies have wisened up to the spending habits of TikTok, where they realized what everyone else with eyes has realized, that people will buy anything if they think it will help them get views or fit in with what's popular at the time. So the little trend starts, and this is not organic by any means, but the little trend starts where you open the glitter dumpling and you turn your head and you either get a boring static color like green, or you get the super rare, super exciting glittery dumpling. And brands obviously want to elevate the intensity of it, so if you get one of the commons, you gotta scream, You have to go crazy. No, it's terrible. You have to convince your toddlers to say, fuck this, or shit, damn, that kind of stuff. You got to get them swearing because it's so intense. And if you get the glittery one, that's the best moment of your life. That's more important than marriage. Like, that is the biggest event that's ever happened in your life. And then people see that, they're like, okay, I'll participate in this. I'll go out and get fucking 50 of them, a whole pallet like that one girl there with the glitter. You can see like an entire box, a case of glitter dumplings as she's trying to get that pull for the sake of the TikTok. It's very clearly artificial. These companies have products like this, which is trash. And I imagine they've had it for a long time. This isn't a unique product. This is something that's existed since I was a kid, back in the Stone Ages, fucking 20 years ago. But back then, this was something you'd find at like an arcade where if you didn't get enough tickets to get the actual item you want, well, you'd get this and maybe a stick of gum. So these companies have squatted on shit like this for a long time, but they've found a way to repackage it using TikTok influencers, spreading out money and making a trend out of it that has just gone bonkers for them. Just being able to hawk this, of all things, and people buy it and convince themselves that it was fun and a good purchase. The ones that are unpaid, by the way, the actual like paid promotions of this, they don't give a fuck. It is obviously fake. It is part of the brand deal, but it convinces normal people to also participate as well in order to get some views, participate in the trend, you know, feel included in it.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, ready?
I got the secret! I got the galaxy! I got the galaxy! I got the galaxy! No, I got it! 3, 2, 1. Equality! I don't want to double it!
This is the future of products. Like, I'm saying that genuinely. Every company is seeing this and has been seeing it and is leaning into it, and it's working extremely well. If it can work for something like a fucking terribly made squishy toy that blows up like half the time someone squishes it, it will work for anything. Again, this isn't some new toy or new invention only made possible in 2026. This has been around for decades, and it's something you couldn't give away for free. Nobody would want this. And everyone in these videos also most likely doesn't actually want it. They just want to participate in this hype train around it of like freaking out if you get the good one or being real mad and real steamed about getting the bad ones. It's not something they're going to use. Anyone that actually wants to use it probably can't even fucking find one at this point because it's selling so much to people on TikTok desperate for attention. But it's inevitably just going in the trash. And the people that are scalping it are also going to have their product inevitably end up in the trash. It's a great time to be a landfill, I'll tell you what. Your tummy's never running on empty. It is constantly being filled gluttonously with shit like this. Because once the scalpers can't move this product anymore, when the trend starts to peter out, no one's going to be buying it, at least not anywhere close to how they were, so they'll end up having to dump it. And this is just another example of how easily companies can control people's spending. All you have to do is convince them that this is like a fun trend to hop aboard, and they're willing to open up their wallet for it. Even for something as useless and stupid as fucking mystery dumpling. And this is far from an isolated case. In fact, I think there's an even better example, one that I covered recently, which is Neatos. Neatos are just colored shapes that are also just a little squishy fidget toy. There's nothing even gotcha-fied about it. The Neato you want, you get. You go to Target, they have the Neatos. It's not a blind box, it's not a mystery, there's not even a gotcha element. And yet, through the same means of just having some TikTok influencers hype it up like, Neatos, you gotta go get them, you need these in your life right now, you're a pussy, you're a loser, everyone hates you, you're ugly, you stink if you don't have Neatos. And through just like this hyping up of Neatos artificially, people then just started going out to Target and violently getting their hands on Neatos. I was covering brawls at Target over Neatos, people slitting each other's throats to get their hands on Neatos. And then scalpers found it, so then scalpers started flocking to it and getting pugilistic for Neatos. And now, Neatos have made oodles and oodles of cash, and they don't even have a gotcha element to it. So it's not even the mystery loot box element of it. It's just TikTok told me that this is hype and trendy and well, I want to be part of this, so I'll go buy a bunch. It's that effect of like, you're not cool unless you pee your pants. You gotta go out there and you gotta get the thing TikTok's talking about. You gotta go get it. And it works super well. And interestingly enough, in most cases, it appears to be really garbage toys that are actually made for sense that companies have likely been squatting on for years with no way scratching their head trying to figure out how do we get rid of all of this? And now they found the answer. They found the solution through TikTok and artificially hyping things up and get people in a spending frenzy for it. There are some good products, though, that I've seen come from TikTok. Like, I know TikTok Shop is notorious for a lot of trash, but I actually have seen some good products, and I am aware that there are some companies that do actually use it to promote something positive, like an actual useful item that is, like, solid. So I know it does exist, but that's not the biggest thing that TikTok sellers are being utilized for. It's for shit like Neatos and mystery dumplings. Again, mystery dumplings fully leans into this. Their branding now is the viral mystery dumpling. Like, this is something they have clearly planned for. It was a calculated marketing push through TikTok to get people brainwashed into buying. And it's going to continue. It's working really well, showing no signs of slowing down. So expect more and more Neato adjacent and mystery dumpling adjacent and Labubu type products to be fucking blowing up here. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's about it. So yeah. I bet if you went through every movie review I've ever done, you could probably count the amount of comedies I've reviewed on one hand. It is very rare for them to come around. It's like a solar eclipse in film. Like, it is just not a genre that gets made much anymore. And the ones that do come out over the last decade have just been pretty trash. Like, there's not a whole lot to like about them. Usually you just end up wishing you had seen something else or just stayed home. Which is a shame, but the new Naked Gun movie just came out, and I saw it mainly out of respect to the franchise. I wasn't expecting a whole lot from it. I was somewhat hopeful that Liam Neeson would kind of slap in the role, because he did a great job in that one Ted scene, so I knew he had some comedic chops. But I was beyond surprised with how much I enjoyed this. Liam Neeson as Frank Drebin Jr. had me giggling like a baby playing peekaboo. I was actually, not exaggerating, out loud laughing multiple times in this movie, which does not happen. When I go to a comedy over the last 10 years, the few times that I have, for all like 7 comedies that have come out, I sit there like the Grinch, stone-faced, and it feels like I'm watching a snuff film. Like, I bet if you walked in on me watching a comedy in theaters, you would think that I was watching traumatic footage of my grandmother being set ablaze or something by a terrorist. Like, I am just not having fun. But in this film, I could not stop smiling and actually got loud laughs out of me. I was so impressed because it felt like Hollywood remembered how to tell a joke. It did feel very reminiscent of some of the great iconic gags from the original Naked Gun films. Like, without being just like super derivative. Like, it felt like it was paying homage without just trying to walk the same path and emulate it one-to-one in the modern age, which I really, really appreciated. So, Liam Neeson plays Frank Drebin Jr., the son of Frank Drebin. R.I.P. to the great Leslie Nielsen. I really think Liam Neeson fits perfectly here for this film. He does a great justice to it. Like, I really was impressed. But not only with him, Pamela Anderson. She is, like, really good in this movie, too. Now, of course, the chemistry works really well between them because apparently, like, they're actually in love in real life, which is actually somewhat wholesome, and it really works well in this film. But by far, like, the best part is just how serious Liam Neeson is. And of course you know that going into it, but I've seen countless of his films, and I don't think I've ever seen him so stern. Every single word that leaves his lips sounds like the most important thing you'll ever hear in your life. It really helps elevate it. So the film has a lot of different kinds of comedy that it weaves in here. It has classic slapstick, even like some prop humor and gags, really clever wordplay. Like, it's non-stop jokes. It reminds me of old Tom and Jerry cartoons where they spit out watermelon seeds like a Gatling gun, but instead of it being watermelon seeds here, it's just like endless jokes in every single scene. Pretty much every line of dialogue is setting up a joke or like expanding on the back of a joke, and it works. Like, it never gets tiresome. Obviously not all of them land. In fact, I would argue like maybe like 60% of them aren't gonna have you like, you know, gut busting in your chair, fucking Santa Claus ho-ho-hoing or anything. But the other 40%, like, they're actually, like, they had me laughing. And that's exactly what you want. Just having a good time start to finish. Not every joke needs to be a fucking home run grand salami, you know what I mean? But this film does what I've missed so much from movies that the old comedies used to do. Like the old Naked Guns. God rest their soul. Really doing a great job of being a smart, stupid person. Like, you can have all kinds of oafs, bumbling fucking morons, like drooling homunculi idiots, and that's fine, but to have like a really smart one is special. What do I mean by this? I mean, like, the character is clearly supposed to be incompetent, but it's written in a way where it's like really smart incompetence. So like, some of my favorite like lines are things like, Pamela Anderson is at Liam Neeson's apartment and he's cleaning up off his table. He's like, I just haven't had the drive to clean up after my wife died. And he's like throwing away bullets and guns and hand grenades. And she says, how did she pass? And he responds, extraordinarily well. She had an arm like a cannon, could easily throw the pigskin over 50 yards. And then she died, so we'll never know if she could have gone pro. Like, that kind of writing, I have missed so much. That had me laughing pretty hard. It almost felt nostalgic. I don't even know how to explain it. I just had such a fun time with it. And I love how over the top it is with, like, its action, where, like, he's ricocheting his magazines off the bad guys, and then he's, like, going under them and, like, punching their nuts on the way through. Like, really just old school classic gag comedy like that. I haven't seen it in so long. It felt really refreshing. But by far the hardest I laughed in this movie was probably its most throwaway nothing burger joke. It is literally 2 words. It's when Frank goes and meets the film's main villain, Richard Kane. It's like a tech conference display, like fucking Comic-Con for nerds. He's showing off all the new technology and gizmos and doohickeys and gadgets. And Frank has got, he's on his investigation and everything. Richard Kane notices him, and he goes to introduce himself to him. So Richard Kane approaches him, he extends his hand and says, Lieutenant Drebin. And then Frank reciprocates the handshake and just says, me too, with like a huge smile on his face. And it had me laughing so hard. And then the two are walking away and they immediately, it lasts maybe less than a second. It is 2 words and it made me laugh that hard. And then as they're walking away, maybe 2 seconds later, there's like a little art display or a little tech thing that looks like a staircase. So Frank walks his fingers up it and then it breaks and it had me laughing so fucking hard. Like, that sequence maybe lasted 5 seconds, and I laughed harder during that than in any comedy of the last 10 years. Like, I know I'm glazing the movie kind of hard, but it's not like a perfect film by any means. It's just like the most refreshing comedy I've seen in a long time. Comedies have been dead and buried in Hollywood for a decade at least. This was such a breath of fresh air. Like I said, a lot of the jokes don't land. Some of them are like almost dad joke tier, like bits that they throw in here. But it's never like eye-rolling and it's never cringe. Like, it's still just so charming. It is such an honest-to-God attempt at bringing a classic comedy to life again. And I think they've done a really good job. It's super clear there was a genuine love for this style of movie and real passion put into this one. It just oozes throughout the film. It even had a nice little cherry on top that I want to mention. I would venture a guess that the one singular line from Naked Gun most people still quote to this day is the classic, like a blind man at an orgy, I was going to have to feel things out. This film has 2 lines in a similar style to that, and I think that they are very strong lines, and I was very delighted to see them do that. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect them to even try, but they did a good job. It even had its own couple of lines like that, and they were very solid. I don't want to spoil them by just like giving away the joke there or whatever, but I just wanted to say, like, it is clear they love this kind of movie, and I think they've done a great job at making something that feels very in line with the Naked Guns of the past. I went into this without huge expectations, and I left really pleasantly surprised. I enjoyed it a lot. I do think it's worth seeing. Easily the hardest I've laughed in a long time at a movie. I can only hope that somehow this will start the resurgence of good comedy movies back into cinemas. I've yapped about this a lot. I think we're just in this age of infinitely bloated budgets for superhero films, or just like really lackluster, safe garbage like Electric State. Like, I would love if we got back to movies like this also hitting the box office. I think it would be so pleasant. Anyway, though, I guess we'll see. Hopefully there's more good comedies to follow. That's about it. So, yeah. Wow. The Dispatch finale dropped today, and I am happy to say they stuck the landing. They didn't fumble at the goal line here. They went all the way in for the touchdown, reach around, go to town, boot scoot boogie. It was a absolute joy. I am really going to miss Dispatch now. Like, I've been just glued to the episodic release, because I think they've done a great job with it, releasing 2 episodes every Wednesday. It's been so hyped, just looking forward to Wednesdays every week, and now we finished it. Like, it's bittersweet, because it was an incredible conclusion. Like, I think this finale was so good that it's put me in just such a joyful mood. I could probably watch someone steal my car right now, and it still wouldn't wipe the smile off my face. Like, I think they've done an amazing job with it. But I'm really going to miss not being able to play it every Wednesday now, a new episode, 2 new episodes every Wednesday. This game is just so good. And of course, I'm biased. I'm in the game. I play Sonar. But even setting that aside, if I wasn't in the game and I was just experiencing this with having no skin in it whatsoever, I would still be loving it just as much. And I stand by that. The game is so fucking enjoyable. So anyway, I just wanted to show you some of the highlights from episodes 7 and 8 here. Also, my whole computer shut off at the end of, while I was streaming, so it ended stream, and I left everyone on a cliffhanger. But what I was saying before my computer crashed was, what I really hope doesn't happen is that Ad Hoc goes the way Telltale did back in the day. I don't know how many of you remember this, but the reason Telltale games' quality declined so much, at least in my personal opinion, is because I think they were just biting off more than they could chew by taking on so many projects at once. They were releasing what felt like a new Telltale game every 8 fucking months for a ton of IP. So, as Bilbo Baggins famously said it, not enough butter spread across too much bread type thing, where these games that were getting farted out didn't have as much time and care put into them, as much passion, because there were these strict deadlines, just so many and, buns in the oven, that they didn't get a chance to be as good as their earlier works. With Dispatch being as successful as it is, this game has sold over 1 million copies in 10 days, and I imagine that number is only going to keep growing since now it's wrapped up, and most people, I think, were probably waiting for all of them to be there so they could binge it. As this continues to be even more successful, I really hope they don't do the same thing where they just start, working on so many projects at once where they're not going to be able to give the same tender love and care to those games as they did for Dispatch. Because it's so clear when you play this, a ton of passion went into it. Genuine love went into this game. And I really hope it's able to keep it, Ad Hoc is able to keep that intact for all of their works, because when they are firing on all cylinders like they did for Dispatch, there's nothing else like it. This is one of the best written games I think I've ever played. In general, I mean that too. That's not exaggeratory. So I'm very excited for more of Ad Hoc's work in the future. I'm praying, fingers crossed, we get a season 2. And that's not just for selfish interests of having another voice acting job with reprising my role as Sonar, hopefully. But I just genuinely want to play more in this world that they've built. I want to spend more time with these characters. It is that good. Anyway, though, if you want to see my whole playthrough, it's on the Moist Critical Gaming channel, but I just want to give you some highlights here, and mainly a lot of Sonar moments.
Invisigal suspended, obviously, but...
You didn't really do anything wrong.
Consider cutting her from the team. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you should consider it. It's 100% your call.
Can I get back to you? I really don't want to think about it right now.
Of course. Yeah. It's just... I can't help but think that we've already cut a hero for far less.
We had to send a message.
You almost cut Sonar for nothing, just because he likes titties. It's a good point.
This gets better and better.
Isn't Sonar a coke addict? So what? That wasn't the reason they were cutting him? Robert explicitly mentioned boobies. The coke was secondary.
I've found doing something good always helps when I'm feeling bad. We're fortunate to have that opportunity. Something Chase never took for granted. So, let's get to work.
Time for a good shift. Sonar, you mind doing everything? You can kind of solo the whole city now. Pretty quiet day. The whole city's grieving. Sonar, why don't you get out there and cheer everyone up with some magic tricks? The hell just happened there?
Oh, Golem's shitface, I think he's about to piss mud on the high school.
Yeah, you know, I saw him pulling over a beer truck earlier. I did think that was weird.
Come on, buddy.
Jesus, Golem.
Spit it out.
A lot of vomiting this shift.
100%, baby. Oh yeah, I'm cooking. And we have max synergy. Fuck yeah. She's riding me like a Valkyrie. Huge. Waiting for Malevola to finish so she can heal Golem.
Hi, just calling to confirm one of your Z Team heroes for our interview this afternoon.
Oh, that's not good.
Program.
Sonar's in bat form. That's not good. There goes all my charisma. Eek. Okay, Prism. All up to you. That's unlucky. What are the odds that I could get Sonar here, transform, and get him back in time?
I'm fucking toast.
I think I can do it. I really think I can do it. Oh, it's gonna be a close shave. Oh wow. 96? Do we? Oh yeah, we succeed. Hold on. Actually perfect.
That's good.
Literally perfect. Am I the biggest brain dispatcher in the business? Holy shit. Actually immaculate. Wow.
Hello?
Truly built different.
Is this thing working?
Shit. Sorry, Robbie. I zoned out there for a second.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, talk up the reformed villains. Something only Sonar is capable of doing.
And that's how it's fucking done.
We want her out.
We basically took a board vote. That's why we're in the boardroom.
She shouldn't have done what she did. I think she should go, sir. Boss. Robert.
I don't want to kick her out, though. But I want to go Blonde Blazer. All in on Blonde Blazer.
Just me.
What you didn't know was what Chase was willing to put on the line for you. And so please don't throw all of that away by walking away from this. From us.
They're right. I don't deserve anyone's forgiveness. Anyone's help, anyone's love. Because I can never repay it. Nothing I do will ever make up for what I've already done to you. I'd hoped getting the astral pulse back would help.
The theory was right.
I couldn't even do that.
She was with Shroud in the beginning.
Oh, anyone, anything.
Okay. 100%.
Least of all me.
I was there that night.
Yep.
What are you saying?
Even blue. My augments conveniently stopped working. So I signed up for the Phoenix program the next day. Which gave me the chance to fuck your life up twice.
Yeah, I'm kind of over it.
Say something?
Yeah, it's all good.
I forgive you.
Water under the bridge.
So there. Will you fucking chill out now?
You can't fucking forgive me? You haven't even, processed what's going on.
You did villain shit while you were a villain. Does it change things that you directed at me? No, it doesn't. That's in the past. You're not the same person that was there that night. Neither am I.
That's sweet, but I feel numb.
Hey, stop.
Hey, you put a bomb on me and I'm fine. I don't really care. You gotta make it a big deal out of nothing.
I'm not
You know what I
letting
mean?
anyone cut you.
Yeah, you fucked up my suit, but then I made good friends with Roy.
The same way you look at Blazer.
Yeah, that's alright,
Even
though.
if it was just once, you know? That'd have been enough.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yes. You do.
Oh wow, she just literally won't stay because we won't fucking get married? That's crazy. You know what? I take it back. I'm actually pissed you put a bomb on my suit. But if I lean in, do I lose the Blazer route? I mean, we're not exclusive or anything yet, right? There's still a grace period. We're still feeling each other out. But I don't want to lock into a route. I'm pretty sure if I lean in, though, that locks me out of the blazer route. I'm almost positive that it will. I just have a hunch. Or, if this fucks me in both aspects, I'll just have a virginity playthrough. Which is also pretty cool. Then I'll unlock superpowers of my own. Fucking cum max, what is it? Cum holding? What the hell is the name of it in the community? I forgot. I'm committed to the blazer route. I feel like leaning in would lock me out of it. Retention, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, retention maxing. I don't think you can do both, is the thing. I'm just gonna trust my gut here.
Courtney,
I'm trusting my instincts.
could you two do me a favor and shut the fuck up?
I want to start a bar fight.
You got a problem?
Is that you? No, it's not me. He's got long hair.
I know what's going on. Cheers, fellas, to the fucking dream. To 5 minutes with the tightest ass in all of LA County.
Yeah, motorboat those butt cheeks. Oh, hey!
Right. End up blowing air right up her butthole. What's up? You don't like asses?
Glass him. Might as well. Bar fight?
Oh, not as far as I was gonna take it. Good on you, kid. Let me replace that drink.
That guy is definitely Shroud. Holy shit!
Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
With pleasure.
Damn, Coop is back!
Are the past.
Spit!
With the pulse.
Hockaloogie!
I'll control this city and restore balance.
Oh, that didn't go far. Nice kick, Sonar. You're not Sonar. Hey, Mandy.
Oh. And by my calculations, it was closer to 32%. But half sounds better.
Dweeb. Nerd. I saw under your mask. I know you're a loser.
You should know I was going to take you to the actual Hollywood sign. Not as sturdy as you.
Get me in front of my computer. I'll start dispatching Sonar. Only he can handle this. This is 6 verse 5, right?
Literally every fucking day.
Alright, we gotta send everybody out there to rescue Sonar. We can't take a chance of not having Sonar. Go get him! Bring my boy back! Sonar's off the bench.
Trainees are pissing themselves. Can someone help me out?
Oh, join Sweet Talker in reassuring the trainees no one should die? I mean, that's just Sonar solo, right? Like, I don't need anybody else, right? Even with low morale, I feel like Sonar solos this. But maybe I should just do this to be safe. Nah, if Sonar can't solo this, then they don't deserve to have a good pep talk. Oh, easy Sonar. Ease nerves with a red ring roast. Yeah. Don't mind if I do.
Alright, gang's all here. Some of you in worse shape than others.
Flawless run.
I moved their Mecha Man suit to the rec room. Here. Take this.
We're fighting the Red Ring, Royd. I'm not walking home from fucking yoga.
All I got, brother. Hey, don't listen to her kind of bullshit, okay? Keep her tied up.
I got some pepper spray you can borrow if that's not enough. Thumbstick.
What?
It's his name, because he sticks you with... They're all fucking idiots, Robert, but they're dangerous. I'm not fucking around to untie me. He looks stupid, but he is a killer. You don't have powers. You need my help. Just let me help. Please.
I mean, yeah, I literally can't go it alone.
Alright.
Like, legitimately, I can't. Like, I can fight in a bar fight.
What are you...
I'm looking for...
But I can't actually fight these people here.
What did he do that for?
Oh, I fucking wonder, Vizzy. Why would he lock up his tools around invisible criminal thieves?
Robert!
Oh, thank you.
Just go get the gun!
Oh, thank you.
I wish you would have let me choose. I would have grabbed the gun. Oh, no, I got piss all over me.
Hey, nice job. Nice job. Why are his nuts out?
Oh, thought that was normal. You mind helping him?
Why would you crinkle cut your balls through your zipper if you don't have... What are you asking me?
Can you just put his dick away? Feels like the dignified thing to do.
Dignified for who?
I know the guy a little, and it's bad enough he's unconscious.
Yeah, here, I'll do it. I'll put his cock away, you're right.
Piss everywhere.
Thank you. That was very decent of you.
Oh, perfect. I'm putting piss in my open wounds. Well, actually, yeah, I don't think it matters that much. It's sterile, right?
Stick together.
Yeah, because you were totally in control of that situation. Crazy, right? It's like real big, but super quiet. So cool.
So fucking cool!
Your dad said he'd help me build a mech if I helped him build the Astral Pulse. Just another promise he didn't come through on.
That's what this is all about? You needed it to power your stupid spider shit?
It's not stupid.
Come on, kid. Using the pulse to power a mech is like plugging your cell phone into a nuclear reactor. No. I'm gonna use the pulse to change the world.
That plan is gonna be hard to pull off after I kill you.
Fuck! JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2.
They don't like that.
Missile Fury. Probably safer. Alright, I chose wrong. Ah, fuck! Okay, now I know not to play it safe. Oh, he's not punching nuts anymore. The cross body block, that's my boy. No! Fuck!
I hope my saving you from collision was appropriate.
It was phenomenal.
No. No. No, not like this. Not like this. No, it can't be.
Robert, this isn't working. He knows our next move before we do.
Does he? I don't know. He's just kind of blasted and throwing his tentacles around.
never been more insulted in my life. You fire me, a literal assassin, for some moronic bumfuck bat boy?
What?
He shits in the parking lot. Did you know that? Ask the cleaners how much guano they come across.
I'll apologize.
Look.
Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot.
I don't remember any of the lines I did for Sonar in this position. I remember some villain lines, but I don't remember like a climactic.
That's where you're wrong.
That's my boy.
I thought I had friends.
Damn, she's fucking stronger than Shroud.
Robert, no!
Oh, I missed one. Jesus. Oh, it's like Osu. Fuck. He wasn't letting me move in that direction. Oh! I can't just mash it either. Jesus. He beat my ass.
Shroud's got a new suit now? What the fuck? How long was I out?
Blazer?
You're the only one I told about my amulet, so I figured he wouldn't see it coming.
Holy shit. Look at you.
Ah, look at you.
Oh shit, yeah, look at me. Shit, no, look out.
That's cute. I was wondering why the amulet wouldn't work for other people when it was revealed. That makes sense.
Come to your stupid dog. You all hear that? I've been through all the game theory on this moment 1,000 times. I'm not steps ahead, I'm miles. So, don't fucking test me.
I have to cheese it. I wonder. Fuck. I feel like I gotta give him the real one. I can't. Here, we'll just do both. I'll just make it easy. I don't want to cheese it too long and think too hard. I'm just gonna give them both. Just take both.
What the fuck is this, Robert?
You said you wanted the Astropulse. I gave it to you. One of those is it.
They look fucking identical, Robert.
Look, you're right. I can't outsmart you. Because, you know what? I'm not a smart guy. So, the only way to keep you from knowing what I'm doing is to not have any idea what I'm doing. Which is how I feel all the time.
Banger.
I trust my gut and I take my best guess. Just like you used to do. Before you plugged all those fucking Christmas lights into your head. Before you were afraid to make your own decisions. Elliot.
Maybe we wait till we get home?
Shut the fuck up! Fuck you.
Upright.
You son of a bitch!
Don't be mad. You lost. It happens.
Sorry, kid. We both lose. I guess I can still be surprised.
So I get to choose to kill him, right? I have to be able to, right? I mean, am I getting... Okay, I hate cheesing it like this. These are tough decisions. It's not a tough decision. I want to kill him. But does Blonde Blazer no longer want to be my wife anymore? Does she end up being afraid of me? That's the only reason I'm thinking. Or does she find it be cool? Like, I want to execute this man. But do I miss out on love? That's the only consideration. It's the easiest choice of my life, killing this guy. But we have to think about the long-term ramifications. Fuck. Feel like if I kill him, she won't love me. But if she doesn't love me with my hands a little dirty, then so be it. And it is what it is. He's dead. If she can't handle me at my dirtiest, she doesn't deserve me at my cleanest. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, I was gonna say, did this just put me back on the Invisigal path? Son of a bitch. Good news, Shroud strangled himself. Robert did everything he could to stop him. We did it.
Girlfriend's alright.
She's not my girlfriend.
Then you're an idiot. Because it's obvious she wants to fuck you.
You sure? I don't know, I killed a man, and I don't know if she's gonna like that very much. I think I put myself on the celibacy path, actually.
So...
These are the real heroes right here. This is the team that thwarted Shroud in the Red Ring.
Damn, Sonar is aura farming over there.
Z-Team! These fuckers are the best.
For his issue.
Right, the whole being on the brink of death issue.
That's the one.
Well, it looks like he'll enjoy while it lasts.
So, do you feel better?
I feel great.
Oh. After killing Shroud?
Oh, you heard.
Yeah. Robert, why? Did you kill more than one person today?
If
it
I'm
felt
honest, great. It felt fucking great.
I'm surprised to hear that, but I suppose I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
She didn't like that very much. That's okay.
I should let you know that you're suspended pending an investigation. Just a formality. Getting ambushed by Shroud and the Red Ring?
Yeah.
Was that too weird of a way of asking if you wanted to make out later?
No.
We did it!
It was perfect.
We're getting married right now. Trackstar, come officiate this wedding. I killed a man today. Everything worked out.
Let's be careful with your dispatcher.
How cute.
Whoa. Okay, instantly painful, actually.
That was such a banger of a game. Holy. I thought it was going to end on a cliffhanger. I did not see how they were going to wrap it all up satisfactory in 2 episodes, but they did an incredible job with it. That was so fucking good. Oh my god, that was so good. Oh, so if you don't support her is when she goes the villain route. Got it. Only 24! Oh my god. Only 24% of players made the right choice? What the fuck? That's crazy, actually. What? Nah, there's no way. Imagine you have like a 10-minute villain monologue. Yeah, imagine. Alright, let's see. This is the villain route for Sonar. Let's see how I did. It's probably rough. I genuinely don't remember. Because when I'm reading the lines, it's hard to know, like, the context, like all the context around it, because I hadn't seen anything from the game. So I only have like little bits and pieces. So fuck, maybe I just didn't even know some of the lines were when I'm a bad guy.
Can you take care of him for me? Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
I've been waiting for this. So cute.
You.
Do I just start like biting on his nipples or something? Oh wait, why is the quality all fucked up? Fucking haymakers. Isn't working.
I thought you wanted revenge.
By SDN agents, heroes, and whoever else you and your ring have pissed off recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if...
Oh, shit.
Disrespect. One of the last true heroes.
My line's better. That goes hard.
Sorry about that.
He knows our next move before we do.
Robert Robertson returned. I fucking warned you that cutting me was a big mistake. Boy, I guess you're probably realizing that right about now, huh?
It sounds like me when I had my old mic.
You're actually so dumb, dude. You know she was stealing toilet paper from the office?
I'm sorry. I really am.
Sonar, stop.
Oh, look, Dad. Mom's home.
Hey, we're your friends. Please, this isn't you. Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot back on the Z team.
No. No, I don't think I will. Because you know what? Now I'm on the me team. And if you couldn't appreciate me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
The classic Facebook line.
These new augment Shroud hooked me up with give me some pretty sweet new moves. Want to see it?
No, actually.
Yeah, no, not really.
Holy shit. You also say that when you kill Shroud. Really? I need to see Sonar kill Shroud. I think I like the underground fight more. This one's fucking great. I mean, the Coop fight was good too, but I actually really like this one a lot. I mean, obviously a little biased, I guess, but I think this is very cool. That's perfect.
We did good, huh, brother? Z-Team saved the day.
Damn, he didn't do he didn't do whatever path leads you to Sonar killing him.
Choke damage, but I don't care.
You ever think about getting out in the field and being a hero?
Not my thing, bro. I like the work I do. I'm good at it.
No doubt.
You said that IRL when you killed him. Oh, I think you're talking about in-game. I thought that's what you were saying.
You're too small, bro. Too small.
No joke, I started to feel bad for them. It was mesmerizing.
I was like, holy shit, what are the odds?
Ooh, yep, that was a fun scrap for sure.
I see. You mean like the actual Charles White said that line when I killed Shroud in my playthrough as well. Now I see what you're saying. Isn't that crazy, huh? I didn't even register that. It's saying Sonar, remember that, makes me think we're getting a season 2. Well, you could say that about like the blonde blazer role, remember that, about how good it felt to kill my father, that kind of thing. But as far as I know, there is no season 2 plans as of now. But like I said, I feel like there's no world they don't come back to it with how successful this game has been. There's no world they just leave it at one season. It's too big not to. And they leave it perfectly open-ended for more. There's no doubt in my mind there'll be a season 2. Just like fiber in my colon, the YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways, and today it plopped out a little something special onto my homepage. A beautiful little nugget that highlighted a scam that I would have never even imagined as a possibility. A YouTuber named Falfin, whom hasn't uploaded in 6 years, came out of nowhere from the top turnbuckle and delivered a smackdown onto a nutrition brand that had a protein powder that they were hawking that isn't quite what it seems. Now, if you read the title of this video, it says this company sold cake batter as protein powder. That title is admittedly a little misleading, because cake batter is probably more nutritious than what they were parading around as protein powder and selling. It is a homemade label, and in that little screenshot there I showed you, the keen observers out there, the astute viewers, may have noticed that there's a bit of a big typo on that nutrition label. Instead of dietary fiber, it's dietati fiber. So this is not like a real label, and it actually gives me similar vibes to like the OG pink sauce shenanigans. So it turns out, we're going to go through this video together, that this nutrition brand had this protein powder that was not as advertised, and it certainly didn't have the macros that it was pretending that it did.
If you're into fitness and live in Northern California, there's a decent chance you've heard of Holmes Nutrition. Anyone that has tried Holmes Nutrition protein powder would say the following 2 things about it. 1, that it's the most delicious protein powder they've ever had, and 2, that it tastes just like cake batter. The powder itself even advertises how it's great for baking. 1 scoop has 22 grams of protein and only 3 grams of sugar, but it tastes so much like cake batter that someone got suspicious.
Now, I'm not familiar with this brand, I've never heard of it before, but it seems like it had a lot of glaze with people praising its flavor in particular. It had great macros, judging by the nutrition label. If you ignore the misspellings of dietary as well as essential amino acids, it seems as though they called them essential amino acids. But if you put that stuff aside, that pesky grammar and spelling, it all looked great. Now, real quick, why you should never ignore something like that on a label is these are extremely important pieces of information to get right. And if there are spelling errors in there, that showcases that something's a bit fishy, something's gone awry. Smells stinky. If a label isn't correctly, accurately describing what the contents are in this product that's being consumed, that can be the difference of someone getting sick. People make their decisions on things based on these kind of labels, especially when it comes to people with dietary restrictions. So, if the label can't be trusted, that could be legitimately dangerous for some individuals. This is something you don't fuck with. So, with this in consideration, so many people talking about how closely resembling cake batter the flavor profile was for this brand and how low the sugar was, there was someone on Reddit who, just like my boy George, got a bit curious and decided to send this out to a lab for further testing, just to confirm, like, does this actually have the macros that it says it does? Is this actually what the label is telling me it is?
This Redditor sent in 3 different flavors of Holmes Nutrition to a lab. They sent samples of chocolate cake, lemon cake, and cinnamon crumb cake to this lab, Certified Laboratories, and all 3 powders came back with the same results. Instead of 22 grams of protein, this protein powder had 21 grams of carbs instead, and only 3.4 grams of protein per scoop.
Boy, howdy, that's quite a bit different than what the label says is contained in that product. It's a far cry from what's advertised with this protein powder. 3 grams of protein is shockingly low. I could fart into your mouth and you get more protein from my ass than you would from this powder. For comparison, let's take a peek at Betty Crocker, just the most popular packaged cake mix. You get 1 less gram of protein in the package, but if you prepare it as you're supposed to, you would actually get 1 more gram of protein from preparing a fucking Betty Crocker cake than you would from drinking a Holmes protein shake here using this. It's like the LaCroix of protein powder, where it's the idea of protein. It's so weird. Like, I cannot believe how little protein there appears to be in this product based on the lab results here. 3 grams is actually shockingly low. I know I've already said that, but I am stunned because I would think, like, even if you were trying to make some, like, misleading product here, you would think that there'd be a little more protein in that, just even accidentally. Somehow, it's like they went in there and intentionally removed all of the protein they could possibly find. Like, you could eat a handful of grass and probably get more nutrition out of that. When I went back to the original Reddit post, it seems like this was a very popular brand of protein powder, at least in the local area. For years, Holmes Nutrition has been a well-known local name, someone everyone preached about as being legit because he's friends with so many people, but recent lab results show that the product has been severely mislabeled, sold under the appearance of a higher quality protein powder than it actually contains. I personally have been buying Holmes Nutrition for over 4 years, believing I was getting a high-quality product. People I know have even picked up their protein directly from his house, trusting they were buying from someone who cared about his customers. Instead, they were handed a product that didn't come close to meeting its advertised nutrition claims. And in the comment section, both here, on the YouTube video, and even in other places like on Facebook and stuff, and other like Instagram and things, there were tons of people talking about how long they've been purchasing this product. They've been loyal to this brand for years. And when you are trying to better your health and fitness, one thing you do is keep track of things like macros. So people were buying this and working it into their daily routine as part of their macros and their nutritional goals in order to hit what they wanted, to achieve what they were setting out to achieve. But they were being misled the whole time. They weren't getting near their protein threshold that they were looking to hit. And in some cases, you could even make an argument it was hurting consumers, as you're going to see more in this video here and in the original Reddit post. Because this is incorrectly labeled, there were people buying this product that probably shouldn't have because of like blood sugar spiking and stuff like that. This is why these labels are extremely important, because someone who's like diabetic needs this information. They rely on this information so that way they don't end up putting themselves in a dangerous position by consuming something that they shouldn't. So when this product gets tested in a lab and turns out it's not even close to what's being advertised with it and the label doesn't reflect what's actually in there at all, it becomes a huge problem, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this brand sued. Honestly, huge W to the Redditor here who decided to take it upon themselves to send this out to labs to confirm if this really is what Holmes Nutrition says it is. I think that was a very important thing to do.
I've been absolutely obsessed with getting buff and working out. I was lifting at the gym 5 days a week, and of course, I was hitting my protein macros each and every day. Or so I thought. So you can imagine my absolute despair and nausea when I found out that my favorite protein powder that I had been using for years was not even protein powder at all. Just a sweet batter mix with trace amounts of protein. An egg, a single egg, has double the amount of protein than my protein powder had. The protein powder I was spending $75 per bag on.
Oof. Yeah, protein powder's not cheap. So it seems like, based on the available information here, Holmes Nutrition was like the cheapest fucking cake batter type mix you could find, and packaged and then charged a fucking arm and a leg for it. She's right. A single egg is double what you were getting from the fucking Holmes protein powder. I'm giggling, but it's actually diabolical. She has been working out for a long time and believing to be hitting her protein goals thanks to the assistance of something like this protein powder, but turns out this entire time she wasn't, because she wasn't getting the protein she thought she was, because this is complete fucking phony baloney. She'd been schmeckeldorfed by Holmes Nutrition here. If I found out the protein powders I'd been using for the last decade were actually just, pixie dust or something and dirt and sawdust, I would be pissed. I would be extremely upset. And I saw a lot of other comments from people, even outside of like the potential dangers of someone like consuming this and having like a blood sugar spike or something like that because they didn't know or anything like that. Even outside of that, people were taking this and then wondering why they were plateauing or not like seeing any improvements when they were hitting the macro goals that they set out to and what should be leading to improvements, thus causing tons of confusion and wondering, well, what's going wrong, without ever suspecting that their protein powder they were relying on was actually the real culprit. It's such a fucking mess.
So, first of all, Holmes Nutrition Protein Powder is not sold in big box stores or on Amazon. It's a company created by Sacramento-based bodybuilder Bobby Holmes and his wife. It's only available on its website, holmesnutrition.com. So, how did I even find out about this protein powder in the first place? Well, the smoothies that my gym made were fantastic. So one day I peeped at the protein powder they use and I wrote it down and then went home and started buying some.
Her story is one that I saw shared by many others. Apparently, a lot of people found out about Holmes Nutrition through their local gyms that were making protein smoothies there using that powder, and people were just blown away by how great it tasted that they also wanted to find out what the fuck was this protein powder? It tasted just like cake batter, but for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein. Holy shit, $75, I'm losing money not buying it. So people were then buying Holmes Nutrition protein powder. This was the gateway drug here. They believed that they had stumbled across something that was truly unlike the rest. It tasted incredible, and for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein, they were losing money not giving Bobby Holmes 75 clams. Their body was withering away, shrinking and shriveling from atrophy without being fed this holy elixir that tasted just like cake batter, when really the whole time they were deceived.
So for me, I'm one of the lucky ones because this just affects my gains, but for others, this is a major health issue. The Redditor included in their post that they even saw a comment on Bobby's Instagram from someone saying their blood sugar shot up despite the label claiming low sugar and carbs. To make matters worse, in the comments, people were buying this protein for their diabetic family members that have been having issues with their glucose while taking this. And this commenter had real-time data that this protein powder was causing sugar spikes.
Now, these are just Reddit comments, so this could be as real as, my dad works at Bungie and he's gonna have you banned off Minecraft or something. But this is something that is very testable. You can monitor blood sugar spikes. And there are so many people reporting it, I'm willing to believe that that is probably accurate. The lab results are pretty conclusive. There's not a lot of wiggle room for that to be in error. And since we now know, based on that, we can't trust the label, since the label is very inaccurate, we can assume that the ingredients are not properly reflected in what is on that label. So they probably weren't able to achieve this flavor with being low sugar. We know it's not low carb. It advertised 4 grams of carbs. It's actually over 20. The sugar content is also probably higher, which she is about to dive into in just a moment. So I do think that it's probably legitimate claims here that people that were using this product were probably experiencing fluctuations in their blood sugar levels as a result of it, because they were taking it under a false pretense. They were misled thinking that it was low carb, low sugar.
The original post with the lab results were posted on Reddit on March 3rd, 2025. On March 27, they posted an update saying that Holmes Nutrition has removed all of their protein powders from their online store. So when we go to the Holmes Nutrition website, it has the following messages, starting with the bottom being the oldest. Unfortunately, we have encountered an unexpected issue with the manufacturing facility for the protein. Due to the large increase in demand, the current facility was having issues.
The message is still on the site to this day. It's been like this for many months now, and actually, a lot of customers of Holmes Nutrition found out about the potential fraud because they were Googling, where is Holmes Nutrition protein powder? And in Googling that, a lot of people found this Reddit post. So people unintentionally stumbled into this knowledge that their protein powder was severely mislabeled because they were trying to buy more of it. Now, Holmes Nutrition doesn't appear to be acknowledging it in any way, shape, or form. They're kind of plugging their ears to it, putting their head down and just saying, oh, it's temporarily off the shelves because we got to find a manufacturer. You guys just love it so fucking much that we've got to stop selling it online for now while we look for another manufacturer. That's the only reason it's not here right now. I imagine the reason for that is probably obvious. If they did say, like, whoops-a-daisy, you got us. Well, we're going to have to start changing our label around to be accurate. Sorry about the inconvenience. They would be sued into fucking oblivion like that. It would be instantaneous. So their only card to play is just ignore it and hope people don't try and, like, pursue further action against them. I don't believe the story that they have to find another manufacturer now. That just seems like a convenient excuse. I don't put any stock into that being truthful. You can't trust their label and you can't trust their word, it seems.
For myself, it was either in March or April of this year, 2025, that I first noticed the products were unavailable on the website and that Holmes was citing manufacturer issues. So since the Reddit post was already up by the time I independently noticed their website, I don't have definitive data to show if the products were pulled down before the post went up or after or in response to this post exposing them. But given the timeline within the post, it seems that these messages on the site were after or in response to this Reddit post. Okay, wait. As I was editing this video, I saw this Instagram post from Diamond Tier Fitness, which is this gym in northern Sacramento, that said it's selling Holmes protein.
So it seems like while it's not available to order directly through their site, they are selling it through local gyms. And the reason for that, at least in my opinion, is that they probably have recognized that people online are a little more privy to the potential falsified nutrition label here, and thus they believe selling their inventory that they have left, which I imagine is probably sizable, they probably have quite a lot in stock that they want to offload. They found the best way to do that would be locally doing it at these gyms where people aren't just going to stand there and start like Googling it right then and there. They'll just be like, oh, this, I'll trust the label. Since we have all been led to believe that labels are accurate, they are supposed to be 100% representative of what is actually the contents of that product. So people are most likely going to be inclined to trust it if they buy it in person, as opposed to online where they might stumble across that Reddit post. So my theory is they're selling through these local gyms because they have all of this inventory that they know they can't really sell online right now. It's a little too hot, hot tub is too hot. So they're doing it locally, hoping that people will be none the wiser and won't like look into it past like, oh, yummy, this tastes great. And that's what I think, at least.
While I was writing out this video and looking at my bag of protein powder, I noticed that the dietary and dietary fiber on the bag is spelled wrong. So this indicates that Bobby and his wife created this nutrition label themselves, which is allowed by the FDA, but does open the door for extreme inaccuracy and lack of trustworthiness in what's claimed on the label. So the FDA does not approve supplements or protein powders, so you're never going to see the FDA approved stamp on any of them. But that doesn't mean they are exempt from the FDA's labeling regulations. They still have to follow the FDA labeling laws.
That was fascinating to me because I didn't know that you could just make your own labels for the product. I knew protein powders weren't FDA approved. I think most people in the fitness space do recognize that. But I didn't know you could still just make your own fucking labels and just pull numbers out of your ass here. I mean, you can't. As you mentioned, you still have to follow, like, the labeling laws. But I still thought you couldn't even just do that as, like, some goober sitting at your home computer and typing it all out. I still thought it would have to go through something a little more official for something like that.
In addition, it includes non-dairy creamer as an ingredient, but pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.4b, if an ingredient is made from 2 or more ingredients, it must declare the established common or usual name of the ingredient, followed by a parenthetical listing of all ingredients that ingredient is made of. So this has more ingredients that make up that non-dairy creamer, like vegetable oil or possibly even dipotassium phosphate, which are common ingredients in non-dairy creamer that are just not listed in the ingredients list. Additionally, it says cane sugar as an ingredient, so we know there are added sugars, but it just lists sugars, 3 grams. The Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.9, specifies that added sugars must be declared separately from total sugars and include the percent daily value. So, not only is the protein and carb content completely misstated, but there are just so many problems with pretty much every aspect of the packaging.
Yeah, to me, that's kind of a slam dunk right there. There's not a whole lot of argument that Holmes Nutrition could possibly make for why they wouldn't fully list out the ingredients there that make up that creamer, nor why they didn't separate sugars and added sugars. Well, the reason they wouldn't do the added sugars is because it would look a lot worse. There's probably a lot of added sugars in there, which is how they're able to achieve that cake batter-like taste that they're so famous for, most likely. So, her looking at the ingredients there and showcasing how it's not exactly compliant with the established protocol, I think is a very strong piece of evidence that this is all fucking bogus. That what Holmes Nutrition has done here is just reprehensible. And it could be just downright dangerous. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it has opened them up to lawsuits. The lab tests are pretty hard to argue against as well, where it confirms that the protein, the carbs, all of that is just drastically wrong. So how the fuck could Holmes Nutrition even come up with an excuse? They really can't, which is why I believe they're not. That's probably why they're just radio silent and just selling locally through gyms now, it seems. Now, in the original Reddit post, they believed that the lab results indicated the presence of amino spiking. Falfin, however, disagreed with that notion, and there's a whole segment Falfin dedicates to proving why she believes it's not necessarily amino spiking here, and I highly recommend you check out her whole video so you can see her piece on that. I will, however, show you her conclusion for why she believes there's such a discrepancy between the lab results, protein, and what's listed on the bag here.
Amino spiking would still show up as protein in lab tests, so the lab test listed would not be showing only 11% protein on the results if it was amino spiked. This lab test specifically uses the Kjeldahl method, which would still read high protein. Given these facts, I disagree with the original poster that Holmes is using amino spiking. To me personally, it really just seems like we just have a complete misrepresentation of the protein versus carbs content, and that the nutrition and ingredients label is just simply wrong. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, so I can't say whether this was intentionally deceptive or just severe incompetence.
Given what she explains with amino spiking, which I wasn't entirely knowledgeable on in the protein powder space, I think she did a good job of explaining why she believes this isn't the result of amino spiking, and I agree with her conclusion that it probably is just grossly mislabeled. And while I understand it's impossible to say if it's intentionally, maliciously done this way, or if it's just them being extremely fucking stupid, like they're all just bumbling morons over there at the Holmes Nutrition HQ, I feel like, given all of the other factors at play here, to me personally, it feels like it probably is this way by design. It feels like they are intentionally trying to make this product appear as though it's something that it's not, knowing full well when people try it, they're going to love the flavor, and since they see these great macros on the back, they're going to be like a lifelong customer, as you've seen from so many other commenters and so many other people speaking up about like how betrayed they feel for years spent buying this product. So I feel like it's probably by design, but of course I can't say that with 100% certainty, but regardless, it's a huge fucking problem.
So I know this was a long video, but I just had to talk about this. I'm not a YouTuber, I'm just a person that is angry and wants other people to be aware of this. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for listening to what I have to say. I hope you have a great day and that you don't find out that you were scammed by your protein powder.
She also had a segment in here where she was mentioning other protein players in the space that were facing legal hot water being sued because of mislabeled products, that maybe didn't have as much protein as the label said. So, like, there's a precedent set where you can't just completely fucking lie about how much protein is in your product. Now, as for whether or not Holmes Nutrition is going to face any legal ramifications, who really knows? But really, this was a very interesting video Falfin mentions she's not a YouTuber. She was just a victim of this scam and wanted to alert others to it as well. And it's not something that she's doing just trying to fish for clicks or farm a drama or something like that. She was buying this protein powder for years, wasting hundreds of dollars over the course of this period of time, and she's far from the only one. You can see tons and tons of testimonials from people claiming that they've been buying this for years, spending upwards of like $2,000 over the course of this period of time, all under the belief that this product was helping them achieve their health and fitness goals, when really the truth of it appears to be, based on the lab results, that it was actually hampering those goals. It was actively working against them. That fucking sucks. Like, that's terrible. That's a degenerate scam right there, based on all available information. So, I just found this to be so interesting. Falfin absolutely crushed it on this video here. I know she says she's not a YouTuber, but I'm curious if she's going to do any other content in the future, because this was just really well made. And hats off to the Redditor who did the initial investigating in the beginning, sending this to a lab, being alerted to the fact that something is just awry here. It's a bit fishy, and then decided to follow through on an investigation to make sure that, everything was above board here. And then what they found out, they shared with, the world. So that way other people weren't getting, misled by it anymore. So, yeah, anyway, I just had to yap about this one. That's really about it. So, yeah. It's that time again where I drop trousers and plant a stinky one on Burger King. It is unbelievable how often I make fun of this company. I believe they have some of the worst fast food in the world. Your money would be better spent buying rats to eat than their food. It is just absolutely terrible. But the thing that keeps me shooting spitballs at them is they are addicted to awful, awful decisions. They're like the Ubisoft of fast food. They're just incapable of even accidentally stumbling into a good decision for their business, at least in America. Every time I mention this and go on this rant on stream, there's always someone like clockwork that says, but Charles, that's only in the States. Internationally, Burger King is serving up some high quality cuisine. What's better than serving up smiles? It's like, okay, I guess I can't speak for the quality of Burger King outside of America, but every Burger King in America is a fucking hate crime when it comes to food. It's terrible. It's terrible. And now their most recent announcement is probably their stupidest one yet, that's an accomplishment. That is actually an achievement. I cannot believe Burger King found a way to get stupider, but they did it. That orb of confusion working overtime over there at the Burger King HQ.
Good morning, Patty.
Would you want an AI voice in your headset all day at work, built to assist you?
Looks like the women's restroom needs cleaning.
But also potentially listening in on your interactions with customers.
Thank God, finally! An AI assistant that can jack into the headset of all Burger King employees to act like their fucking mother saying, hey, did you remember to clean the bathroom? Go lick the shitters clean, please. Burger King demands it. And then also monitoring your speech to ensure you are saying please and thank you enough times per day. Excellent. This is what everyone's been begging for. This is probably the most desperate attempt to ham-fist AI into a corporation to try and see any kind of clawback on money, because I bet Burger King's already lost quite a bit investing in AI and somewhere in their pipeline. So they're like, okay, let's check for please and thank yous, and then anyone who's not, pinky up saying please and thank you to every customer will just fucking fire. And they're trying to frame this as a friendliness coach. My left butt cheek, a friendliness coach. All it's doing is reminding them to do chores and monitoring their speech. It's going to be used as a tool of fear, because if you don't say please and thank you enough, or go, shove your head in the toilet and give yourself a swirly when AI Patty at Burger King tells you to do so, you might lose your job. How is this coaching you in any way, shape, or form? This is outrageous. And also, believe it or not, Burger King's biggest issue isn't the lack of manners and friendliness. It's not because they're devoid of pleases and thank yous. That's not why people avoid Burger King like the plague. It's because they literally serve up the plague on a bun. They serve you sewage. They serve you radioactive sludge. If Burger King wants to improve customer satisfaction, work on your fucking menu, not the pleases and thank yous from your employees.
Well, that's what a new tool at Burger King plans to do, and it's causing quite a stir. The company's chief digital officer telling The Verge the new BK AI, named Patty, was listening for certain words like please and thank you, so managers could see how their staff was performing on friendliness.
The chief digital officer over there at Burger King is a damn clown. Well, this is so fucking stupid. What in tarnation? Imagine everything goes wrong in your life and you unfortunately go to the Burger King drive-thru because every other fast food place is burnt down for some reason. So you're in the Burger King drive-thru and you're communicating with the worker and they just keep saying please over and over and over again. And you pull up to the window and you see sweat pouring down their face. You know, they're fucking panic in their eyes because they've got Patty in their headset threatening their life. If there's not enough pleases in there, they're gonna stop their heart or something, like blow up their brain like it's Suicide Squad. You only said please 15 times during that interaction. I'm sorry, Doug. This is the end of the line. Their fucking head pops.
Burger King providing NBC News with this video showing off the new tool.
Is there anything that needs my immediate attention?
The team's friendliness scores this morning were the highest this week.
Yeah! New record for the friendliness score! We did it, Burger King employees! We're super friendly! Thank you, AI assistant Patty, for keeping everyone in line and coaching us on how to say please and thank you enough. We saved Burger King!
The company telling us in a statement that the tool, listening for keywords, was used in limited pilot restaurants.
This is anonymized data, so it is not tied back to an employee.
Let me interrupt you there. No, it's not. You're full of shit. You're full of fucking dog shit, actually. There's no such thing as anonymized data in the current day and age. Everything you interact with, everything you use, and it's certainly every AI spy that they're jacking into your fucking headset is collecting data. No doubt in my mind. I don't even know why you're bothering to try and spin that baloney. Everyone knows that's not true, brother. What the fuck is even the point in trying to hide it? There's no punishments for it or anything anymore. Just say it with your whole chest. Everyone knows. It's despicable, but that's the state of the world right now.
And it's really a coaching tool. It's about ensuring that we raise the hospitality for the overall restaurant.
The company also saying, we believe hospitality is fundamentally human.
Fundamentally human, you say? Why are you using AI to teach it then? Oh, this hospitality thing, fundamentally human, which is why we brought in Jarvis over here that can blow up your asshole if you don't say please enough to teach you how to be human. That makes a lot of sense there, Chief Digital Clown. Good work.
You could call it the friendly wars in retail.
The customer interaction matters. And for evidence of this, just take a look at the success of Chick-fil-A. A lot of people, when they talk about Chick-fil-A, don't actually talk about their chicken sandwiches. They talk about how the employees greet them.
What world are you living in, Buster? When people talk about Chick-fil-A, they are often talking about the food. Them having to say, my pleasure, like fucking corporate drones, is not necessarily something people love about the experience. I don't know real human beings, like real non-bot people that go to Chick-fil-A and really feel like butterflies in their tummy and get tingly and excited when they say my pleasure when they get served by the Chick-fil-A employee. They are forced to say that. That makes it a non-genuine interaction. That makes it insincere. The reason Chick-fil-A is successful is not because they say my pleasure. It's because the food is very high quality compared to other options, like fucking Burger King, for example. This is ridiculous. And improving the friendliness score of Burger King isn't the secret ingredient here, the chemical X to save the business, man. There's only one spot worse on the planet for food than Burger King, and that's Long John Silver's. If you go to Long John Silver's and you try and eat the whole menu, you're basically committing suicide. So that is the lowest food can go, and Burger King is just barely above that. And no amount of friendliness is going to change people's want to be in Burger King. Long John Silver's could offer you a blowjob every time you walk through the doors, and people probably still wouldn't go if they also had to order food to receive it, because it's not worth it. It doesn't matter how friendly they are. Is it a nice thing if the employees are really friendly and customers feel like they had a joyful experience or whatever? Yeah, that's cool. Like Culver's, I've always mentioned. Culver's is my favorite fast food place. I think their food is extremely good. And I've only had a positive experience there. Like the first time I ever went to Culver's, the manager or whatever came up and apologized for the long wait for my fucking chicken tendies, even though it only been like 2 minutes. I didn't even realize I was waiting. Like I had placed the order and then I sat on my phone for like what felt like 10 seconds. The guy came over and was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry this took so long. Here's a little gift card for some custard and stuff. I'm super sorry for the wait. It's almost ready." I was like, "Brother, I didn't realize I was waiting. It's no big deal, man." And like, he was super nice. And like every time I've been to Culver's, everyone's been great. But that's not the reason I keep going back. It's because the food is really good. That's just a nice little perk, I suppose. But the food is the reason why I keep going back to Culver's. And that's going to be the same song and dance across the board. And like, the difference is, when it feels organic, it's significantly better when it's forced by Burger King's AI patty that's jacked into their cerebral cortex, forcing them to say please and thank you out of fear for being fired. Like, if you're trying to create a positive atmosphere, it should probably start with the employees, I would say, more so than the customers. If the employees are happy and having fun, the friendliness score might just naturally boost because, well, maybe then it'll be a better environment that they'll want to interact more positively with customers as opposed to being forced under the corporate thumb to do so. It's so dumb. This whole idea of an AI assistant being used to coach employees on how to be friendly. It's outrageous, it's absurd, it's fucking gross. What a completely useless use of AI for the sake of having AI in Burger King. I cannot believe how dumb Burger King is, man. It blows my mind. So anyway, just wanted to insult them again for the millionth time because they keep doing absolute garbage like this. That's about it. See ya. Oh! Oh! Wow, great sparring session. But your chakra was way off. You need to work on your Aikido. Study some more Steven Seagal movies, then get back to me. It'll be years before you can challenge me again. But I was impressed with your gumption. Now, it didn't take long, but we have arrived. We are at the point now where AI-generated shorts are more popular than human-made shorts. The old-fashioned flesh and blood has now been phased out of the algorithm in favor of AI. According to the most recent numbers that are being published across YouTube Shorts and TikTok, the fastest growing and the content with the most views is entirely AI generated. And people are willingly choosing to watch it. They're not being deceived or misled into thinking that there was an actual person on the other side. There are just some drooling imbeciles out there that refuse to activate neurons and love to just sit, clap, glazed eyes, watching AI slop. This story in particular is one that's been popping off. An AI-powered TikTok account behind Fruit Love Island series is already the fastest growing ever, gaining 3 million followers in 9 days since launching on March 13th. It has videos hitting tens of millions of views within hours and a rapidly growing fandom. I don't know if it's true or not that it's the fastest growing TikTok account ever. That could just be some phony baloney garbage that's solely there to get some eyes on it and maybe even push some more people to find this channel over there on TikTok. But it is true that in only 9 days, it has reached over 3 million followers and almost all their videos have in excess of 10 million views. It is huge. Now, I believe a lot of it is botted. I think that's probably the main strategy these AI slop factories use, is they make some shorts and then bot the views to try and get people to organically filter in and then stick around. And you can see for AI.cinema021, this has been a home run strategy for them. Even that name makes it very clear that this is just one of their endless attempts to have an AI account pop off. It is just a throwaway name, AI.cinema021. It is probably like their 21st account doing this exact same fucking thing. This just happened to be the one that caught fire. But yeah, it has worked wonders for them. It's been a slam dunk. They have a whole community that's starting to prosper and bloom. They talk about Fruit Love Island like people used to talk about Skibbity Toilet.
Why did you hide your phone?
It's nothing!
Wait, who is Peachy Baby?
Give that back!
You told her you were single?
Vomit-inducing trash. And they're also using, like, really early AI for this, I think. They're probably using the fucking prototype that Will Smith was eating spaghetti on a few years back. They're on fucking Grok negative 1.0. Like, the lip syncing doesn't match at all. And everything about it is just super fucking cattywampus. Like, the way that they're holding the phone there, the hand is completely wrong and backwards. But I imagine people like that as part of the charm, it being so wonky and shitty. And that's not to say that if it was a more sophisticated AI video, that'd make it better. It'd still be an entire pile of dog shit for sure.
I can explain!
He told me he was single too. Wait, what? You know what? He can keep his stupid phone.
Let's just leave him.
Honestly, he was the worst.
Yeah, but at least something good came out of it.
This is what gets shown in hell. This whole account is like the Emoji Movie if it was made by a glue-huffing PCP addict. It's just so bad. This was the first video on the channel. Then it went into its iconic Fruit Love Island series, Season 1. I just don't get it. I really don't. I don't know how anyone finds that entertaining, like, oh, haha, look, the fruit relationship, it fell apart. He pretended to be single when he wasn't, and now the fruit broke up with the other fruit. Holy shit. Wow, only possible through the power of AI. I can't believe it. Future, it's here.
Welcome to Fruit Love Island, where 8 single fruits are about to flirt, fight, and trust. Things get messy fast.
Okay, this villa is insane.
I'm not leaving here single.
I just hope the guys are hot.
I'm here to have fun, and probably break a few hearts. Bro said the quiet part out loud. I just hope the girls like nice guys.
If you're an avid watcher of Fruit Love Island, if you're an AI cinema enthusiast, you are a genuine loser. You deserve the apple juice that keeps getting poured on your head at the lunch tables. This is pathetic. Now, I know everyone's expecting it to only be children that's watching this, coloring on their construction paper with crayons and endlessly consuming this AI slop, but you'd be wrong. Granted, a lot of it, I imagine, is that where parents just refuse to raise their kids, so slap them in front of the iPad and they end up finding Fruit Love Island. But there is a large portion of this fan base that are adults. I cannot fathom being a grown-ass man sitting down to watch my soap opera, Fruit Love Island from AI.Cinema021. If you ever catch me watching shit like this, please just Baker Act me. My God.
Okay, the banana guy is definitely my type.
Wait, I saw him first.
So, which one of you is the troublemaker?
I could be. He might not survive both of us.
Oh, this is gonna be messy.
Islanders, it's time for the first coupling ceremony. The girls will choose which guy they want to couple up with.
The guy I want to couple up with is Benanito.
Now, I know what you're thinking, that people are getting wrapped up in this ironically. And you'd be very wrong. That cope would fall flat here when you actually look at the fans that are talking about it and commenting on it. There definitely is a portion that try and make it like a, steal a brain rot type thing. But there's also equal parts of watchers that genuinely just put this on because they're excited for it.
Actually, I'm not letting that happen. I pick him. You can't just steal him like that. Looks like I just did.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
The final couples are Pina Pina and Bananito. Next, we have Water Melina and Arangelo, and then Sharita and Grapenzo, and lastly, Mangella and Kiwilo.
You're looking at the future of Coca-Cola advertising, by the way, as they continue to fall deeper and deeper into the asshole of AI. And in fact, you're going to see a lot more pieces of content, and that term doesn't even really apply to this. You're going to be seeing a lot more of this plague sweeping through as more and more companies see just how lucrative it is. And not just companies, individuals, they're all going to latch onto this titty here and try and suckle some milk out of it. It's already happening. There's a ton of other AI Love Island videos popping up now. For example, Candy Lovers Island is what it's called. That's another one that's blowing up. They're coming up on like 200,000 followers and getting millions of views.
Welcome back to Candy Love Island. Quick reminder before we start. The official account is Vasai Faz on TikTok. Stop following fake accounts. And if you want to vote, link in bio or go to candyloveland.com.
Yo, whatever happens today, I am not doing anything. I am serious. Candy trusts me.
Okay, I hear you.
Welcome to Casa Sweetie, gentlemen.
It's so shameless, it's even using the exact same AI music that AI Fruit Love Island uses. And the thing is, they can do that. You can do it too. The precedent has already been set that AI content is not copyrightable. So they don't actually own any of this. Candy Love Island, Fruit Love Island, they don't actually own any of it. They might just be the butt that's farting out all this poop, but it's not theirs. They don't actually own anything. I could right now take all of their videos and start uploading them with no alterations, and they can't take them down. They can't copyright strike it or claim it or anything, because it's not theirs. They don't have any ownership over any of that garbage anyway. So that call to action at the start of the Candy Love Island segment was really fucking beautiful. That's a certified chef's kiss moment, because they're bitching about like fake accounts that are getting traffic now and they're not following the real one, which is Faz Asif or whatever the hell it was. He's trying so hard to get some clout to his account. This is the real official one. I'm the one that's producing this masterpiece of a series with Candy Love Island. Guys, come flock to me. What are you doing? These are all impersonators. They're fakes. They're stealing from me. They're stealing my IP, my AI Candy Love Island, which they literally can't even steal it from you because it's not yours. It's actually a thing of beauty to see them try and put these call to actions now in there to protect their work. Again, not theirs.
Night, it's time for the recoupling. You know the deal. If you're not picked, you're going home. I just wanted to clear the air.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get in the middle of you and Mangella. Strawberina was talking crazy about Mangella.
What did she say?
That she's dramatic, and that I handled everything better.
Wow.
I feel like you act very confident, but I can't tell if that's just your thing.
I mean, maybe at first, but with you, I'm actually a little nervous.
Here's the most recent episode. It's got already multiple millions of views. It hasn't even been a whole day yet. Comments were going ballistic, set ablaze by all the twists and turns of Fruit Love Island. People talking about how they stayed home from school to watch the newest Fruit Love Island, that kind of thing. Which, of course, I'm sure is just an exaggeration, but there are genuinely people that are really, really into this shit. And it just goes to show you just how far we are degrading as a species. People are willingly watching this over actual people. They want AI slop. They are craving more AI slop. So I can't even be mad at the people that make it anymore and capitalize off of these brain-dead fucking fools like these zombie husk people, because they're making so much money off of it. And people are begging for more. Like, they are literally on their hands and knees asking for more AI trash. It's so fucking sad. And it didn't take long at all for it to overtake human-made content. So we've fully entered into that era now. It is the more popular content out there according to the numbers that I've been seeing. Now, of course, I guess those numbers could also be fudged. Those could be a lie as well. But you can also just look for yourself with your own peepers and see how popular all this AI content is on YouTube Shorts and on TikTok. On YouTube Shorts, you can actually see what the most viewed content is, and most of it is AI from the last time I checked. TikTok, I don't know if they have that same ability, but just take a look at AI.cinema. Over 3 million followers in 9 days. I don't know of any other TikTok accounts that are actual human-made content that's doing numbers like that with that kind of motion. So it seems like it's probably accurate to say AI content has fully taken over Shorts platforms now, and people are welcoming it with open arms. It fucking sucks, man. That's really about it. So yeah. Pranksters are more hated than the common cold, but for the longest time there was always one prankster people would say bucks the trend of just going out and harassing people and actually does like clever, fun pranks that are both enjoyable for viewers, and even the people who get pranked usually end up laughing. And that was Ross Creations. But with his latest super stinker, nobody's laughing. It's actually done a big number on his reputation, put a huge blemish there, and a lot of people are extremely upset with him. It's pretty easy to understand why. When I heard what his latest prank was, I don't even know if you can call this a prank, it's killing animals, not really a prank per se. When I heard that it was Ross Creations that did that, I didn't believe it. Drew told me yesterday, and he said, you know Ross Creations? And the first thing out of my mouth was, yeah, I really like that guy. And then he said, oh, well, did you see his newest Instagram reel? To which I responded, no, because I'm not a big Instagram user, so he showed me. And it's fucking baffling that he thought this was somehow a good idea.
Oh, what do we got here? A possum. You are going to Mars. Yes. Oh my God! Bam! He just walks away. Oh man.
Hey pal, you just blow in from Stupid Town? The possum doesn't just walk away. It is limping away, most likely to go die an agonizingly slow death from all of the internal injuries it has suffered from being launched fucking 50 feet into the air, because Ross Creations wanted to LARP as Kraven the Hunter here and just blast possums into space. I think his brain went to Mars. Like, I don't know what he thought would be a slam dunk with this video, but it is shocking. He just shows animal cruelty. You can even see in the community note, it literally just lists out the penal code here. He's in Florida, much like me. It is just textbook animal cruelty. Possums aren't even really pests either, by the way. Only like farmers consider them pests because they do like go after like eggs, chickens and stuff like that. But for just an average, just ordinary person, possums aren't really pests. In fact, they actually do a lot of pest control for you. So him just targeting possums to launch and kill them is unhinged. And believe it or not, I actually saw some enlightened Redditors in the comment section trying to educate us plebeians that possums can actually tank this. This kind of impact actually does nothing to a possum. They don't even feel it. They're a lot like squirrels in that regard. And I had to take a moment to compose myself and realize that that was a real sentient human being that typed that, and it almost made me shed a tear. Buster, possums are not like squirrels, they're significantly more dense, and they do reach terminal velocity. So while it may not have just exploded on impact like a fucking bomb going off with blood and gore flying all over the place, you can clearly see it limping away, and it is absolutely suffering, and no doubt will likely die from those injuries it sustained. That is an extreme distance to fall that possums cannot just tank. Some of these goobers in the comments section were talking about possums like they're goddamn Thanos. Like, that is not how this works. This device is an alley-oop for gravity to assassinate possums. I don't even understand what the content idea here was, so he seems disappointed that the possum walks away. So the video was going to be launching the possum, having the possum hit the ground, and then a mangled corpse. And he thought that that would go over well. He thought that'd be like thumbs up across the board. The description on the video just says W, so he thought this was like a great move. What kind of psychopath shit is that? The guy whose own YouTube description says pranks but not mean, branded himself as like a good prankster, built a reputation as being a prankster that like even the people who get pranked appreciate because it was fun and entertaining, all of a sudden drops a video killing possums. That was his idea. How fucking stupid can you possibly be? Let's go ahead and play ball with fanfic where Ross views them as a pest because he's a big-time green thumb farmer, which he's not. But let's say he was, and he hates possums. He's got a big problem with possums coming in there and fucking slapping his chickens around or whatever. So he wants to handle the issue himself instead of calling a professional. This is not the way to do it. This is extraordinarily inhumane. It is textbook animal cruelty. Like this... There is absolutely no wiggle room for any kind of justification here at all. It is just torturing these possums. They die a slow, painful death. So even though it looks like that possum walks away, if you really stretch, it is limping very slowly off of frame. But even if you think that it walks away, it doesn't live happily ever after from the extent of those injuries. There's no world where it fucking survives that. But let's say it did. Let's say it did somehow get out of there, but it's all bruised and beaten up, looking like Ed, and Eddie after the town just attacked them for their most recent scam. How the fuck would Ross ever think that is content that would be received well? Launching a possum in the air and brutalizing it, but at least it survives. Why did he think people would respond positively to that? That's not silly. That's not like ha 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 hilarious. That's just fucking weird. And the idea, apparently, was that it would kill the possum. Like, Ross seems disappointed that it walks away. I really don't get what he was expecting with this one. This shit is just unhinged, and I was shocked to see that it was Ross Creations that did this. I just had to yap about this a bit, because most other pranksters, I expect a level of, like, unfathomable degeneracy. But with Ross Creations, I don't think I would have ever predicted he'd be someone to make a video like this. It's so fucking weird. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. I just found a loser. Yeah. I just learned about a woman who's dedicated the last year or so of her life to going to businesses with the sole intent of annoying the employees and instigating arguments and confrontation whenever possible. Because that's her content. Can you imagine being such an insufferable asshole?
Can you show me where your microphones are? He said to come by the Apple. I don't see the mics anywhere.
Yeah, if you give me a few minutes, I'm just hoping them out.
Just point direction. I can go look. Tell me where they're at.
Desktop
the Yeti, the blue Yeti.
Behind the printer.
She has so many videos just like this. She walks up to an employee who is already in the middle of helping a customer just to interject and demand an answer to her question about where she can find a blue Yeti microphone. And he points her in the right direction, which she instantly has an issue with. I don't know what she was expecting, him to just like conjure up the microphone out of thin air like a fucking sorcerer, like some kind of wizard or something. But the thing is, all she wants to do is make problems. This is what she does. She has so many videos like this. The Best Buy excursion, though, this adventure, this was by far her magnum opus. This went on for like 10 agonizing minutes or so. Usually her videos are between 1 to 4 because once she starts yelling, shitting and spitting, hooting and hollering at one of the employees, they say enough is enough and either kick her out or they just stop playing ball with it altogether. They've just had enough of her garbage, so they just stop interacting. And this one's a little different because she would de-aggro the employee that she starts pushing the buttons of before they have a chance to either get her out of the store or just be like, can you shut the fuck up? I really don't feel like going through a lot of her videos here because they all play out pretty similarly to what you're about to see unfold in this Best Buy, but I will give you an example of how most of them usually end. Here's one of her Starbucks adventures with apparently a friend of hers.
What do you mean, real talk? You said you got turkey bag? No, I said turkey. So you got, what type of sausage is it?
What happened? What happened? What did you sell him?
Yeah, what type of...
What kind of sausage? He doesn't eat pork, so why would you sell him a pork sausage when he asks for turkey bacon? No, do me a favor, we're not going to go back and forth. Just take this back. He doesn't eat pork. You can take this back and exchange it. He asked you to take... I don't have to send it back.
She just happens to be filming randomly walking around the Starbucks about, the emptiness there, and her friend apparently had ordered a sandwich and was served something that he was allergic to, the sausage. He doesn't eat pork. The employee seems extremely confused, saying that, no, this is what he asked for. I even, told him, hey, this is what you're getting. Apparently he confirmed that. But now he's throwing a flag on the play, challenging the ruling here, and luckily, the hero steps in. To me, what this feels like is this was a premeditated, nefarious scheme here, Despicable Me level plan to get a free sandwich here. So this lady and her minion, her fucking goober, had this idea of ordering a sandwich, pretending they fucked it up and demanding another one, maybe trying to get a free sandwich out of it or something. It's very odd how she just happens to be filming in this restaurant just moments prior to walking up here. Why is she butting in here? Why is she even entering in this Thunderdome? She has no fucking business here. Yet she does because she wants to assert herself into anything that can be confrontational. So immediately, she cross-body blocks her way into this conversation here and makes it extremely hostile, getting extremely aggressive and combative, no, we're fucking done here.
He said to take off the bacon or some kind of whatever you had on another sandwich, and you said you could not take it off, sausage and bacon.
How would you know that, crazy lady? You weren't there. Unless this is part of, the script you two rehearsed. you can see she wasn't there. She wasn't within earshot or anything. She was on the other side of the restaurant doing some kind of like 360-degree spin around showing that there's not a lot of people there. So she has no fucking idea what was even transpiring over here, but she instead wants to spin this web of lies for the sake of elevating and instigating an issue. Because that is all she does. This is what she does in every single one of her videos, and she has like fucking, I feel like 100 of these. I've personally seen 12 at least. And they all play out similarly to this and the Best Buy one that we're going to go back to in a moment. It is infuriating just watching her do this. I don't know how you live life going through like this, walking the path of the unlovable, unlikable, perpetually alone loser. Apparently she does have some kind of lackey here, some kind of sidekick that she's brainwashed into doing this with her, but it is just so pathetic.
He wanted turkey. That's what he wants. He has a pork allergy.
Would you like to get the turkey bacon instead of this?
Yeah, that's what he wanted in the first place.
Right, like we are okay with that. We're not okay with like bad attitudes.
With bad what?
Bad attitude, like
who had a bad attitude?
Attitude is a little bit like too much.
If you sell someone pork and they don't eat it, I have a damn bad attitude. You damn right.
No.
Because we have a pork allergy and you can get sick.
Order like a sandwich.
Don't talk about my attitude. Just change the food and let me leave.
Let you leave? Goober, you're the one that walked over uninvited and handcuffed yourself to this situation. You're not trapped in there with them. They're trapped in there with you in this unskippable cutscene with this fucking terrible NPC. My God, she sucks. I cannot stand this woman. It is unbelievably annoying and she does it all on purpose for her content. These aren't even people to this woman. These are just things for her to yell at and film to post online to try and make money off of the outrage that it can cause. Hats off to the manager though for standing her ground and calling out this terrible behavior and defending the employee from this woman's bad attitude. I really appreciate that. I think that is great right there. And she's even offering a replacement sandwich, which she's about to take off the table because this woman can't fucking stop flapping her gums here about nothing to make an argument out of nothing. She is offering the solution, which is not satisfactory to this woman because what she wants is a bigger blow up, so she has to keep poking in order to try and get this manager there, but she doesn't. All she does is just return that bad attitude to her, and that's it, which she hates.
I don't want to talk anymore about it. You already messed up. Let me get the fixture and let us go. That's it.
I'm not giving any refund if you have this, and we have.
I just said, just change the sandwich out and let me go.
I will call the security and I will take you out of the store if you continue with this attitude.
What attitude are you talking about?
Like this that you have right now.
Well, you're the one screaming. I said just change the sandwich.
I'm giving you the same attitude that you are giving us back.
I don't know where you come from, but in America, you have to exchange food that someone's allergic to, and that's what that is.
He has to let us know.
He did.
Okay, so like he's very nice.
Okay, listen, I don't have to talk to you anymore. I don't have to talk to you anymore. Just fix it up and I'm done. The fuck?
You shouldn't be talking to her at all, by the way. You came over here, idiot. You stupid fucking orb of confusion keegling moron. This video, she actually seems to get pretty heated herself. Usually she's just steaming other people's hams by being fucking annoying to them and treating them as if they are less than her, being very condescending, talking down to them and insulting them. She never really gets like overly heated herself until the end of this clip here where it actually seems to affect her because this manager didn't roll over going belly up just taking this kind of bullshit from this woman because most employees that she picks on, they have limited options in how they can respond to it for fear of maybe having repercussions for their job, like if their manager, steps in and like doesn't defend them. So she gets free reign on just insulting them, belittling them, and just making a huge issue for them for nothing. Just being a huge nuisance, a thorn in their side. This manager, though, however, was not having it, and I think that is great. She wasn't able to do her usual bullying of an employee, and in this case, trying to tag team there with her friend to attack that employee for her video. The manager stepped in and gave her a taste of her own medicine, and she did not like that very much. Anyway, though, that's how a lot of her videos go. The Best Buy one, not so much, because like I said, she bounced around to so many different employees before things bubbled over to this point. which actually makes the Best Buy video that we're about to go back into even more annoying.
To the left of printers. Right over here? Thank you. Took that little second to tell me where it's at. Printers. No microphones. Oh my gosh, this place is a freaking zoo. They tell you to go somewhere here, and I still don't see any microphones.
This gentleman tried his best to save us from a fucking disaster. He probably saw the future. He probably had his Sharingan activated and knew the reason this woman wanted a mic was probably to start a podcast, so he sent her on a wild goose chase. He's like, oh yeah, it's probably like over there, like way over there, like outside the store. Like it's somewhere very far away from me. Actually, they stopped making mics. Did you know that? He tried to save us. But she comes over here, cries boo-hoo, calls the wambulance because the mics weren't over there to where he pointed. So now she's going to find more employees to annoy and give them an earful about not being in the right area for the mics.
Yo, somebody got to help me. Yeah, you just stand there doing nothing. Let me get you useful. Hi. Could you do me a favor? I need to find the microphone, the Blue Yeti microphones. The guy said it's over here by Apple. I don't see no microphones at all, not even one. Thank you. Those are the last two? The Blue Yeti?
She did it! Mission complete! She found the Blue Yetis. Jackpot! You would think that this is now kaput. Best Buy can wash their hands of her. She's in the area she needs to be. She's got the items right in front of her. What else could possibly go wrong?
Those are the blues, the only blues I have currently at the moment.
What's the one for $87? It's a Blue Yeti. I don't want the mini. I want the regular size. It would probably be that one right there.
No, this is just...
For $89?
Yeah, it's $89.
It says $87. It says it's $87. Maybe it'll come up cheaper.
I don't know. You have to bring it up. Unfortunately, I'm just...
Just tell me yes or no what it is. The other words, I don't need to hear it. Not to be rude.
89.
But I don't let people just talk words on me like that.
You fucking freak. What do you mean you don't like people talking words at you? You're asking her questions. You're bombarding her with dumb-ass inquiries that she is doing her best to answer because she fucking has to interact with you, unfortunately. And now you're getting mad at her for answering your questions because she's using too many words at you. Oh my god, this lady sucks. Again, I know it's for her content, but I also am very confident this is how she actually is off camera too. If there ever even is a time in her life when she's off camera, it seems like anytime she goes out in public, she is filming it. This is just how she lives her life. Her day-to-day is her experiencing life through her fucking phone screen because she's filming it to post all the time. But I think even when that is seldomly turned off, she is probably still the same exact way, the same exact rude, insufferable, entitled attitude to everyone she interacts with. I cannot imagine a world where people are willingly around her on purpose, subjecting themselves to the torture of her presence.
89 is what this is. This is the Blue Yeti. Let me show you.
Yeah, the Blue Yeti.
Yeah, that's it. That's
the one that we have right now. But it's showing up 88 here. I can't really tell you if it's going to
It's $1. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. As long as it's not $150 like it on Walmart.
Right. I mean,
so this is the little one, right?
Yeah, this is tiny one.
So these are all the same? 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4? These are all the same ones?
These are all the same ones. Exactly the same.
Okay, and you don't have anything else? More upscale?
This is my only microphone section.
That's it. I'm good. I got it in my hand. Thank you so much. That word, why do they use it so much? Debbie Downer. Anyway, I'm skipping you. Sorry, I have to. Customer service.
If the dollar difference didn't matter that much, why are you making a huge fuss about it and making her go through all of these hoops in order to please you? And then she, of course, walks away and immediately cuts in line. Like, of course, she had to. She's in a rush. Everyone around her, like, those aren't real people. She's the only real person here. And now we get to experience life through the eyes of a fucking angel. So of course they need to part the seas here, make way for her straight to the checkout. She deserves it. She's earned it.
What do you pay for your stuff at? What do you pay?
I bought it online.
3 people helping 1 person. Just tell me where to pay, please. I want to get out of this store. Thank you. God. People don't have anything to do. They gotta find something. Find something. I wanna know how much this thing is. It says it's $87. But it says it's 89 at the shelf, but 87 online. So let's figure it out.
How about you open your eyes and figure it out yourself? Activate some neurons here, lady. You can probably find where to check out. It's like the easiest thing in the stores to locate because it's the most important thing to the businesses. So they have giant fucking, like, indicators letting you know exactly where to go to check out. Imagine getting lost, failing the most basic task of going to a store.
Okay, let me get some more help. Oh my God, here we go. Okay, who works here? I need help. How you doing? Can you do me a favor and show me where your projectors are? I'm looking for like a Vankyo brand. You have it?
Yeah.
Can you just show me, because somebody pointed to me last time and I don't want to go in a circle. I can't do that. I'm chronic asthmatic, too windy outside. Please show me exactly where we're going. Thank you. I don't shop in here much. I don't want to go to Walmart because they didn't have what I needed and I was already there, so I have to come to you guys now.
Who asked?
It looks like small, it's a white, these are really big. I don't want a big one. I need a Vankyo, something that's compatible with Roku.
Okay.
Do they?
Let me get someone to help you out with that.
Someone that knows about this?
Yeah.
He just left me lonely. He just walked off. He walked off. He ain't gonna help. He ain't sending nobody back here to help me out.
I cut out a lot of her yapping. It's just nails on a chalkboard. She's talking about how, like, the projectors are too expensive. Why would anyone buy it? It has actually only been about 20 seconds since that guy said he's gonna go find someone else to help her here. And she's already making an issue about it and wrote him off as, like, just abandoning her. Which, if he did, that's the right call. Because if you send anyone else back here, it's like feeding them the sharks. It's like just letting them get eaten alive by piranhas, except at least the piranhas would be less annoying. Like, that would probably be more painless than having to interact with this lady.
Excuse me, sir. I know you're here to check out. You can't leave. That's your spot, right?
No.
I'm looking for a projector that I can afford. These are all like $800 and $700.
Yeah.
I bought a projector that was $125, but what's up with those?
Those are cinematic projectors.
Cinematic?
The one you bought was probably a toy.
A toy? Yeah. But you know what? That toy serves me just fine. It spreads on my whole wall. Sure. And I am happy with it. Sure. He said, sure.
Yeah.
But
I can't.
But it's going to foul out. What's that life on that bulb?
Stop asking the guy questions. You just said that the one you have you're very happy with, super satisfied with. What the fuck are you even doing? Yapping to this guy, asking him questions about other projectors that you're not even interested in buying in the first place. This is truly a waste of everyone's time and everyone's patience. It's like, I'd call it rage bait if this wasn't her entire life. This is how she lives. Her happiness is built on top of other people's misery. It's truly pathetic. And this goes on for like another 2 minutes of her just hounding this guy with questions, making him go over to the projectors and talk about it, and she just talks down to him, and I'm not gonna bother even showing you more of it. There's no point. You get the idea on who she is. Just an annoying nuisance. It's so unbelievably infuriating. So yeah, I just had to talk about this loser here today. I saw August the Duck made a video on the Best Buy one, and it sent me down the rabbit hole of looking at all of her other ones, but none of them are quite as grating as the Best Buy adventure. The others are more like the Starbucks one, where it gets into like a shouting match, or she just starts insulting them and they stop like engaging with her eventually. This one, it just never ends. That's about it. See ya. First things first, before I cannonball into the spaghetti and meatballs of today's topic, I'd like to let you all know I've been actively working on my Mickey Mouse impression, so please let me know your thoughts. Pluto! So with that out of the way, I'm going to show you all of my analytics from my lifetime of being on YouTube and almost a decade of being on Twitch. Now, the reason for this is, A week ago I made a video called I'm Turning It Off, and in that video I'm explaining why I'm disabling any and all means of people having the ability to donate money to me. No more super chats, no more YouTube memberships, for all intents and purposes, no more bits on Twitch. I say all intents and purposes because you can't actually fully disable that on Twitch. Once you start streaming on there, you're fucking shackled to the bits ecosystem. It cannot be turned off. So I made the minimum so high that no one can pay it, hopefully, and actively discouraging people from subbing on Twitch as well. Any and all avenues where people could just give me clams, I am just putting the kibosh on. I should have done this a long time ago, but better late than never. Might as well get the farty sharded now. The reason is super simple. I would much rather you keep your money, use it for yourself, or use it for things you deem important, whether it's charitable causes or what have you, but just stop forking it over to me. Now, since posting that video, there's been a lot of questions and even somewhat of a pushback from other streamers about how, like, this sets a bad precedent where it, like, starts to shame other streamers if they don't follow my footsteps here. Let me be clear, I'm not trying to make a rallying cry here. I'm not your dad. You do what you want with your own streams. Keep donations and subs on out the wazoo forever. I don't care. That's your prerogative. This was just my own personal decision. Obviously, that wasn't like the most prevalent take or anything, but it is a conversation I saw stirring about after I posted that video, because there are some streamers that believe that normal people having the ability to give them money helps them feel included in the community, part of the crew, part of the ship, and it's like integral to the streaming experience to be able to like sub and donate and things like that. I've never really shared that perspective. I've always viewed streaming as content that you are providing to viewers for free, and if someone's nice enough to toss you a doubloon, you tip your fedora saying, "Holly jolly, thanks for the Reddit gold, kind stranger," and move on. But it's not an obligation, and no one should feel like they need to be able to give you money to be included in the community. That feels very parasocial to me. But that's just my own view on it. But what I will tell you, breaking the magician's code here, there is no top streamer that needs your financial support to put food on the table or continue providing those streams for you. Also, the bulk of a streamer's income comes from ads in the first place. Anyway, though, I think this stems from people just not really knowing how much money a top streamer can make on Twitch, for example. So let me show you my analytics from my lifetime on Twitch. Now, Twitch analytics are a little wonky here on the back end, so I wasn't able to just set the date range from 2017 to 2025 because it would just freeze. It would just have a conniption. I bet the Twitch HQ server just fucking caught flame with me trying to do that, so I had to break it up into chunks. So in 2017 is when I really started like actually streaming on Twitch. I had dabbled in 2016, but it wasn't until 2017 where I got like partnered and everything. So from 2017 to 2019, I made $55,500 for those 2 years. And I wasn't full-time streaming at this point or anything. It was just a bit of goofing around, having some fun, and it brought in $55,500. From 2019 to 2021 is when I took it a lot more seriously, as you can see. My time streamed went from 600 hours on the 2 years to 3,600 hours, and I made $1.2 million for those 2 years. And this was before my Twitch contract, so the only ads that were running on my stream were like the pre-roll ads, the ones that Twitch would insert themselves. So this was still without ads, by the way. $1.2 million, almost 1.3. Then I got a Twitch contract which necessitated a certain amount of ads, 3 minutes of ad time per hour. And from 2021 to basically 2025, I made $4.1 million. And to those astute observers amongst you with those keen peepers, you might notice that my subscriptions are less than half of what they were for the previous 2-year period. So even though I have 180,000 less subs across these 3 years than I did for the previous 2, I still made significantly more. And that is because of ads. Ads are the breadbasket to streamers. That is the jelly to the peanut butter sandwich that is streaming. And keep in mind, these numbers here, the 4.1, the 1.2, those don't even include brand deals or sponsorships. And I didn't have any like ancillary donations, but a lot of streamers do through like Streamlabs for like text-to-speech, stuff like that. So that doesn't include any of those other means of making money through the medium. This is solely through just Twitch itself. And I think something important to mention, contrary to popular belief, I am not a top streamer. I am also not even a full-time streamer, and I haven't been for over a year and a half. So, my 2025 earnings, I didn't really put them here. It's about 100K. So another thing to add to the total here. But I'm not even a full-time streamer anymore, and I haven't been a top 20 streamer probably since the fucking Among Us boom. Back in the prehistoric internet age now. Like, the Among Us era is the only time where I broached, like, the top 20. I've not been in that ball game for a while, and yet this is still a crazy amount of money. Where there is no reason I should be taking money from just normal people working normal, everyday jobs. It just doesn't feel right to me. Streaming is the easiest job there is. Hot take, I know, sorry, that was a blistering, scalding magma that I just spewed out there, but it is just the truth. I sit in swamp ass for a few hours every day, well, at least I used to when I was a full-time streamer, playing games, or just yapping. Now compare that Weenie Hut Jr. routine to a normal person who is actually working their ass off every single day in a 9-to-5 environment, grinding in the hopes of chasing the American dream. And then they'll come home, maybe turn on my stream and donate a couple of dollars to me. And it just doesn't sit right with me taking that kind of money, given what I've made from all of this. And I really should have just stopped this a long time ago, especially considering this is just the Twitch side of things. I told you, I'm going to show you my YouTube earnings. So be ready, because here it is! Huge fucking number, an unfathomable amount of money. From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $35.8 million. I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich. I have said from day one, I got incredibly lucky. I will never be able to put into words just how lucky I got with all of this shit here. I'm not special. I got lucky. I have always said that, and I still believe that to this day. Now, something I saw a lot of people asking after the video I made about turning off all the donation stuff is how much money I'm leaving on the table. And while it's kind of hard to show it on Twitch considering both subs and bits are technically still on, even though I discourage both and have bits at a point where I don't think it's even possible to use them, I still can't get like a hard number on what's like gone now or anything like that. But on YouTube, I can show you directly. So with memberships and supers/gifts, I made over $1 million. Keep in mind, I've only had those things enabled for about a year. There was $1 million in a year from just normal people donating it to me. Again, that just doesn't fucking sit right with me. Now I know there are plenty of streamers and YouTubers that have significantly more money than me and have subs and donations on and whatever. I don't care. Like I said, this is not me trying to lead some kind of revolution here where all of them turn it off. It's their choice to make. I wanted to explain fully why I don't want normal people just giving me their money anymore at all. Also, to be honest, I think just full goatseeing, showing how much streaming/YouTubing can make, just showing you the full, unedited, raw numbers is probably helpful for normal people so they can see how much money is in this space, because I think there's often so many question marks from people wondering, how much does a streamer or YouTuber make? They'll either say like they're making billions of dollars or they're making nothing. There's never like an in-between because there's never any like really hard numbers to look at. So I think something like this can be helpful for that, especially because over the years I've noticed there's been a multitude of creators that have come out and tried to like underplay how well off they are financially because they believe it could be somewhat of a brand risk where if they are perceived as being someone that's very rich, well, maybe their audience wouldn't like them as much because they're no longer relatable. It's just something I've seen here and there over the years from a bunch of different creators, and I just find it a bit disingenuous. So hopefully something like this can help show that if someone is in like the top sphere of YouTube or Twitch, they are very, very well off financially. Anyway, though, if you add both of these numbers up, I've made a total of $41.3 million. But that's not to say that's what I have. Now, I do live in Florida, which means there is no individual income tax. Big time Florida W right there. And I know, I'm big time gushing grannies, Florida glazer. I've lived here my whole life. And that is something very nice about it. But it's not to say that the tax man comes in gentle with the lube. He still goes whole hog raw. It is still brutal when the tax man comes a-knockin'. He'll blow up your guts. And that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. Obviously, a good chunk instantly goes to taxes. There's also like salaries for the people that I pay on my team, other expenses, and also for the first 4 to 5 years of me earning money through my YouTube channel, I donated every single dollar to charity. So while I may have earned $41 million over the course of my time online, I don't have nearly that much. But I still have more money than I will ever know what to fully do with. And I actually thought it would be kind of fun to go through like a deep dive on what it looks like. You know, taxes, expenses, all that kind of thing to see how it all breaks down. But maybe that's a topic best left for a different video. So for now, I'll probably just conclude it here. Hopefully this was insightful. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. That was a Black Beetle challenge. Haven't seen that in a while, have ya? I'm dusting off the classics. Wait until I bust out the Harlem Shake and the Flash Mob in a public library. Speaking of things you haven't seen in a while, how about I show you something you've probably never seen and you will most likely never see again. They don't call me the bad boy of Magic the Gathering for nothing. You may not know it, but you're looking at the 8th wonder of the world. That, my friends, is a pristine, and by pristine I mean pretty trashed box of revised Magic the Gathering cards. This is an authentic, straight from the early 90s box from the early days of Magic the Gathering, and we cracked this artifact open for the sake of our series Box Brawl, where we're going through and opening every single set in Magic the Gathering history, and then playing a 4-player brawl game with our pulls from the box. We've been doing this for, coming up on 2 years now. We've done like 80 sets or something like that. And we had Tolarian Community College, the professor, come out for a very special one because Revised is the box that is nearest and dearest to his boners. And what better way to accommodate the professor than giving him a little piece of his upbringing. So when we do boxes like this, I like to yap about it over here and show you highlights from it. I don't want to spoil too many of the pulls or like the game itself that we played, because it actually was a fucking ass greaser. It was an exhilarating game of Magic, and the pulls, I'll spoil, they hurt you. They hurt you down to your soul, because this is a $15,000 box of Magic cards. And, well, the pulls, let's just say, left a lot to be desired in terms of that. The box definitely wasn't resealed. I don't think I got scammed. I think I just got extraordinarily lucky, and I probably drove the price of all of the other boxes up by getting this one out of circulation, out of the population. I've had it for about 2 years now, and now we can definitively say that I had the worst possible box of Revised imaginable. So it's only up from there for all the other remaining boxes in the wild. But anyway, that's not to say every pull was bad. We did still have some heat, just nothing crazy. The game itself, though, was amazing. So yeah, if you want to watch the entire kit and caboodle, the whole opening, the entire game, which I highly recommend you do, I'll put a link to the skill check video in the description. Without the professor, Magic dies with this set. He saved it by himself by spending all of his lunch money on packs.
I was YouTubing back in 1994. It's true.
So I also cashed in a favor from the professor, you might remember from a year ago. He's gonna show Hole at some point in this video.
Whoa, what? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, if anyone knows what it means, it's this gift.
Curd Ape.
Wow.
Mountain.
Wow, they give you a lot of land.
Much mountain. Erg Raiders, Sea Serpent. Is that my rare? No, that's an uncommon. I think it's the Erg Raiders.
Nice.
Island. Stone Rain.
Nice.
Stone Rain guy.
Stone Rain guy.
Grey Ogre.
I think at the start we're going to be going through everything, but probably once we've seen all of the cards, we'll be going a little.
Soul Ring.
That's page 1.
Wow.
Page 1. Zach, what is Soul Ring on page 1?
It's like $20, I think.
It's like $20.
Dude, it's like $20. Fuck.
Yes. I'm almost back to making up for the investment. We got the Troll, more land.
Dwarven Warriors.
Dwarven Warrior. Healing Salve.
Banger.
Drudge Skeleton, Regeneration.
That is one of the best arts ever.
The Regeneration?
That art is... No, the Regeneration.
Oh, wow.
That art on Regeneration, come on, that's so kick-ass.
That is very 90s. Spell Blast, Fire Breathing, or lands, Unholy Strength, and then...
Oh!
Circle of Protection White.
Sorry, a lot of these cards. Yes! I felt like Commander. Oh my god, there's a Pestilence? What are we doing?
Pestilence!
What are we doing?
Pestilence is a good deck in Pauper.
What are we doing, dude?
That was so many lands.
Merfolk!
Oh my god, I actually play that one still.
Not that one.
Conversion. All mountains are considered basic plains. It's an enchantment.
That's great.
That's so good.
That's powerful.
Wall of Air. Basalt Monolith.
Wow.
That's a banger.
Weirdly enough, I think Brain Geyser is page 1. Just
Brain Geyser.
Just like $7.
Death Ward.
Where are the dual lands, dude?
Forest. Power Sink. Like from that guy. Hill Giant. Plains.
Scrib Sprites.
Scrib Sprites. Wow.
I wished so badly there was Fairy Tribal.
1/1
We could not make it happen.
Unstable Mutation.
Cool.
Shatter.
Giant Spider.
Hey, that's
Thank goodness
cool.
Matt is out here. Llanowar Elves.
That's a banger.
That's my commander, baby.
That's a banger.
It's also the best Llanowar art ever.
Yes. Oh my gosh, it's so
cool.
good. I think.
All right.
So we'll look.
I've got Double Wall.
There it is.
Finally.
Let's go.
The cheapest.
Yep. The actual worst duel. But we got there.
Well, if you don't want it.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I'm going to play it.
Oh, suddenly it's gaining a little bit of traction.
Here's all
Did you get the Ironroot Tree Folk?
Oh, Dark Ritual.
Ooh, nice.
Whoa, Darkrit.
Did
Did you get Ironroot Tree Folk?
I did.
Yeah, it talks about them having sex in the flavor text.
Okay, please read that.
It does.
The mating habits of tree folk, particularly the stalwart ironwork tree folk, are truly absurd. Molasses comes to mind. Wow. It's amazing the species can survive at all given such protracted periods of mate selection, conjugation, and gestation.
Why?
Molasses comes to mind. Just think about it.
Why did they do that?
That's called good writing.
Yeah, I guess. It's art.
World building.
World building.
Here's a counterspell.
340 bucks.
Nice. This is still 340?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, here's Molasses mine. Here's another counterspell, but not really.
Red Elemental Blast.
That's crazy. Oh, wow. Okay.
The box was pretty dry on dual lands, which are the only pulls in the revised set that anyone gives a fuck about. In terms of, like, value, that is. The revised cards, I think, are super hype, and they were a lot of fun to play. Again, there's a few more surprises throughout the opening, but that was the biggest pull, which was the Plateau dual lands. It is the worst dual land you can pull in terms of just, like, raw monetary value, but as I've said, I don't sell these cards or anything. We play them. They are for active use, and even when we're done with Box Brawl, we still put them in other decks, or that Plateau probably will just go as part of, like, the skill check collection. So it doesn't really matter the value of the card. It was still very hyped to pull it, but I would have liked to see a couple more of them.
And I, as my partner commanders, have Llanowar Elves. They don't need any explanation. And Dragon Whelp, a 4-mana 2/3 with flying, and I can pay 1 to increase its power by 1, but if I do it 3 times, or more than 3 times, it explodes.
I've got Crawworm as my commander, and it's teamed up for some Simic nonsense with Air Elemental.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a powerful card.
No, I'm scared of what's next.
Yep, so I've also got that naughty little Crawworm, but he's paired with Sarah Angel, who's a nice 4/4 flyer.
And Vigilance.
With Vigi, yeah.
So yeah, you just conveniently left that Vigilance.
Yeah, all 3 of you have flyers is what you're saying.
Oh, nice.
All 3 of you have flyers. Yeah. I have a 2-mana 2/2 that says, don't try to outrun one of Dominaria's grizzlies. It'll catch you, knock you down, and eat you. Of course, you could run up a tree. In that case, you'll get a nice view before it knocks the tree down and eats you. That's what it does. That's what it does. And then also, here's a Hydra with very confusing rules that gets counters and prevents damage if there's counters on it.
Nice.
Counters. Oh, you mean heads.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The Oracle text says 1/1 counters, but the Oracle text is wrong, obviously.
Yeah,
it's
heads.
Yeah.
Heads.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this forest and play the Llanowar Elves.
Whoa!
Saying go.
All right. That's a really cool and clever idea to have Llanowar Elves as your commander.
Yes.
Me, I'll just cast it.
You'll just rub it.
Pass turn.
Everyone's going so fast. I hate to break that synergy. So how about for no lands, I'll do an ornithopter.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, all right.
What if I one-up everyone? I'll play a land. And what if I make this ornithopter a nice 1/4 flyer?
Wow. Wow.
The fuck?
Holy.
I have lightning bolt. I can't kill it.
I pass.
What the fuck?
Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
I'll just play a mountain pass.
Crazy opening hand.
Untap.
For one, I'll play a little Dryads, a 1/1 with Forest Wall.
No! I'm dead in 20 turns.
All right. This time, this is getting through. Here's a 1/4 in the air at you, True. Yep.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You thought you were so safe. I
thought I
passed.
was.
Your
I thought it was
ivory
My
tower.
turn. I'll play this forest. I'm going to bring out the grizzly bear. Say go.
We're going to play a forest and do a double blue and 3 to bring in my commander.
my
It's air elemental.
Wow, the style
Yes.
synergy. Holy.
Look at that. And then I will pass the turn.
All right.
It's a 4/4.
Oh, yes.
Just a 4/4.
Pretty good.
There she blows. Can't play anything. We're going to combat.
Beep, beep.
Probably shouldn't leave myself wide open again, so we'll spread this around. Drew's turn.
Frick.
Wait.
Pass.
It's awesome.
Damn, that board is so wide.
Damn. He certainly got guys.
Look how wide my board is. Ooh. Tap the Dwarven Warrior, making the Dragon Whelp unblockable. Prof, here's 2.
Sure.
Boom.
Here's 2 you.
I'm going to take 4 back. I'll pass.
Oh, you're going to take 4 back. Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. Untap, upkeep, draw. Playing Island. What do we got here? That's 6. Okay. Let's go ahead. We're going to spend 6 for a Clockwork Beast. I'm going to put 7. I spent 6 to put 7.
Whoa!
Counters. +1/+0 counters on Clockwork Beast.
Wow.
After Beast attacks or blocks a creature, I discard a counter. So that's when you discard counters.
Oh my gosh, the language.
During the upkeep phase, controller may buy back lost counters for 1 per counter. This taps Beast.
Wow.
Now, it's called Clockwork Beast, not Beast, but I think we know what they mean.
Yeah.
Attack you for 4.
Oh. Yeah, I'm taking 4.
Everyone's getting their commander out. I'll join in the fun. Sarah Angel. Okay, what the hell, guys?
I said ooh.
Oh, okay.
You were saying ooh.
All right.
I said boo, but then I quickly
autocorrect.
Yeah.
You said boo, Ryan. Here's 1.
All right, well, I earned it.
I pass.
Okay, in my upkeep, I'm going to pay triple red to grow another head on my Hydra. Wow.
Whoa.
Damn, what
Now
the
it's
hell?
a 2/2. I'll draw. All right, I'm going to play a mountain. I've spent all my mana growing a head, so I pass.
Okay.
That was fucking awesome.
Untap. And before Sarah Angel starts picking us apart bit by bit, Ryan, I'm going to send an unblockable Dragon Whelp at you in the air.
Sounds good. It gets caught in the lightning.
Oh, nice.
That's okay. I mean, it's going to happen. Then I'll tap 6 and cast Dragon Whelp.
Damn, he danced around.
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I'll pass.
All right. Untap, upkeep, draw. That's pretty cool, to be honest with you. All right. So here's the question. I'm wondering, Charlie, if you would trade your commander for my commander, if you'd let my commander through. I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering. I don't know that I want to do that trade. So what's going to happen is the Clockwork Beast is going to come at you, Charlie.
Damn, I like the other one better.
And the Air Elemental is going to come.
Whoa!
Yeah.
We just talked about how we don't need to have any aerial combat. I thought that was... Oh,
I
okay.
didn't think that was official.
Fine.
7 is coming at me?
Yeah, just 7.
I'll take that 4, sure.
Damn.
That's a hell of a swing.
That's a meat stick. I'm just gonna take. I'm gonna take the 7.
You're gonna take the 7?
I'm gonna take the 7.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, a little fast and loose, but I'm gonna take the 7.
All right. Second main, I'm gonna tap 3 islands.
Oh no.
And 4 green, and we're gonna bring out What might as well be a wall. It's the Island Fish Jasconis. This is a 6/8.
Oh, what the hell? We're so cooked.
I must pay triple blue during my upkeep phase to untap it, and it cannot attack unless the person it's attacking has islands. So I can't attack you because it's an island fish. How's it going to get to you if you don't have islands?
That's true.
So it might as well just be a wall. And to untap it, I'd have to pay 3. It's a really good wall. If you ever destroyed all my islands, I would have to bury the island fish. Oh, and my beast does lose a counter from attacking.
Discard the counter, yeah.
I've discarded a counter.
Good.
It's in the graveyard.
Okay. I'll bring out my other commander. Coral Worm is here. Yay! We're going to combat. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Drew's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I'm definitely a huge problem.
Yes. All right. This is definitely coming at Prof. This is Forest Walk. That's got to get in. This is going to come at you, Drew.
Okay.
Vigi, I think.
Oh, Vigi, right. I keep forgetting that this is the
Yep, I'll
archaic
take 4. I'm down to 6.
Ooh.
Most threatening 6 health player at the table.
Yeah.
You pass?
That's all.
You can pump it once. That's
Yes,
not
correct.
Enough. That's not enough. That's not enough. I'm coming at you.
That's correct.
Because you came at me.
Yeah.
And then the Clockwork Beast is still coming at you, Charlie.
All right. This time I will not let that hit.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw the Heroic Ornithopter under it.
Sure.
I will cast Fog.
Ooh. I still lose I still lose a counter.
Let's go, Fog!
Yeah.
Thanks, Drew.
Yes.
All right. Second main. Let's go ahead and we're going to put... I think this should be interesting. I'm going to put Regeneration on the Clockwork Beast.
Oh, nice.
So it can just steamroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The beast.
Pass.
Wow. All right.
A little bit of a lightning bolt.
Ooh.
And that would be good for like an unblockable guy. The problem is, I think we really need this one, so I'm going to kill Tim.
So here's the thing. Hang on. Before you do that, though, you realize that if you bolted the Sarah Angel on my turn, I could tap to do 1 damage to it and we get rid of the Sarah.
Sarah Angel.
But I can
I could swing in and attack Charlie.
I can instantly recast my Sarah Angel.
Not
But you
instantly.
would get an attack off.
Not instantly at sorcery speed.
He would get the
So
attack
think
off.
about the
These are all
usefulness,
good
and
points.
then I would not be attacking you. I would be attacking Charlie.
I have no good deal for you, and I
That's
just
a pretty
attacked
good
you.
deal.
And if you do that, we can't beat him.
You come to the Kingdom of Lightning looking for politics after making a deal with the man who's using my grizzly bear against me.
That's so
I absolutely will not be doing that because it would be a better play.
I'm going to kill you first.
Yeah, I assume you will.
I think that was going to happen
Tim
anyway.
will eat the lightning, and
right.
I will block your 3/3. I'm going to eat my bear, so I'll take 2.
Okay, I'll do.
You know what's amazing is I know what every card on the table does.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
It's because half of them don't do
I
anything.
also don't see Hatsune Miku. Like, where's Hatsune Miku in this set?
I know, right?
I don't get it.
It's weird.
No
Where's
Ninja Turtles.
That's
No
so
Walking
weird.
Dead.
No
No Power Ranger.
Yeah.
No Dwight from The Office.
I know.
My voice cracked when saying
Which one of these is the Transformer again? I forget. Imagine hitting him for
I
one.
think what I'm about to do is going to change the board
you're
state.
counting. You're counting. It better not be Armageddon.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not.
Oh,
It is something
oh,
different.
no.
Aladdin's ring.
Oh, we're fucked.
All right, read this out for the class.
So I can pay 8 and tap it to do 4 damage to any target.
Oh, we're fucked.
Yeah, my favorite part about it is you just paid 8. What does it do now?
Literally nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, you have to pay 6.
That thing can smoke a Sarah Angel or an
can.
air elemental.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Let's go to combat.
I'm going to lightning bolt Charlie
Yeah, boy.
in the head.
Okay. Man,
Untap.
if only I
All
had
right.
that prevent damage from a sword.
Straw. Oh, that would have been a great card to have 100 years ago.
100 years ago, they'd be like, wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Whoa.
The hell? It's a written word.
You religion. They had writing.
English.
Writing 100 years
No,
ago.
that's impossible. That'll be the end of the spoilers here. This was just kind of like a little montage of some of the bigger moments from the brawl. I highly recommend you check out the full thing. It was so much fun. Thanks to Prof for coming down for it. What a special box to open. Some 1994 Magic actually played better than a lot of the sets we've done in the series from like the early 2000s. Anyway, you probably won't see a revised box opened again. They are very rare to find, and the ones that are out there are extremely expensive. And also, nobody fucking plays with the cards. Legitimately, just like in Pokemon, when vintage gets opened, it's for the sake of collecting it or like reselling. Very rarely do people play with the cards. We do. I think it's very special and it's a lot of fun. So, yeah, just wanted to yap about it and show you some moments from it. That's about it. See ya. There are few things in life as pathetic as being a proud Reddit moderator. It's a position that attracts the most insufferable hoity-toity dweebs like moths to a flame, and it bestows upon them the tiniest sliver of power, just barely above like a middle school hall monitor, and somehow that immediately goes to their heads and corrupts their already ugly soul, leading to the most embarrassing meltdowns and just outrageous power trips over nothing. And this is a stereotype that's existed for a while, and it seems like it's just the truth of being a Reddit mod. Like, this is just the sad reality of the people that take up that mantle. They think of themselves as fucking Batman, but what they actually are is the goddamn box ghost from Danny Phantom. Anyway, though, I'm blasting that ass with some new hotness here. A brand new mod meltdown courtesy of r/art. It is a pretty fascinating one, and also not its first rodeo. The r/art subreddit's got some hostile mods. So I'm gonna go over the most recent one from, I think it was yesterday. And then I also want to give you a little, blast from the past from a previous instance where one of these mods went nuts. But this one I think is quite special. So what happened is there's an artist named Hayden Clay who posted his art on the subreddit. It got very popular, and in the comments he was replying to somebody asking for more information about his work, and he mentioned that, you can find my work here, and there's also some prints available too. Just a very quick reply to a nice comment. And one of the rules of the subreddit is you can't be like self-promoting your work, so you can't be like advertising prints or anything. So because he used the word prints, it got the whole post removed. Just blasted to the shadow realm. They smited it. So Hayden Clay was pretty upset, so he messaged the mod about it, trying to get further clarity, and maybe he could try and find a way out of this pickle here because he felt it was unjust. There you can see the comment that got him banned. I have a whole mini-series called Clear Boundaries with Prints Available. Just a very offhanded remark about having prints available, and it was removed because of that. So he said, "Are you seriously banning me for giving more information on my work? No, I banned you for breaking our rules. But I can also remove all your old posts as well if you'd like." Oh man. This guy's no nonsense, tough as nails. You don't tussle with the muscle. r/art mod. Oh, brother, watch out. He's coming down with the iron fist. This is so fucking silly. So, like I said, the rule is like no self-promoing or whatever. Can't be mentioning where they can purchase your art or anything like that. Which he wasn't really doing. It's an offhanded reply to someone that was saying they'd like to have the art in their office or whatever. Like, it's such a stretch to even have that be like a violation of their rule in the first place. It is solely because the word print is there. What an unbelievably stinky loser. This guy is working for free as the moderator of a subreddit, and he thinks he's doing the Lord's work here. He's treating himself like he's fucking Jason Bourne or something. Oh my god, it's so sad. I can literally smell this guy through his messaging. I already know when he typed, "But I can delete your old posts as well if you'd like." I can see him doing this with his hands like some kind of fucking anime supervillain. Oh, he's such a worm. Hayden Clay responds saying, "Just delete the comment and move on. Sorry I mentioned the word print." And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. He said, "Your history has been removed. You're welcome." He laid the smackdown on him. He just poofed away all of his post history. And then he replied again saying, "At this point, this isn't about breaking the rules. This is you having some sort of vendetta against me. My comment broke Rule 9. I get that, and apologize. This reaction is overstepping boundaries." Which it definitely is. Worth mentioning, Hayden Clay had some posts that were extremely popular, some older posts in his history. Like, I think one of them, according to Dolan Darkus, was even in the top 250 of all time for the subreddit. So having his entire history removed actually is somewhat of a big deal to an artist who has this as a means of showcasing their talent. This, also, just to be clear, I think this rule somewhat makes sense to avoid, exploitation for people coming in there solely to, astroturf it for their own gain or whatever. But when it comes to, an individual artist, having this kind of eyes on their art, this visibility is very helpful to them. So I feel like it shouldn't be something that you destroy them for solely because they mention that they could be found elsewhere. Like, I feel like that's something you should want to help these artists that are very talented. But on r/art, it's run like some kind of fucking cult, I suppose. And if you step out of line, well, I hope you're ready to take the big beat down that the mods will give you. They'll take you behind the back of the bar and break your kneecaps. Metaphorically speaking, of course. I don't think they even know how to throw a punch. They'd probably break their own fucking wrist if they even tried to hit a heavy bag, I would imagine. But this shit is just so unbelievably foul. Like, he has done nothing wrong. He reached out asking, you know, like, what's going on? What's the deal here? He even, like, apologized and said, can you just delete the comment and we can move on? And that was enough to make the Reddit mod go even more insano style. Like, Jesus Christ. Just check yourself into an institution, buddy. Oh my lord. I don't even know who the fuck you are. He thought that line went so hard when he thought of it. That's some major main character energy there. Oh! Yeah, Hayden Clay's the one with main character energy. Certainly not the r/art mod who's gone through and deleted every single one of his posts, all because he had the gall, the audacity to talk to him in DMs. He dared try and speak to a mod. Don't you know they are holy, sacred icons of the Church of r/art? You can't just speak to them and question their decisions. And then he says, he replies saying, the power-hungry mod who deleted all my posts because I asked a question. True. You've been reported for harassment. Have a wonderful day. Nice job making this sub a worse place for artists and those who enjoy it. Yeah, the mod reported him for harassment all because he was asking a question in DMs and then just responding to having all of his shit just wiped out in the extinction event of r/art. And now he's been reported for harassment. I already know this mod. His heart was beating so fast. This was probably the most excitement he'd had since the last time he had done this. Like, I bet he was cracking open 4 Mountain Dews, like cracking his knuckles. Time to get to business. He talked to me. Time to remove all of his posts. Also, that report for harassment led to Hayden Clay being banned site-wide on Reddit for 3 days. Pretty cool system they have over there at Reddit where one angry mod can make a complete fraudulent, bogus report of harassment and it immediately leads to a ban for the recipient there. What should have happened is this report goes through, someone takes a look at it, they immediately recognize that this mod is unstable and should not have that position in the first place, so they strip him of his mod privileges. That's what should have happened. And if that did, I bet that guy's life would have felt like it was crumbling down around him. Because if he can't enact his power on strangers on r/art, then his life has no meaning. But that is just not how Reddit functions over there at all. I remember over the years it's been kind of revealed that a large part of Reddit is controlled by a handful of these turbo losers, where it's like this tight-knit club of people that have absolutely nothing going on with their life, so their whole existence is dedicated to power tripping on Reddit and like controlling it like they're the puppet masters. And I imagine this is one of those kind of people, because it's pretty clear that he can just report someone and immediately they're banned for it. So I have to guess that this mod is part of that group, especially when you consider that his appeal was also denied with the admins siding with the mod's harassment theory here, believing that that was the correct course of action. He needed to be banned for 3 days all because he decided to try and ask a question to an r/art moderator. That's a sin punishable by death on Reddit. But anyway, as a result of all of this, r/art went into like a pseudo lockdown where you couldn't submit new posts or make comments. They have since soft reopened it so you can make comments again. And of course, all the comments are probably what you're expecting, where everyone is mentioning Hayden Clay and how unfair this is, and basically calling for the resignation of this mod as if it's some kind of like legitimate position. It's not, and it's also never going to happen. He is never going to relinquish his mod privileges. It is literally what he lives for, I bet. And you can kind of see that because he still replies to people that reach out about this. Like, even outside of Hayden Clay, there's people expressing their concern. So here's another r/art mod classic. We ban people who don't follow our rules, for sure. Cool, but I'm more talking about the way the mod spoke to the person. They just asked a question and they got their history wiped. Not sure what you mean. If you look at the link I provided, you can see the conversation they showed between themselves and the mod. Or they refused to follow our rules and were removed. Okay, but like I said, their history was wiped for asking a question. Is that what you do here? I'm not clicking on your link. It's a Twitter link. I'm not sure how this can be a productive conversation if we aren't looking at the same information. And then they got muted. Pretty cool. I'm not clicking on any of your links that maybe go against what I'm trying to express here. You're out of line, Buster. Get muted. Goodbye with you. You're not welcome on r/art anymore for asking us questions and trying to bring up concerns. We don't do that around here. So that's kind of the state of r/art mod team. And I think it's important that you know that this isn't an isolated incident. A few years back, something kind of similar happened where one of the mods went on a bit of a wacky power trip where they had removed a post from an artist claiming that it was AI art. That artist reached out to prove that it wasn't to try and get their post reinstated. I'm the artist of a painting, A Muse in Warzone. I'm here for complaining about the unfair ban, but I can give you guys the process or the PSD file of that painting. I'm not using any AI support, and that punishment is not right. Sorry for my bad English, and thank you for your time. Here's my portfolio. Take a look. The r/art mod replies, I don't believe you. Even if you did paint it yourself, it's so obviously an AI prompted design that it doesn't matter. If you really are a serious artist, then you need to find a different style because A, no one is going to believe when you say it's not AI, and B, the AI can do better in seconds what might take you hours. Sorry, it's the way of the world. You've been temporarily muted from r/art. Yes, very classy r/art mod. I can hear your pinky was up when you wrote that reply there. So he struck the post down believing it was AI art. When reached out to and challenged with proof that it wasn't AI, he instead goes, okay, so even if you did paint it, and even if you are a serious artist, I still don't like it. Also, AI can do what you did much better in a matter of minutes, what might take you hours. Sorry, bub, that's the way of the world. Also, you're muted. This happened a couple years ago, and when it happened, this was also a pretty big deal to the r/art community, but nothing happened. This mod, as far as I know, is still currently a moderator on the subreddit. Who's to say it's not the same mod that just had this meltdown with Hayden Clay? I think there's a very real possibility, especially judging by the cringe way that they communicate with other people. So, I think it's very possible it's the same culprit. Regardless, though, it is so pathetic, whoever is responsible for this shit here. It is unbelievable to me how often this seems to happen with Reddit mods. Like, this stereotype has existed for a long time about being like this sad, lonely loser who power trips as a Reddit mod, and yet it keeps happening over and over and over again. There is no self-awareness and no fucking shame from some of these Reddit mods. It's tragic. It's just so stupid, man. Unreal. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.